Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
sure, I don't care.
Shit,
If it looks good, we'll keep it. If it doesn't, get rid of it.
No, I was gonna purposely make it look like Poe with like shitty rundown furniture from the side of the road.
Yeah, I don't care. Sure. Actually, I mean, it already looks bland enough.
Why don't you ask Miss Overseer right here? What's her opinion?
I don't know, Miss Overseer. What's your opinion?
On?
I get a bunch of shitty, ugly furniture from the side of the road and put it in the uninsured waiting area and force people to sit on it that don't have insurance.
Absolutely not. Horrible idea.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jake, just shut your mouth and let me do the thinking.
Okay, sorry. That was a great idea.
You're hot. Do you want to have sex with my brother?
No.
What do you mean no? Joshua's hot. I'd let him hit it.
By it, you mean your brother?
I'm saving myself for one man.
The Hiltons should stand for... The H in the Hilton should stand for horny.
For HIV.
Hori.
Girl, ... Looks around. You're not even funny. Don't say that around Bobby. Oh my gosh, she'll lose her mind.
Why does Bobby care?
You don't need to know.
Bobby have something?
No, it's just like... There's a tech med named Bob, and he said some stuff, and Bobby blew up on the Overseer about it. My head is spinning round and the girls want what you have, but I want it real bad, yeah. You don't know the things that I'll do to you, and bring your other friend, cause baby, he'll get it too. Joshua, do you remember you did my academy?
I remember that, yeah.
You did it with, who are the other two? AJ and Kaylin Hathor. And
I can't remember if that was my first or your second academy I've ever done.
That was with John Stims in the academy with me as well.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
that was
remember that.
months ago.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
And then Sims
Who-
get promoted to underseer. And now
How-
look, he's been
who-
fired.
Who
apparently.
would have thought me and John Stims in that academy would have been the future underseers? Well, ex-underseer.
Yeah.
In his case.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't that long ago. It was only like... It was like 4 days before the changes came in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad that they did. I feel like being a doctor underneath the new Sams, I get to express myself more freely. Do you think if it was still under old administration, they would let me talk about my pussy?
No.
And
And under the old administration, they would have had you be able to respond to calls outside the hospital constantly, especially if there were no, at the time, PACMed members to
gross.
deal with it. Like, you would have to go to...
I hate
most of the calls.
driving.
Yeah.
Do you think I would have been fired by now under old administration?
Yes. You 100% would have been. I
For
know some of
what?
the old medical directors or underseers at the time.
Or all
as
of
they
the
were.
above.
They would have...
For what? For having sex with patients?
That would have been one thing they would have gotten you for. Any,
My
attacking
attitude.
any other, members of SAMS would have gotten you kicked for sure. Like, even if it was, accidental or something, like, they wouldn't have tolerated that.
Oh, they're boring.
Mhm. Oh, another thing. They would not have allowed you to use your gun unless it was the absolute last resort. Like, you couldn't get away. Like, they would expect you could carry your personal firearm, but you couldn't use it if you had a chance to escape. Like, it had to be, you literally couldn't get away from the situation.
I just love being a I love being a bimbo doctor, because when I actually do my job and I do a bunch of medical jargon, everyone is shook. So like, how does this woman know all of this? What can I
Only
say?
been an LTT gas.
I'm the head doctor for a reason.
On the head.
Hello,
of
sweetie.
Roselle.
What can we do for you?
Oh, hello. I wish to be a doctor. Yes,
You want to be a doctor?
I do. Yes. Yes.
Have you had an interview?
I have not. No. I came here. I want to help people. Yes.
Oh, you want to be a doctor? Yes, not a tagman.
Whatever is best for me. Yes.
Oh well, Tagmed are definitely not hiring, so you'd be a doctor, like what I'm wearing in a scrub,
Okay.
like scrubs right now.
Okay. Doctor. Yes.
You're not crazy, are you?
No, I'm not crazy. No,
Promise?
I promise I'm not crazy.
How long have you lived in the state for?
About a month. Yes. 1 month. 1
Show
month.
me your
yeah.
ID.
I got it.
New brain.
Oh,
Zakahal Woodroof.
Zakael. What up?
Zakahal Woodroof. Okay.
Zakael. What up?
Okay, so I want to do a background check on you before I give you an interview.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So just wait here. I'll get one done.
Of course. I will wait. America, greatest country. Yes.
So while you wait here, my brother's gonna keep you entertained.
Oh, hello, brother. Oh, you look like Justin Timberlake from NSYNC. Yes. Boy band. Yes.
Oh, he's
Oh, so good. So good. Yes. So good. Yes.
Can you take my?
Wow. Wow. So good. Yes. Oh my goodness. So good. Yes. Wow. So good. Yes. Wow.
You know what we need to do sometime, Maria? You gotta get
I
someone to
don't
remove all the Halloween stuff to put a Christmas tree out front.
I would love to get rid of the Halloween stuff.
It's already over a month old now, so.
Who took my command car out?
Me.
I really hope you're lying.
I am lying.
Anyway,
Your background check on a potential new hire.
I mean, also hi Slavtuna. Sorry, I was busy doing things here. Thank you, appreciate it. Oop, what is that? There we go. I don't know why there's such a mess there, but oh well. Huh.
Dispatch 031 is going 1042 for the greater good.
And for thank for your service.
Your
I'll
service.
What I do.
Wink.
Ah, my eyes. Yeah.
$150 going $42 for the night.
Sleep time for the greater good. That's right. Yeah, sure, this looks okay. My eyes hurt. Ah, I'm gonna cry soon.
What the fuck just happened?
Whoa.
Why is he
Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow, Pyro. Appreciate it. Hello, hello, hello.
I'm freaking out.
Uh, 131 from 036 direct.
Go for 131.
Are you able to 25 me in the garage and then
Hey, firm.
meet me? Hold on. 25 me in the garage, and then and we're gonna need to go to the DA's office.
No worries. What's going on? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. We try. We try. We try. We try.
Hey, I did not hit you. Don't pull that insurance scam on me. Hold on, let me change right here. Get spare clothes out the back. I can't go to the DA.
Oh. Brittany? Hello? She's just gone. Brittany? There you are.
Hello?
Hello, welcome back.
Oh, okay, that was weird. Right, apparently we're being sued. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay, I'll drive. either or works. I think it's something to do with Parisonics.
Oh, okay.
We gotta figure out when she was fired.
Oh, look how pretty. It's sunny and slippery and all of that.
I don't remember when she was fired. I know it was last month, obviously, but I don't remember if it was like. So I thought, you know what, we might as well just go meet with this guy in person to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any money to pay the parking meter though.
I will.
Okay, period. Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh, for God's sake. I'm a train wreck. I'm an actual train wreck.
Deep breath. Everything is okay.
Thanks.
there you
Oh my
go.
god. Okay, that works. Oh my god. Hold on. Don't look at me.
Is looking.
My there's a hole in my suit thing. Get suturing kit and stitch this hole up. No,
My
not satisfied. My throat is clogged. There we go. Okay, I'm ready for this meeting. I don't have my hat, but it's fine. Okay. Let's try the front. You ready to do some running? Or we could just go this way or this way. This way. Do you know where Tammy Tiffin is?
Hello, what? Sorry.
Do you know where Tammy Tiffin is?
I have no idea. With Liz would, maybe, but
What's up?
he's not answering me. Liz!
Yeah,
Hey,
what's up?
hey Tammy, we're at City Hall if you just
Oh.
want to meet and talk about this in person.
There you are. Some lady just called me. Her name was...
Okay, well we're here, so
And she's...
whenever you okay, bye. Okay, he's on his way.
Who was she talk to about that?
Well, while I'm here, I might as well update all my fucking licenses. They're all
So
out of date.
Paris is suing us?
I said I
I
would
don't
call you
know.
back when
Yeah.
you stopped doom scrolling.
I'm about to find out. I haven't heard anything of the sort, so it's my first time hearing about it. Right, state ID. Let's get a headshot. Driver's license. Headshot. Firearms license. Headshot.
3732.
These are my new IDs. These are my old ones.
They're looking for Taylor.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
I swear she always make me think she's the overseer.
You missed out on 4 almost naked firefighters.
Almost naked.
No, he was
Oh,
there.
what
He was there.
Oh,
I thought they
shit.
put. I thought
Oh,
they were
you
yours.
missed. You missed, yeah.
Yeah, that would have turned me on so much.
I
Gosh.
know. I was trying to call you down.
You missed
weren't there.
4 naked firefighters and Harry Hardy, also naked.
Meh,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen better.
Yeah, so did I. But then me and some
Okay.
cop took off our clothes as well.
Hardy's just really good to get money out of. He's not actually that attractive.
We tried to convince them to do a calendar.
Do any of you guys have a drink? I'm so sorry to be a
Yes.
bother.
Is anybody
Oh.
home?
Thank you. Oh.
I got here. Come to me.
Oh, thank you, sweetie.
I intercepted it as a joke. You see.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, Tammy. I guess DA's office
Yeah,
is.
yeah, DA's office.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Liz, did she answer?
Oh, she's nice right now.
Hi, Scott. Good morning. Oof, things are loading slowly today.
All right, what's going on, Tiami?
Well, I'm trying to figure out when Paris was let go from Sam's because someone that's doing Sam's and Paris. But I
Oh,
don't
so you
want
want to
Sam to be
see?
in.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I
So
just
Yeah.
don't
would
want
suspension
Sam to
be
get
good enough or
sued.
fully firing?
If she's suspended, she won't be able to work anyway. So
Yep.
Wait,
No
who?
suspension date. Ugh. We need to find suspension date of Parisonics.
Let me
Yep,
look in
because
the-
let me see which one is the appeals. Because Andrew Bird is suing Sam's and Paris.
9th of
And that-
November. Or it
Oh,
would have been
9th
the it would have been the 8th of November actually. Sorry, because
Time
it's on my
zones,
time
yeah.
on my phone, yeah. 8th of November. I got a text message from her 11/8/2024. I've been suspended, sad face. Cries outside because no crying in hospital. Where are you? I need my sister.
Wasn't she suspended but brought back and suspended again?
No, she was suspended and fired. There was a pending investigation regarding her incriminating another doctor. And she found to be guilty of that and was let go.
Shenanigans?
What
Nothing
day was
much.
it?
8th of November 2024, so nearly a month ago now she was let go.
Look at me, I'm a lawyer.
Is it by chance a guy who is suing her for dressing up in a knockoff overseer outfit and kicking him outside City Hall?
I was outside RPD.
Oh, so it is, and she was wearing clown makeup?
I have no clue. I just know it's Andrew Bird, and Andrew Bird is suing everyone for anything.
Yeah, he came into the hospital last night and asked if I was Paris because I was wearing my command outfit. And he said, "You look exactly like the woman who kicked me. You're wearing the same clothes as her. Can you tell me your name?" And I was like, sure. And he showed me a picture and was like, "This is you." And I was like, "Yeah, because I have brown hair, totally." Yeah,
Okay.
I'll tell you now. She calls herself prison overseer now. She was way. This isn't gonna fall on Sam's right because she was way gone.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Because
way
if,
gone
it's
by then.
if you suspended, you're not exactly active part of Sam.
Yeah, she's gone. Like she's not in our org anymore. She got fired like a couple days after the suspension.
Aww. Didn't miss too much. We mostly have been actually busy with normal work. Surprisingly, City has been calm.
So yeah,
Not
she calls
quiet,
herself
but
prison
calm.
overseer, and she dresses up in what Walkatov used to wear before she got like before we got proper outfits. Anyone can get those clothes from the clothing store. They're not Sam's issued uniform. The outfits that we wear now are Sam's issued uniform, and only we can get those.
You know what? I feel like having some nostalgia. I'll change.
Does she?
Consider herself.
Alright, so first of all, we're gonna do this.
I assume. Sorry.
There we go. But actually make it just not the body, not the style, not the tattoos, just that confirm. Do this, then do this.
Wait, who?
Look at me. I am the overseer now.
Okay. Yeah, 100%.
Hello.
This is what she was. So this is what she was dressed up as in the picture. Yeah. Do you have the picture or the evidence?
I know, but I will take a. Mind if I take a picture?
Yeah, go ahead. This is Overseer Wakatov's outfit before we were issued uniforms.
Why would you? I meant for both of you.
Oh yeah, sure. This is just This isn't Sam's issued uniform. This is just my doctor's suit. I had nothing else to wear. I didn't want to come up here in scrubs.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Now, to compare that to actual Sam's uniform,
Yeah, so this is
don't have
actual
skirt,
Sam's
but-
uniform. Yeah, we also have a
you
skirt as
get the
well.
gist.
Also, apparently Paris has her old uniform and it was never confiscated.
Oh, that's not good.
So we need to probably
That's
get
probably
that back.
why Bob thought she was still part of Sam's if she was wearing that.
No,
No,
she
the-
was wearing a fake uniform.
Yeah, the
in that
uniform in the
situation.
picture was 100%. Yeah, it was like
Oh,
it was like Overseer 1.0.
Okay.
Anyone could get that uniform from the clothing store, but nobody can get the. Not anyone can just get the new ones. Only Sam's
Dispatch,
people
Lucy, do you have
can.
the latest call covered?
I do have another question for you two.
Mm-hmm.
Negative.
If someone shoots a gun, is there any way you guys can tell
Would you like to go
the
to it?
medical reports?
Okay.
Like, would you actually
Alright, thank
see
you.
like the
I'll be back at the
GSR on
hospital
fingers
shortly,
and stuff?
so you go ahead and deal with that one.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, apparently there's a doctor report saying that there was no, like, anything on their fingers after shooting. I don't. This is an odd question. Let me find it real quick.
Okay.
Bow, bow. Oh wait, hold on. What is this? There we go. Nothing hits as hard as royalty-free Christmas music. You know what? Might as well adjust the timer. Because we got 4 hours to add.
175 76 to
It said someone subpoena for Macro Records confirming that someone did not shoot. I do not know how you two would know if someone shot or not.
What? What?
Yeah,
No. I'm sorry. I'm missing. I don't understand. What? Where?
that's apparently it was a subpoena on someone for Macro Records, and they said the Macro Records confirmed that someone did not shoot. Like, this person who did the Macro Record somehow knew if someone
I'm so
shot or
sorry.
not.
Different. I cannot understand.
I just want to like confirm if that's even a thing or not. That you guys can even check.
I get what you're saying. No, we can't
don't.
run GSR on people. If that's what you're asking.
I just confused why they saying they got a medical report saying they did that and they confirmed they did not shoot.
Well,
That-
Well,
that's what
that
I'm-
doesn't matter. We can put whatever we want in medical report, right? If we're writing narrative as to what happened, right? We can put there, this person shot and got shot down by PD, right? unless it's actual medical fact, it doesn't have to be,
Mhm.
confirmable. It's not like, it's the same as witness testimony, right? It doesn't have to have any actual evidence behind it. So, no, we don't do GSR tests
Okay.
or like don't input facts. Sometimes there is a narrative to put, and we mention what people have done to get hurt, and it's just that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any medical reason to check if someone has like
No, we can't.
like
we can't.
gunpowder or anything.
Yeah, we
on
don't
it.
do that.
Was there like a medical complaint or something? Because that sounds
No.
very fishy if someone's claiming that on a medical report.
Who's claiming that?
I don't know. It was a medical report involving
Yep.
Casey Crunko Casey.
Wait, what are they complaining about?
They said they got a medical report saying they did not shoot.
What?
That's exactly what the appeal is.
The last person who wrote a medical report for Conco Casey was Sunshine Shelby. She doesn't work for Sam's
It's
anymore,
probably
number one,
invoice.
and this was okay. Invoice, payment for insurance, minor bans.
If their incident was the 17th,
Again, date?
17th.
October 17th.
Oh, October 17th. Must have been 18th for me. I don't see anything about being shot. I see fell off wheelchair, yuck, and second degree leg burns.
Okay. I will probably
Hold on.
put a
That's
subpoena.
Boulder wound. That's 19. Ah. Yeah. Look, down the here. 10, 11, 14, 18.
It might be the 18th. They just put 17 as incident date, but times could be different.
All right, you got hurt. That's all. Nothing here. And nothing here. All right.
Yes,
Yep. There's nothing like that. Hello, this is Stackmet. What's the nature of your
Okay.
emergency?
Okay, I
Hello, I am Zachariah
will
Woodruff.
probably
I have
issue
been
a
waiting
subpoena
to do an
yeah,
EMS
not in a
interview.
couple days.
All right.
Just to
Well, you have to
confirm-
wait a little bit. We have a emergency.
Oh, no.
Not
Uh,
right now. I'm just gonna do it in another day. Because
all right.
if they
Do you
take
need us?
claiming that it could be
Because we could really use to leave like right now. Cause
Yep,
yeah.
go for it. I don't want
someone
you
just
guys
blew up
back. Let me.
Lucy. We gotta
Oh,
go
fuck.
save her.
Blown up day.
Thanks, TT. Appreciate you.
That's why.
Purchase a permit does.
Gosh, it's these hills, girl. I'm coming.
Hey, does that have the bubblegum interior?
Yeah.
Oh, what is it? Is that standard?
No.
Oh,
is
it's
not
like custom,
standard.
Standard issue fucking TACMED car.
custom bubblegum
Well, it's
interior.
high command vehicle.
Okay, good talk.
They're gonna follow us.
We have to go to the hospital. We have to go to the hospital. I'm sorry, I don't feel good.
Well, we're
Uh,
not going to hospital, so if you continue to follow us, you're gonna be in trouble.
In trouble? What do you mean in trouble? Excuse
I
me?
don't know. You want to find out what do I?
Oh,
you
fuck. My bad. Sorry.
want to find out what do
don't-
I mean? Right, what happened here?
Oh.
Unlock the car, please.
Shay Easton.
I can't open
It's fine. I
Shay.
got it.
Are you Shay Easton?
Hi, Brittany.
Who is this?
Hey, me, mommy, la rara, mommy.
Are you
Are
Shay
we okay
Easton?
here? No, I show
Ah, well,
Uh,
alright.
Who are you?
Hello.
la rana, walk arriba. You came into me, show enchilada down my throat, and I did.
Oh, I don't. I meet a lot of people. I'm sorry.
Well, how many did put enchilada down your throat?
Probably
Get
a
up.
lot.
Ah,
Okay.
Get the fuck off the scene, you blue buffalo idiot!
What is your issue, lady?
What is your major malfunction?
Come on, guys.
I do not like getting harassed while I'm trying to save lives.
Just trying to,
They
just
got
trying to
me.
learn more about our
Yeah.
community.
Come on,
Ooh.
boys, leave the scene.
Okay,
Oh my
well,
God.
we
Yeah.
will now because you asked so nicely. So,
Thank you very much, fellas. You have a great rest of your day.
thank you.
Come on,
You
boys.
could
They're
thank
all
this
very
lady for
crispy.
being very nice to us.
I
The
love
other one
you.
She's
can
nice to
suck a
everyone.
fucking pickle.
I'm nice to everyone. Well, that's
Alright.
not true.
You go with them.
Yeah,
I'll
but
walk
they,
in
they,
back.
don't, they don't need to know that, right?
Oh,
I'm
I was
walking
gonna
back.
go in the boot.
No, you can't walk back. Cause they're gonna
I
come
can.
back.
Do you want
Fine.
me to,
Right,
I can give one of you guys a lift if
Thank
you need.
you.
Give,
Ain't going in
give,
the boot.
give. Yeah, give
Let me,
Maria.
let me
a
get this
lift, or Lucy.
impounded first, and then.
I wanna
Well,
make
it's,
sure
you know.
Before I leave. Okay, right.
Come here, boss.
Dispatch 036, 76 back to Eclipse Medical, 2 patients, non-credit.
Thank you,
Dispatch
for,
100, show me 76 Eclipse Medical.
thank you for being the calm,
Courtesy, right.
collected one. I do not appreciate being stalked by people while we have
No,
calls to
listen, I
respond to.
get it, right? Just,
Yeah.
but some people, you know, like different people require different tacts.
Oh
do you
yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
I know. I know Brittany was there, so I knew I could play the.
036 plus 3, 23 Eclipse, 247 is non-critical.
Okay, boss. You alright, Aaron? Is
Thank you.
everything? You don't need any more help? You
Nope,
good?
we're all good.
Appreciate you, Tac Mats.
We
I love you
appreciate you as well.
platonically.
Oh, that's a shame.
Aww.
Tosses patient on the shoulder. Ah, what are you doing? Stay on shoulder.
Ow!
Alright, what is wrong with you?
Wait, me? You keep on dropping me.
I'm not
Mommy.
dropping, you're the one that's slipping out. I toss people on the shoulder all day long and none of them slip out, only you.
I don't
You
know.
must
I
be
think you're too
special.
tired.
I don't think I'm too tired, I've only been on... forget about it.
Are you platinum insurance?
I am.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what I love to
platinum.
hear, Daddy. Let me take my top
I don't
off
have
here.
anything. I just woke up for the first time
This is with platinum
Oh, okay.
A couple-
insurance.
You in the bed.
hours ago.
Wow.
Holy.
Bleh. That.
Yeah, yeah, you treat him.
I think I'm gonna.
Oh,
divide myself
well,
up with the phone now.
I do my own paperwork as well.
No, I'm doing your paperwork.
Oh, okay.
Don't move. Bandage. Don't, I'm bandaging you up.
Okay.
There you go. Maria's hostile today. Maria is very hostile today. I love it. Merry Christmas, I guess.
You okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Have fun. Yeah, sadly, Maria getting better was rushed because I was just pissed. I wanted to move past it. Tell him. Better have had his wheeze today. What the fuck?
Okay, yeah, I'm feeling very good now, mommy. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you do. What's your name, please?
Huh?
What's your name?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Lorana Dixon. Oh, Dixon. Lorana
Yeah,
This is a very
Dixon.
common occurrence. Don't worry. Yeah. Drive over a motorcycle, kaboom.
I forgot to put the field treatment in the title. Oh well.
I'm putting in the report. Shook my tits and he felt better.
The hell is going on over there?
I guess I'm not sending you solo on calls anymore.
If that's everything from you today, then feel free
It's
to
not.
leave, baby.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Is this early morning?
You don't want to leave, do you? I
Mhm.
know you don't, but you have to. Come
Have you
on.
always smoked?
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. All right.
Just don't do it as much as the others.
I don't smoke.
Ugh, non-platinum insurance member, the scrub top staying on.
Okay, there we go. Paperwork's all done for him. And then I need to zone out for
Yep.
a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll take out the time.
Where do you even get the insurance?
You want the
Here.
insurance?
Us.
Do you want platinum insurance? Do you want insurance?
I
You
do,
really
I
should.
think. I don't even know what it is.
Oh,
I just
well,
woke
I.
up.
Hmm. Ah,
Oh, I see.
hello. Is this someone
Hi.
that could have possibly been on phone with me talking about wanting a job? No. you're just-
When he no, no, me.
Sorry. Sorry, it's
This
just
is-
a lot.
Been a long day, huh?
No, I woke up like 8 hours ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's good, puppy?
Sounded like you had a good time.
You need to get platinum, okay, puppy? Love me when I tell you you need to get platinum.
Well, how much?
10 grand per month.
Oh God, God. You need to get platinum. I love, especially Ahora roll to another one.
Bye, sexy.
Bye.
Oh, hello? Where are you taking her?
Oh.
Put her down. What are you doing? Put her
Yeah,
down.
where are you taking me? That's a good question.
What are you doing?
He ran
I'm
quick.
so confused. I was taking a picture.
What was that about?
I don't know. Well, I'm back to taking picture.
The fuck? Okay, I'm gonna guard you while you do this.
I'm making funny posts. Now,
Gosh, should we investigate?
no.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you so much for the
I'm not entirely sure.
follow, Ricky Dalton. Hello, hello, hello.
freaking out. That guy chopped me.
What
No.
happened?
Yeah, when I went down, he was waiting elevator. The guy that tried to take you.
Oh, all right.
Yup.
Lucy, are you up
He
and
ran
about?
out.
Pem on a bed. I gotta back up. I gotta back up my aunt here. I can't let her do this by herself. Come on. I got the Barbie blast turret ready. Oh my gosh, I'm scared. He had like dreadlocks. Fast for clear.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Good shift, good shift, good shift. Probably left because, you know, shots fired at the hospital. He expected PD to show up.
Nothing's up here.
I mean, he shot at hospital. He probably, you know, started running straight up, expecting PD to show up. Speaking of,
Well, he tried to take you. Do you think he was gonna try and kidnap
PD
you?
from TACMED.
Send that.
We just had an individual haphazardly attempt to kidnap me, so we disregarded it. Then he proceeded to shoot the next patient who went downstairs and left hospital. So we don't really have much to give you, but I guess stand by because we might have someone trying to hurt TACMED.
Hey, firm. We'll keep an eye out, but unfortunately, there's not many troopers on duty right now.
No, don't worry. We won't. Yeah, we won't let Ashtas get kidnapped, but it's just, yeah. You guys take care.
Sorry.
All right. Well, that was interesting.
Oh, excuse me.
Hero.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
why.
not
he
able to
keep-
find the guy though.
No, of course not. He shot in hospital. He ran out straight up.
For a job interview.
Chicken shit.
Yeah, for real.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, let's do this. There we go. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. New time 11:850. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, we're Christmas, motherfucker. Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. And there we go. The timer's adjusted to the actual time. 4 extra hours. I mean, yes. Maria likes everything, every music that is a Hello.
Hello.
What happened here?
I kicked her ass.
Oh.
Yes.
All right. Well, are you gonna pay her for her medical bills or?
I have platinum.
Oh, all right. I guess that's a no. All right. I'm gonna quickly look you over, but I'm probably gonna leave you to nurses and instead stay out with the gun because we have people running in, trying to shoot
Oh, that's
us.
fun.
Yeah, always fun, you know. Some creepy
There's
guy
my
just.
ID for you.
I was taking a picture. Some creepy guy walks up to me, picks me up, and starts walking out with me. So I, get off his shoulder, confused, and then he shoots someone in an elevator and runs off.
Oh.
Yeah,
That sounds fun.
Nah, it's late day at the clips or early morning. Yeah, who knows?
Something
So,
like that.
Did you just got beaten up by fist or?
Yeah.
Well, you handled it like a champ.
I've been punched before.
Is that your partner?
No.
All right.
God, no.
Not domestically abused. Gotcha.
No.
Alrighty, well, your medical record is updated with the fact that you have not been domestically abused. So
Thank
take
you.
all the time you need. Enjoy. I don't know. No.
If you
No
like that.
trains at hospital.
Okay.
No, I was talking to the TV. Someone put up a video of train derailing.
Ah.
It would be funny if there was someone right here, yeah? Trying to stalk me out. Oh, that's what you meant by not having a lot of units. There's 2 of you. Is Brittany still around? Brittany is still around, so you have more hospital staff than PD again. I mean, look, everyone's enjoying, holidays. Very interesting. I'll let somebody else put something new on here. Oh, I know. There we go.
Sick. I'm gonna be sick. No. I ate a gas station hot dog. There's no food places open.
Brittany. We have a fridge
There's-
full of food
Where?
at the reception.
Oh my gosh, since when? It was empty when I checked earlier.
Really? We have so much food in it. Brittany, why did you go to break room?
Huh?
Where are you?
Treatment. I got caught up with a patient.
Ah, yeah, that's all right. I thought you went to third floor.
Just looking over you for any injury here. Just looking over really good.
Can we help you? You look quite bloody yourself.
It's because it's her blood. That's her blood.
Alright. Why
Looking
did you
Looking
kill
for
her?
injuries. Looking.
No, I had to carry her like up a mountain and
Alright.
down a mountain,
Yeah.
through a river.
I
Had to
wanted
fight
get
off
another
10
ship from
mountain
Maria.
lions.
That was extremely boring ship.
I'm just
Crazy.
seeing some scrapes and stuff. So let me go ahead and clean these off for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just gonna
appreciate
clean them off with some saline and scrub them down with some iodine and make sure that there's nothing in there that can get infected or anything. And then we're gonna go ahead and put some burn cream because it's probably scraped up, so we don't want it to burn. We want it to be nice and cool. We go ahead and smear that on there, and we're gonna go ahead and wrap it in a loose bandage, and you're all done.
You're all done?
I appreciate it.
Of course. Can I just get an ID for the paperwork, please?
Sure. Let me open my wallet here.
Thank you.
Ah.
All right, honey. It's just gonna be 263 today for the bill.
No problem.
All right, perfect. Well, you've been taken care of. Thank you for choosing Eclipse Medical.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Of course,
thank you, thank you, thank
sweetie. Bye, guys.
you. Bye-bye.
10-9?
What?
Yeah, 10-9 your last? It was extremely quiet. I'm assuming you went on duty. Hello, Bobby. You're quiet on radio.
Did you say the food was in the reception or the break area?
No. The first floor.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have lots of chicken.
Want to try the chicken? I thought the chicken was left.
casings. I don't see any casing.
Bobby, there's little clucker combos in here.
Seven flight pack 10-8.
Welcome back.
What happened down here?
Now
Oh
where?
gosh.
Oh, yes. Do you see any casings, perhaps? Please tell me. there are
I
casings.
see.
I see a radio.
I see a radio. Yeah,
Blood
and
and radio. that's-
blood. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Mr. Payne who picked me up and then shot someone else who went downstairs the elevator. But
My
sadly,
God.
yeah.
Maria, would you say Bobby's ready to go back to being a doctor?
Yeah.
Just gotta talk to the overseer. I'll put in a good word for you because it's not my decision. Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't know if y'all wanted to come or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh.
With no evidence, there's no reason for statement. They won't care
Yeah.
anyway.
Hi-yo.
Hi-yo, guns out.
What? Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got one idiot tried to kidnap me, I guess, question mark. He kind of just... I just got off his shoulder. He just went downstairs and then shot someone else. So, yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know, some people are weird. He got a dick transplant, maybe he doesn't like it.
He got a robo dick.
Got a dick transplant?
Oh, yeah, but not for the good reasons. His were cut off.
Oh my god, Maria, you're gonna be so
Oh.
happy. I have 8 doctors waiting on re-education.
You just told me that like an hour ago.
Oh fuck. Well,
Good morning.
I know how my brain goes. Sometimes it brains, sometimes it doesn't. Bobby, you're up so early.
I know. I went to sleep. I went home and went to sleep really early.
Hey. How's it going?
Marina.
Yeah, what's
Hello.
good, yo?
Sorry, I'm a bit on edge. Someone just very haphazardly tried to kidnap me. And I'm not sure
What?
if I feel safe. Yeah, do you ever just get picked up?
Yeah.
And you just ask what's going on and they just carry you out as if nothing's happening. So you get off their shoulder and you're like, hello, and they're like, and leave and then shoot someone else in the head? I don't know. It's confusing.
Yeah.
My head.
Nice
hurts.
for you.
Hello, can I help?
Mm-hmm. No, I was just checking on like on some doctor's appointments and shit, yeah.
Yep, no worries. Then Brittany is here to help out with that.
Hey
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, what's good, yo?
Daddy.
Hello.
Yeah, I gotta give you some.
What?
Get a prescription, motherfucker. Like I had a
Oh.
couple prescriptions on file.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to Brittany. I can't hand you out prescriptions.
Hey.
Can't?
No.
I can do
Okay.
prescriptions.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you need a prescription for?
I'll be honest with you. I had a couple. What's it called? What was it called? Is this your motherfucking board, yo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, alright. So, here's the thing, yo. I was looking at the board and shit, and I was figuring I could add something to the board.
aka your motherfucking life. Put your
Oh my
fucking hands up,
God.
bitch.
All right.
Put your fucking hands up. It's personal, yo. Nah, yo. We taking her out.
What do you mean
she
you're
did some fucked
taking
up
her
shit
out?
She took some fucked up shit at Uwu, yo. She getting taken out.
Wait,
All right. Well, let's talk this. All right. Let's talk this out.
We gotta take her, yo. It's nothing
Is
personal.
that-
She ain't even tech mad.
Is that toast?
It's not. It's not
One
personal,
person.
yo.
I snitched on him when he shot
Fucked up
someone.
shit.
I get it.
All right.
Sorry, yo.
Well,
All right, we gotta go.
We'll bring it back in one piece.
Really, no, it's me.
Gotta go.
Should we have done something?
well, we didn't have guns
don't
ready. Plus, you know, no, not really. PD from TACMED.
Me.
We just had a receptionist kidnapped from Eclipse Hospital by, I believe, Saints, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll keep a lookout. We're down to like 2 officers at the minute.
Done for. If you need backup, you know, there's 2 of us as well. You know, hey, strike the numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Sadly, nothing that could have been done. They're all getting trespassed. Doesn't matter if it's personal, do it outside of hospital.
Her radio's still on.
Yep.
They're taking her now.
Yep, alright. PD from TACMED again.
This is Brittany Hilton. Can a unit? I beg. She's being kidnapped. Her radio's still on. You can follow the radio before it gets turned off.
We'll get in units.
Alright. Stay safe, Brittany. We'll head out.
Alright.
Do you have any drinks? I can't run.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, forgot. Ah.
Offensive TACMED?
A little bit.
Alright, I know where it was last.
Yep, it was here in the park, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Greenwich. Yeah, right there.
Well, we're gonna park nearby.
No, not there. It was
Yeah, I know.
on the road.
We're staging with not running in guns blazing.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, actually, do you wanna?
Yeah, fuck it. Her life could be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, her life is in danger. Well,
actually, yeah.
They did say they're bringing her back unharmed.
So yeah, it was here and then.
I mean, Kareem never lied to
to
me.
our left.
I would believe that she talked shit and they wanna, I don't know, you know.
I love it that the PD didn't give a fucking.
They don't have
shit.
units.
Ah. Yeah, it was right here where they last blipped.
Yeah, construction or here, who knows. They probably realized that she had a radio on and left. That's what anyone with any sort of intelligence would have done.
Yeah.
Now they can see where you are. Well, you not anymore. This was the last known
Rangers.
location of her radio, so they probably realized that forced her to turn it off or took it off her and left, because I assume they would know that. We would know they brought her here, so we have no idea where she could be.
Alright, I'll give one of the saints a call.
Yeah. Appreciate you, though. Not the ranger saying anything.
Oh. I know who that ranger is, though. It's Violet.
Yeah, it's
She's
just,
a good friend of mine.
I don't think they realize that they would need to speak up a little bit more if they're in, you know, a helicopter.
Yeah.
Now the sad part is she might not even be able to call for help if they hurt her. Nope.
Oh, I'm getting called by Violet. Howdy doody. I'm double with Marionette right now. That is a good shout. I mean, we're close to Eclipse, because it could...
What's going on?
Okay, Mar, an idea. If you feel safe by yourself.
Yeah.
Could I jump in the Ranger helicopter and try and have a look around with thermals? That's what my friend's suggesting.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Come on, land it, and then I'll get in.
Do not get hit by the rotors, for Christ's sake. The Ocean King, Brittany?
Sorry?
Are you Ocean King, Brittany?
I'm okay,
Ah. Alright, where could they bring her? I don't know. Get out of here. Fuck off. Yep, for the greater good. Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Why one helicopter when you can have two? Case they took her somewhere far. Hello.
Hey Maria, how you doing?
Is that a blue buffalo? Yes, that is. Alright, well, be on your guard.
Alright, good to know.
Yeah, people driving
Never
this
a dull
buffalo
moment,
have
right?
been, I just say it's been extremely quiet until now. Up, alright.
God!
No, it's fine. Lucy on this frequency?
Yep.
Are you going to the call?
What was that?
Are you going to the latest 47?
No. I'm still looking around the area.
Alright, go ahead to latest 47. They are not in area. They realize radio is on. They would not stay in area. They're not idiots.
Okay. Okay, I am 76 Lakes Point 7.
10-4, thank you.
A little bit of side of potatoes. And then we
go back to my place.
033 1041.
Yeah, my place, but we go to my room, and then you get a T-bone of another variety. If
Yo,
you know
this
what I mean.
motherfucker got a gun, bro. What the fuck's going
I
on?
found
Bobby.
Hello.
Whoa,
10-4, we got it. I'll go ahead and fly to the airport call.
I will definitely call you, Miss Hilton.
Oh,
Yo.
okay. I like it when you call me
What?
Miss Hilton. Do it again.
Swear to
Miss
God, we're
Hilton.
not aggressive. I promise.
Are you sure?
I like
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
a little toxicity
Are you sure?
too, Miss Hilton. So you
I'm
know,
sure.
maybe
you
wear like
sure?
a really low-cut shirt.
Yeah.
And you go out with your girlfriends, and then your phone suddenly runs out of batteries, and you can't text me.
If
and
I
then
say
we,
I'm
like,
sure
fight
louder,
about
will
it
that
for like an
will that
hour and a half to 2
reinforce
hours
it?
afterwards.
I'm
I'm
sure.
just spitballing ideas, nothing unusual.
Alright.
No, well, okay, that's not what I said.
Jesus.
Keep an eye out on them.
Okay, I lied.
Dispatch Valkyrie 176 latest call. Well, airport call.
Hey 175 is 23 with Bobby.
10-4. Could I get a doctor on a rooftop to get Bobby?
10-4, I'll 76.
10-4, thank you. She was just kidnapped by Saints.
Two more people just came up to the treatment floor. There is a large number of them now. I don't know if they're the same group.
10-4, Valkyrie, disregarding call. 76 back Eclipse.
Saints wear white, right?
Yeah.
Maybe two Saints.
Alright. Well, what do they look like?
Hey there.
One was a black person. And that's all I really saw as they ran past me.
Alright.
Wearing like a white baggy t-shirt.
Mm.
Wow. Okay, all right.
Sure,
Miss
dude.
Hilton, it's a pleasure.
Oh,
Miss Hilton. That
oh
worked. All right.
pleasure,
thank you.
boys. 1-800 Hilton. My pussy's fat and tight.
Damn, I will be ringing that number.
God, they're all so fucking hot. Mm.
Oh my god! Orpheus, thank you so much for the raid! How's your stream? How's Irene doing? Hello, hello, hello! So where were they going when they ran past?
They ran in. They ran in here, and as I walked out, they must have walked back out as
Okay.
I walked out.
Did you see the
Probably
signs,
checking for
Brittany?
someone.
Yeah, they ran in and ran out. I was talking to those boys, though.
Same ones?
Yeah, the 4 boys that just left. I
No,
was
no,
talking
no,
to them.
no, Saints. Same ones who kidnapped. Okay.
Kareem and Jamar.
Alright, thank you. Well, that's not good. That's very not good.
Where is she?
Heading back here with Rangers. Well, she's with police and everyone's at gas station with Bobby right now. Aww, no more cheating for now? Question mark.
175-76 back to Eclipse with Bobby.
Is she hot? Critical?
10-4.
Like,
Keep.
She has sustained a knife wound to the stomach. She is in between critical and not critical.
Yep. Alright. Be advised, Saints were just noticed inside of hospital, so they came straight back here. It's not like we can just call for police to call over because there's no police.
Yeah.
It's just that one person, right?
No, 2. They were 3 of them when they kidnapped Bobby, and they were 2 of them back here now. So. What do you mean? Fucking hot mic. What do you mean that happens once?
What?
What?
175's 23 Eclipse. Misfire.
I mean, I'm still gonna make fun of it, right? Because like cheating bad.
Barbie. The roof? Where is
Look.
she?
There she is.
Oh my gosh.
Jamar!
Oh my god.
I asked her what her pain scale was. She said it was about an 8 or a 9.
Get her on a platinum bed.
I'm on platinum insurance. I need to renew my insurance actually.
Oh.
Hey, Brittany.
Hey, what's up, Bobs?
Cannot help but notice that you're not dressed in white.
Oh, yeah, me and the Saints are history.
Oh, okay, because they just
Bobby,
kidnapped my receptionist.
They kidnapped your receptionist?
Yeah.
Okay, let me flush this out for you.
Are you sure? Their history.
Oh, 100%.
Let me smear this,
Alright. What are you here
let me
for?
smear the sonogram jar on you.
Oh, another person who left the Saints, I guess, got
check for
fucked
internal
up at the
damage,
airport
internal
taking a
bleeding.
ramp. And,
Understood.
our friends, bringing him in.
Yep. Apologies, I would have been able to respond to that call, but you know, we have Saints still running inside of a hospital, so we kind of are forced to run security instead of respond to calls.
Oh, 607.
Alright, well.
And I'm on the
Appreciate you,
page
Ranger, by the
with
way.
the chopper. Just call me and I'll be here.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate it.
All right.
Stay safe.
Let's go ahead and clean these.
Yeah, trying.
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
outnumbered
yeah.
out there.
Yep.
Why were they mad at you?
Oh, there was a shooting at.
I feel bad.
an
The only
underground
ranger on
police
duty.
that was,
The cops have at least 3.
So I guess I'm a snitch.
I need to actually
Oh,
think.
well, they won't come after you again.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
They've got what they wanted.
You won't catch her. She's going to the roof. What am I doing? You won't catch her. She landed on the roof.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean? Why not?
But I'm just saying, like,
Hello.
earlier, you know, you guys didn't really like it seemed like you guys didn't really even talk. Like,
Right. So was I doing too much?
Is she busy? How's it going, Doc?
Yeah, it's going. What happened?
I felt.
So that's the other ex-Saint.
Ah, alright. Yep.
Do you want to maybe go over what's going on? Because last I heard, Saints were still supposed to be protecting the hospital.
Just my ankle.
Well, yeah, but I guess our receptionist was talking shit. They also had an ex-TACMED who got fired with them, so...
Interesting.
The funniest part is he could have been hired, but decided not to.
Yeah, that's why he had to carry me up here. You know, I just, you know, it was a little bit of pain.
Yeah, it was one of those situations when he went to court and admitted to judge that he was deemed to be schizophrenic, so the judge just took away his weapons license. That in hindsight
Yeah.
isn't even required for our job.
Yeah,
because
I
that's
Oh, yeah,
that's
it's
just a
applied with
license
job,
for the...
correct?
You still have platinum.
Just like medical licenses, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, I
it's
do, yeah.
inherent in the job.
Yeah,
This
but
expires today.
again, things got...
Oh,
He got
That is
mad,
lucky.
and I guess now he's with
Yeah.
Saints or working with them. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy talking to you like that when you're his boss.
He's a fucking
uh,
useless employee anyway. Like, he only clocks in when Courtney's on duty, and
can
then
we
even then he
whisper
does
over there for a
nothing.
second?
Yeah, sure.
So, there's 8 of us currently, all former Saints, that have left at one time or another. We're red now, and we are going by Revenants.
Alright.
And, gonna be honest, the relationship with TACMED and the Rangers were my pet project, so I don't intend to abandon that with this change. So as far as I'm concerned, Eclipse is still protected ground.
Oh, alright. Doesn't change how we operate.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What's good,
It's just
Bobby?
there are things we can do that you can't, and if people don't take your warnings and shit seriously, maybe we can talk to them separately. We appreciate you
As
guys.
adorable as it is, and your appreciation is appreciated, I don't think there would ever be need for such a situation.
Well, you never know.
But,
yeah,
you know, there is never need for something until that need arises, so who knows what might come in future.
Have you been robbed by pirates since your initiate was?
No, but I was, yeah, no, thankfully not.
We had a talk with them.
Alright,
We explained the importance of not biting the hand that revives.
alright. Did you have talk with Lost MC?
No, that
I
was.
guess
that
who
got
had
too
talk with
political.
Lost MC? Us.
Who?
Did they rob us after that? No.
It's good.
Yeah.
Teamwork
Again.
makes the dream work.
Ah, well. We're not team.
Let me have this. Let me
No,
have this.
No.
Still appreciate you.
All right. It's just adorable. Gangs. It's just adorable gangs trying to be, team with us. I'm like, no, you are appreciated, but we don't need you.
They they left the Saints, right? Those people. Yeah. Well, what was he saying?
Oh,
I'm
he was
curious.
he was like, oh, because I was the one pushing for Saints and TACMED relations to be so good. I intend to keep on. I'm like, okay, it doesn't.
Really?
affect them.
Really? Really? That's why their leader, Anthony Sykes, was all up in my face on the hospital floor yesterday, giving me sass and attitude and basically
there
being
you
like,
go.
yeah, no, they're full of shit. Don't listen to them.
And yeah, it's almost like it's criminals, and I don't give a shit about any of them. I just do whatever is safest for employees.
Yeah, they're full of shit. They were ganging up on me because I was the only doctor here. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry I'm a bit late. I'm on my own.
Yep, no.
It's alright, babes.
If you need some help, we're here to support you as well.
So, I take it the Saints are back then?
Some of them, yeah. And they also showed up at the
Did-
hospital while we were recovering Bobby.
They shot up the hospital as well?
Yes.
They came here to kidnap her in a group of 3, and after kidnapping, 2 of them came back in the hospital.
I'm just gonna,
Did that look like toast? That looked like toast to me.
yes, that is Toast. He was in there with them earlier. It is Toast.
Yeah, he had his little Russian wristbands on.
I'm just gonna look for a vape in this closet. I swear I left one in here.
Did you give a statement to the Rangers, sir? Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Who was kidnapped? Sorry. What's your name?
Bobby Burner.
Bobby.
But I'm not stupid enough to, I'm not snitching again. I don't get stabbed for a second time.
What's your last name? Sorry, Bobby.
Burner. Burner.
B-U.
Rner.
Oh, there's
One
two
oh
of you.
607. 607.
Yeah.
All right.
You must remember that.
Good job, Lucy.
Did you give a statement to the Rangers? Sorry.
No.
Have you got a piece of paper? Can you write me a statement?
No problem.
If Lucy wants to write you a statement, you can, but
I've got to take a statement off you.
Well, she was actually hurt and, doesn't have to remember everything, but they kidnapped her in front of my face, so I can tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can you write me a statement then, please?
Do you have paper or do I need to go buy it?
I got paper.
Thank you,
I went downstairs
Lucy.
earlier. One sec. I'll put it on one sec.
What's the judge's name? The guy next to Karim? I always forget.
There was a judge here as well.
I think, no, he just was. No. He played a judge role during Saints Court. That's.
Oh.
I don't remember
I
his
don't
name.
know. I've not been to any Saints Court, so I don't know.
It's not Jared, but something related. Just let me have the Pirates victory, I'm begging you. Now! I don't know what happened with the Saints, I have no idea.
Why did they kidnap you, Bobby? Was it just the fact that you were here?
Does anyone remember Toast's name?
I don't even know who you're talking about, honestly.
Ex-Tacmet.
I have no idea.
Yeah, oh well. Yeah. You're not telling me. They gotta tell me. I mean, I remember, but I wouldn't be able to spell it. Sounds like, I don't care.
try defying gravity.
How many of you was here when they shot the hospital?
I was hit. I didn't hear any shots.
No one shot the hospital. They just pulled out the gun. There was no shooting, but there was 4 of them in total. 3 saints and 1 person who looked like our ex-employee who's also with them.
I just thought that someone said when you were searching for Bobby.
No, they
come
came
and
back to the hospital. They didn't shoot. They were just seeing
Oh.
at the hospital. Alright, there you go. All in there.
Sure.
M095, 1041.
Down far, welcome on shift.
And what's your name, sorry?
There you go. Hello.
Hi.
Fun stuff. Bobby got kidnapped by 3 saints, an ex-employee.
Oh. No, the two nights I've been here, like the past 2 nights, I show up and there's cops here because something went down. And that's how I'm feeling about my life right now.
Good. Fun.
And there's never a dull moment at the hospital.
Yeah. I need to be watching a new radio.
Check storage first, and if there's not one in there, then yeah, go buy one.
Ah.
Right, I'll go and put some warrants out.
Alright.
If they have
Have
Bobby's
fun with
radio,
that.
they're probably listening to PD radio or our radio.
They can't. They
Their,
can't.
their fingerprint locked. You gotta unlock it.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's
So they've got possession of.
Oh, wow. Hello.
1041.
Welcome on shift.
Yeah, no, I sleep in. You don't sleep in the medical closet.
I sleep. I actually
sleep
do the
where?
exact same thing. I scare people when I walk out of the closet as well.
Oh, did I scare the shit out of you? My bad.
No, but I wasn't expecting a
happens here,
stone out of nowhere, especially after how
Alright.
roughly you
Stay
were
safe.
treated yesterday.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're doing better.
Of course, why would I be not doing good?
You know, it's good to.
Yeah.
I was worried about you. I'm gonna be
Really?
very honest.
Why? Callum tries to kill me every week.
Yeah, it was quite the event.
Hmm.
It was very.
Hey, I
eventful.
see you've got that blood stain out. Huge.
Yeah, Tide sticks, like multiple
What did-
Tide sticks.
What did Callum do this time?
Callum
He tackled
surprisingly
me, so I
kinda-
broke my skull again. That he broke last time
Hello.
with the driving. Then I was set on
Ronaldo?
fire. Then he shot me like 20
Ronaldo!
times. Ronaldo, is that you?
Jesus.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ronaldo.
How are you doing?
I saw the bat signal in the sky, so I came.
Oh, little bit too
We
late, but
missed
this is
you.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Someone got
a
kidnapped,
bad
but they're
signal.
back.
Oh Lord. Sorry. Fucking.
It's okay if you want to punch me, you can do it. You're fucking hot.
Oh, Jesus Christ, ma'am, no.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I was trying to take off my gloves and it's fucking slippery and had them on too long.
Someone's
Oh, is that the guy who takes care of the plants?
That is the guy who takes care of everything. That is the sweetest person alive. Ronaldo.
Yeah, this guy dude got one hell of a green thumb.
Yeah, he also makes beautiful macaroni art out of bullet casings.
Yeah,
after a
I
mass
did that
casualty.
shit. I did that shit.
He did
So
that
it's a good
shit.
thing I woke up. So you're telling me it's a good thing I woke up late. That's what you're telling me.
Well,
Shut up, Jonathan.
Yeah, there you go. Was it late? Is it early?
look
I'm
at
not
the
sure what
medical
time it
file.
is. I don't know what time is anymore. I'm so confused.
Gunshot wound, discharge. Not much.
Thank you.
Oh, Ronaldo, at some point, would you mind recalibrating the scales? We had some people come in and complain about their weight again.
Oh, were they fat?
Yeah, fat people, am I right?
Yeah. Wow.
Appears to be correct.
Yeah, no, that's right from what I got
39 pounds.
yesterday.
You need to eat more.
No, that's her baseline weight.
Nah, baseline's like 42.
Yeah, seems right to me.
I guess those people just didn't like what they read on the scales.
Hey,
It's always
you
the
know,
scales problem.
Yeah, it's like the people, that blame the might as well blame the spoon for scooping the ice cream into their mouth, right?
Guys, it's Britney Spears' birthday.
Really?
How old is she now?
I don't know. I stopped counting years ago. Everyone say happy birthday, Britney Spears. Hold on, I'm gonna send it to her. I'm actually friends with her, believe it or not.
If you guys
Hi.
can meet any
I think you ruined her video.
Hi, Brittany. It's Brittany. I just want to say happy birthday from San Andreas. We hope you're loving it over there, wherever you are in your little own world. You crazy little woman. Oh, what was that, Brittany? Oh, yeah, still spinning around in your living room as always. Oh, happy birthday, Brittany. How old are you now? Right, okay. Oh, she hung up. She's just so crazy. What were you gonna ask, Stone? What were you gonna ask? If you could what?
If you could meet any celebrity, who would it be?
I already have met the celebrity I'd want to meet.
Anyone
You've
else?
met Lady Gaga?
I have, yeah.
What's the story behind that?
Concert?
No, I was waiting outside of a hotel room.
Brittany,
She came out.
do you think Miss Spears would show up here for a quick photo shoot to post on Life Invader for her birthday?
Absolutely.
Do you think you could call her over?
Oh, well, she's
now?
she's probably in like New York or something.
Oh no, she usually
Hello.
just hangs out at home.
Oh, what's this?
Didn't she live in like Malibu or something?
So that was interesting.
What did they give you?
Technically, I should have shot.
Yeah.
What was that?
A picture of me in TACMED uniform from yesterday. That's a first picture of me.
I should have asked them for my watch back.
They also gave me a picture
Ranger?
of Piper Riggs.
They also gave you what?
A picture of Piper Riggs.
Dispatch Rangers from TACMED.
Do we have food in the freezer or in the fridge downstairs?
Yeah, me and Bobby took it all.
Oh.
No, there's still some left.
Alright, we'll see. Would there be a reason the Ranger would be landed here but not responding on radio?
No idea.
Unless it crashed. I mean, did they?
I think I'm mad about
did they
your
crash?
watch. You gave
Oh,
me
no.
that.
You get
2
that?
months ago.
Yes, I did. Thank
It's
you.
okay. Did you buy another one?
I've tried to put in an order from like was it Feed the Flock?
Yep, too far. Oh well. Would be a fucking shame if they were like kidnapped by saints or something.
Let me see if they have anything on purple pages.
Walkie talkie.
Yeah.
Rainbow.
Hey.
Hello.
No. They don't.
Like,
I think
Uh,
I'll
they might- they might
try
if you full of
defying gravity.
Let me see if I have anyone in my. Oh, I have multiple contacts from people who work at Rainbow. Let's see if any of them are awake.
Hey baby, I've
See
missed
if we
you.
can, see if we can get a whole bunch of orders.
Oh.
I don't know, hearty breakfast. Hearty breakfast.
No.
What?
Oh,
Guess what?
What? You're not about
okay. Well, that guy's not awake. Rainbow, rainbow.
you don't like Quackamba?
I do. But do we have more downstairs? I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we have enough food for the hospital.
We have enough for like a good few hours, so
Oh,
nothing to
I
worry
made, I made a fuck ton of peanut butter and jelly. It's up in the staff room.
about. Oh, well, there
Once
you
I
go.
get my cooking skills up, I'm gonna be making steak dinners and shit.
What do you need
But,
for that?
uh,
Is
I
it
mean, about-
deer meat?
Like, did you ask for any extra?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you do.
Because I don't think they sell steak at the grocery store.
Where is Spencer?
I'll start
Quinn?
keeping when I go hunting. I'll start keeping the meat aside.
Where's what? What'd you say, Maria? Yeah, I have to get my cooking skills up. I have to like just start making a metric fuck ton of drinks, basically, right?
Everyone's
And-
running for governor.
Really? I thought the new governor was already decided.
No.
No, there needs to be a vote.
Oh, I thought the what's the word? The assistant governor or whatever. Like like how we have a vice president, like the vice governor.
Took over and then
Michael
initiated
Graves
it.
is a fucking bitch and he's really bad at sex. Yeah, we fucked.
I'm sorry.
So what happened?
He became governor and then initiated the voting process, which is gonna, I think, happen soon. So everyone's throwing their hat in the ring.
Yeah, Chanel Money's running for governor. I will be voting for her.
Yes, I'll be voting for her.
No, she's not. She can't because she's not 21. I'm voting for Gary Smart.
Wait, you have to be 21 to run for governor?
Yeah.
I guess I'm not running then. Oh well.
Oh, you were gonna run? I would vote for you.
Yeah, I know.
I would have voted
My
for
whole
you too.
platform was just be. I love you.
No, I'm voting for
God.
Gary Smart because that means if Gary Smart wins, he's gonna marry Wukatov, and if Wukatov and Gary Smart get married, that means, well, he's gonna be my stepfather. So that means I get to sing at the wedding, and I'm gonna sing Alejandro piano version.
You're gonna sing the piano version?
Doc
Yeah.
Block is also running for governor.
Yeah, that's what prompted this comment.
I'm gonna run for.
That would mean I would be like distantly related.
This guy's
to the
running
overseer.
for governor.
Yeah, this guy's on.
I will
No,
vote for
Bobby,
Ronaldo.
you would not be
I
related
will
to the
vote Ronaldo.
overseer. The
I
overseer
will
has
vote
Ronaldo for
3
governor.
children.
Ronaldo for governor.
Well, if you marry my brother,
Well,
Do you
the
think any of the
overseer,
other candidates will run for
the
governor
overseer
again?
has 3 children.
Can they?
What was the question?
I don't know. Do you think
my
any of the
brother,
other
that's what I mean by,
candidates?
like, distantly
Because I know
related.
She
it
wants to
was
be
Holly,
distantly
right?
related
And
to
then some other
overseer.
people.
Listen,
No, I do not want
the
to
old
be. I
candidates?
said, would I be?
Do you think they'll run again?
Yeah.
Well, I think one of them.
I have an
announced on
announcement
Life
to
Invader that
make.
He's running.
She'd be my sister-in-law's
Tell me.
mother.
I'm running for
We're not related.
governor.
All right.
High heels, mandatory. No blue hair. No red hair. No green hair. Everyone must leave the house wearing a little bit of lip gloss. People's lips be looking too dry. No hair that falls above the shoulder. Everyone must have long hair.
Aw.
Everyone must have big double E tits.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
Ah, fuck.
What?
I'm running for governor, and when I take over the state of San Andreas, everyone's cars will be pink. Pink TACMED vehicles, pink police vehicles, pink ranger vehicles, pink helicopters.
Apparently, someone named Mr. Fox gave a cop a hug and was sent to jail.
Excuse me, you're talking during my rally.
Yep.
We're gonna turn
Jacob.
Los Santos into Gag City.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
Is the
Why
whole of
not?
Los Santos just gonna be turned into like a whole red light district?
Yeah.
Mm,
Thank
what it
you,
sounds
Ronaldo.
like.
Who's she calling a prostitute? Hun, all because your girlfriend got sacked. Don't be next. Gagged
I'm
her,
not.
didn't
No,
I?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Gagged
calling-
her. Gagged.
Yeah, so what if we want to all be prostitutes, Lucy?
No, I wasn't saying it was a bad thing.
I'm gonna go out and
The
prostitute myself right
overseer's
now.
so gonna think that I posted that. Happy birthday, Britney Spears.
I thought you were the one that posted.
No, I don't have access to that fucking account. I don't have access to the account, probably because she knows I would post shit on it. I wouldn't.
Oh my god, it is Britney's birthday today.
It is Britney Spears' birthday. Isn't she 43? I know Christina's older than her, and her birthdays are on the same time. Oh my god, a mini haddock meal! Oh, Ronaldo!
Yeah, she's
Thanks,
43
mini
today.
haddock meal.
Fucking Ronaldo is the best. Oh, how ugly the face
Gotta go
looks. with the
die.
fucking shaders.
I don't see this this thing on Life Invader with this LS graffiti page graffitiing all over the front of the hospital.
What?
Britney Spears is 43 today.
Yeah, medical should be
Still have another baby if you
free.
wanted.
How old is Christina? I know Christina's
health
birthday is
does not equal money.
Are you reading Piper's?
He's
Regs
43.
No, it's LS
Manifesto?
LS dash
42.
graffiti.
Oh, Christina's
Oh, no, she's
44.
44.
Account LS
No, she's
dash
44 and a
graffiti,
half.
like
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh my god, I love Sagittarius.
Should we see if those are still on the front of the
I'm
hospital?
a Sagittarius, Britney, Miley Cyrus, Christina, Beyonce.
Yep, we shall, Ronaldo.
Wait, no,
Let's
Beyonce's
say
not
we
a
need some.
Sagittarius.
We got some cleaning to do.
I have.
I can't believe no one noticed that.
I'm a
I can.
Where y'all going?
Checking front hospital for graffiti. I mean, I can't believe no one noticed.
Oh Jesus,
this.
Ronaldo!
What? Shortcut.
You just fell down a flight of stairs.
I'm Batman.
Yeah, it's still there. It looks like someone might have cleaned it.
Oh, this is for sale. Oh, it's expensive. Oh,
What?
Where is it?
On Life Invader.
I think Ronaldo might have gotten it.
Oh, this thing is open. That's not good.
I mean, someone broke into it.
Shit.
Oh well.
I'd like to order some food, please.
Yeah, what is on food?
Hello?
There's no food. See?
Horrible service here.
There's drinks, but there's no food.
No, they got croissants, BLT. They just don't have prices for it.
Ah, that's hard to see.
Yeah, you really gotta stare at it.
Ooh, Irish coffee. What the fuck's a cappuccino?
Cappuccino?
No, it's K-I.
I don't know.
Where?
A cappuccino?
On the coffee menu. What's it?
Cappuccino.
I don't know what a cappuccino is. Why is a
What's a-
muffin $11.50? Or is that $31.50?
They sell steak
Where?
here?
What?
Look at snacks. Look at snacks. Look how much a muffin is. Is that a 3 or a 1? Is that $31.50 for a fucking muffin?
That better not be.
How is a marble cake same price as muffin?
I don't fucking take a marble cake over a muffin.
Why is vanilla muffin cheaper than
I know.
cherry muffin?
And chocolate. Doesn't make
That
sense.
is a good question. What the fuck?
Also, why
I
is
really-
the ice cream all different prices? Or is there,
A caramel macchiato is so all the best sellers are $12.50.
Well, raspberry ice is right. I'm assuming this raspberry ice cream is $16.50.
That's
Does that make
ridiculous.
sense?
Yeah, chocolate ice? Just not ice cream, just chocolate ice. We have chocolate
Yeah.
flavor ice cubes.
Ugh, sounds terrible. Fruit
that sounds
tea,
awful.
$11.50.
Technically, or
Strawberry. Strawberry tea? What the?
What?
Strawberry tea?
I mean, to be fair, like, you know, wild
is
fruit
fruit
tea
I've heard.
with dried
No,
strawberries.
it's just
it makes
straight.
sense.
It's just straight strawberry tea. Like,
I
do they just put a?
I think I kind of feel.
They have dope.
What? What do you mean they have dope?
What?
What?
Oh yeah, they have dope.
Oh yeah.
What
Oh
the-
shit.
What type of
They
cafe?
sell,
Italian dope.
they sell steaks here for $11.
So I can get a steak for the same price as a muffin, is what you're telling me.
I know.
Hi, Brittany.
Sirloin or
Fun
sirloin.
reading menu.
This place is shit.
Yeah.
You can get a muffin,
Look, have
so
you
you
seen
can get
the
a steak
menu?
or a.
Smears poo all over menu.
Oh.
Lord. Ew.
What's a Russian cheesecake?
Cheesecake from Russia. It's probably got vodka in it. What are y'all doing?
I'm still looking.
Oh, these two, like, make a face at each other.
Poo!
My God, not the.
No, poo.
No, no poo.
Here.
Fine, no poo.
No boo boo.
I still can't
black
believe a
teas
muffin
in
is
that French number.
$11.50.
How did y'all even get in here? Why?
The doors are open.
Someone. Oh, my glasses.
Oh God.
Oh, damn.
Am I getting tired? I'm not even sure. Hello.
Ronaldo.
Didn't do anything. You're the one that hit me and him.
What do we do? Do we just cause chaos? I guess we'll just
I'll
cause
fight
chaos.
you.
All 95 direct. This spot.
Ronaldo's-
All 95 direct.
Doing some.
Just checking if you're around.
Yeah, I've been doing my laps. I got that ACDC, you know. Don't lie.
Yep, that's
Well,
fine.
What about ACDC?
You and Lucy will be holding it down for now. I'm going to go 42 for a bit.
10-4, thank you for your service for the greater good.
Bye, Maria.
Merry Christmas.
Maria. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you for your service.
Happy Christ, like.
Let's get on Bunny and have some fun because I'm bored.
Ah! Alright, what's the good music for Bunny Bottom? I have no fucking clue. Alright. Okay. Grooming time. What about this? Yeah, sure, that would. Oh my god, we're 7 follows away from 2300. Gee, bus. Ah. Plus, I'm gonna take this moment to run to the bathroom real quick. Hey. Always close and I'm hungry. A bunny time.
I had the. I had. All right, let's. I don't know. Swing by. Let's try day 15 of asking Benjamin Wright out on a date. See where that goes. Aw, it's so sweet. So beautiful. This is a fucking menace. This person. I want to change classes. Maybe. I don't like. I guess I'm sticking with you. Pretty. I love the fucking snow, it's so pretty. I forgot that I'm playing a bad person. I could just shoot people in the head and not care. I'm really tempted to just unlock these doors. I won't do it, but I'm very tempted. Knock knock!
Uh-oh. Right. Remember?
How are we doing today? Oh, come on, honey. Put that gun down.
Hello.
What do you want, Bunny?
Hello,
Do you need
beautiful.
medical attention?
What do you mean, what do I want? That's not that's not how we say hello.
Do you need medical attention?
I'm not talking to you right now. Hi, beautiful. How are you doing? That's a gorgeous wheelchair.
Hello,
Hi,
bunny.
good.
Hello, that's my name. How do you know
Bunny
my
person.
name? But,
Well, you're wearing bunny ears.
yeah, because it's my name.
Oh, that's a nice name.
Yeah.
Autumn Bunny. Okay, and you're upside down. Are you Australian?
No. I mean, I
Oh,
can
okay.
do whatever you want me to be.
Yeah, $20 is $20.
What are you doing? Lucy, what are you doing? Lucy, where are we peeking at? Where are we peeking at?
I have a restraining order against you. Leave me alone.
Oh no, did you break
Just give Lucy her space.
Yeah, fair enough. How are you doing, beautiful?
I'm doing okay. How are
You
you?
better be doing okay.
I mean, I exist. I haven't been shot at
That's
today. I
not
haven't
okay.
been
Ooh,
stabbed
you
or
want to
yelled
change
at.
that?
So
Pulls out gun.
no,
Just kidding.
Please don't.
What do you mean? I've never attacked anyone for no reason. It's only self-defense, you know?
Uh-huh.
You know that's true.
Do I though?
Yeah, you do. There you go. Now she can't see me. See how good of a friend I am? I'm giving her all the space.
I mean, you're lucky that she hasn't called the cops on you, considering you're violating the
What do
restraining
you
order
mean?
right
No,
now.
I'm not. I'm here. I'm here to talk with you, not her. Also, I forgot I had that thing because I don't remember it because, you know. Why would I?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Ah, I just came here to check up on you. Ask if you're busy later today.
Probably. I'll probably be working.
But maybe you could, you know, take a little bit of time off.
Me take time off? Are you kidding? The second I leave the hospital, generally someone crashes right by the crane. You know the one just out here. Someone either
Yeah.
crashes or falls off it. I immediately go to stabilize them, have to take them into the hospital, and then go
So
back
what
on
you're
duty again.
saying is you have to leave the hospital with your eyes covered so you can't see anyone getting hurt.
I can still hear people getting hurt.
What if I blast loud music?
No.
You don't like loud music? No, dude. What kind of music do you like?
I mean, I do like loud music
Oh,
generally
well
when
then
I'm
why are
riding
you
my
being
bike.
so confusing, honey?
Because I have to treat people. That's my job.
You don't know. Well, you don't have to treat people. Your job is to treat people. You don't have to do it.
I do. If someone's hurt, I have to look after them. Like if I'm out and about in the city and someone gets hurt, I have to give aid.
I'm so hurt. Please take care of me.
All right, what's hurting?
Schematically. Everything.
There. Pats, you're gonna be okay.
My chest, my heart, it aches.
Do you have a history of cardiac complications?
Yes. Causing them.
Yeah, that checks out.
All right. All right. Ah, God, you're so funny.
So what's actually wrong?
Why would something be wrong with me? I go into a shootout and with cops and get out unscathed after shooting like 7 of them in the face. Do you think something could be wrong with me? Physically speaking, of course.
Okay, physically speaking.
All right. Yeah, sure. Let's go there.
Hey, you're the one that brought it up first.
No, I think that was you. Go on. What's wrong with me? Aren't you cold? Why is it so cold in here?
It's not cold.
Yes, it is.
I mean, sure, it was.
I would touch the
raining
heater
and
to
snowing
check how warm
earlier.
it is, but I don't see any.
I mean, hospitals aren't supposed to be like really warm because that's a breeding ground for bacteria. Oh, nice to know I'm boring you. Good talk.
Why do...
Well, there's no need to pout. You're
Fuck
fine.
you. Fuck you.
You wish.
Ronaldo, no.
Get out of my way.
Damn.
If you do not leave,
Oh,
if you do
I'm not
need
talking to you. Get out of my
medical
face.
If you do not need medical attention, fucking leave.
Get the wheelchair out. Forget it.
Do what?
Pardon? Pardon?
Or else what?
What you mean by that?
You know you shouldn't be
Bunny,
here.
Bunny, put your hands up. Bunny, your hands up.
What?
Hands
What?
up.
What?
Hands
What?
up.
What?
Hands
What?
up. Hands.
Okay.
Hands.
Okay. What's going on? Okay. What is going on?
I believe you have a warrant out for your arrest. Okay, I'm just checking.
I forgot about that. Oh no.
Yeah. Did you break out of Bolingbrook?
No. Hey, hold on.
Break out of Bolingbrook, Bunny.
I kind of walked
Hold up.
out. No, I didn't break out. I walked
Wow.
out. That's like normal, right?
Hey, Sexton, how you feeling?
I thought it was a free man. What the hell?
Yeah,
I got a cool scar on my neck though now.
Yeah. Okay, but
don't know
Yeah,
that
sorry,
yeah,
man.
you do have a
right?
warrant out for your arrest.
Yeah, sorry,
Harmful
I
time, you have
couldn't-
the right to
sorry, I
remain
couldn't,
silent. Anything said, it could be used against you in a
sorry,
court
couldn't
of law.
choose
You do
that.
have the right to an attorney.
Vitamin C, if you're-
If
if
you
you
get
wanna
on a
get rid of
full
that.
one can be provided by the state.
Yeah, I know,
if
but like,
available.
yeah,
Do you understand me, right?
I couldn't do the
Sorry,
surgery
I wasn't
well
listening. I
enough
was
that
busy
you
looking at the
didn't
hot doctor.
you didn't get a
Okay,
you
I'm
know,
gonna fetch.
scar.
Okay.
So
No. You don't want to do that.
but you
I'm
did
not
have a hole
wearing
in your neck,
anything
so
under that
it's better than not.
jacket. Oh,
Yeah,
well.
yeah, let me do Sexton. Oh, you guys. Oh god. Still not as eventful as
Don't
yesterday.
take my
Yeah, God,
toy.
it's actually, man.
That's for personal
like last
use.
2-3 days for me. Ugh, he would not
I'm just going to be
believe.
confiscating your weaponry at this time. I'm also going to be
Why?
confiscating your
Just give it
communication
back.
devices. Okay,
Oh, no.
that's just standard
Not
procedure.
my
Okay,
communication
standard procedure.
devices. All right, just give them back afterwards, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just standard procedure for the time being. We can give them back to you afterwards. All right, let's go. Come on.
That's what I'm over
Be
here to
safe,
tell you.
Bunny.
What?
That your hair looks
I
good?
said be safe. Stay
Oh,
out of
right.
trouble.
Thank you, honey. See you soon.
Thank you, I just
Mwah.
changed it.
Come on,
Yeah,
buddy.
your goggles
I'm
and like your
coming.
headset and your
Coming.
hairdo. It's
Oh,
just
I don't say that
absolutely fucking adorable.
often. these
How
days.
have you healed after the day?
Oh, like that was so long ago. I think I don't remember.
It was like 2 days ago.
How did you heal?
Is this the person that shot me? 'Cause they look like the...
Yes.
No,
I think so.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
No.
So I should thank you because now I got a cool scar on my neck.
Huh?
You all know that chicks dig scars, right?
I mean, yeah.
Thanks for that. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Still going to jail, but you know.
You want me to use more bullets next time?
Let's refrain from shooting anybody.
But look, I can give him more. I'm really nice, money. You want more? You want more, honey?
One was
How
enough,
many
thanks.
scars do you want?
I don't want any
How
more
about a
scars.
Magdov next time? A little purple.
I'm good, thanks.
God, I love purple.
Kind of boring.
All right, you want to come
God,
over
if only you
here?
didn't have me like 10 minutes after I woke up, I would probably shot you and your friend and the ranger and the TACnet and then
Probably.
left.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Can we run it back in like an hour?
299.
I need a coffee first.
76 RPD 195. What's that?
Can we run it back in an hour? I need a coffee.
I'm sure the Bolingbroke Penitentiary has instant coffee, probably.
No, they don't.
They might.
They charge for that. I don't have any money.
They
silly, and-
charge?
Yeah. What do you think? Food is
For
free in
coffee?
prison?
Well, they give you like the little toasties and stuff. I think they have like an obligation to actually feed you.
No, they don't actually.
So you're telling me that I need to pay? Like, if I went to prison, I have to pay for all my food?
Yep. And it's fucking expensive. It's like $50 per bottle of water, and then like
Jeez, that's
$75
crazy.
for a hot dog.
That's not very
Don't
fun.
do crime.
Alright.
Or don't get caught like me.
That's That's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't know what you.
Time to break
You just went on
custody
like a
again.
shooting fucking rampage the other day.
No, that was not a rampage.
Yes, you. It was such a rampage.
No, that was just 3 cops in the head.
Yeah, and then you shot at 2 ranges. Pick a cell, any cell. Which
Well,
cell
because
would you like?
they surprised me with the chopper. I was like, oh, but it would be so cool if I shot down the chopper.
Yeah, I don't know if that's cool
have
though. Like
great
from my
eyes.
perspective, just to protect my own ass, I'm
what's
gonna say that that's
cool?
not cool.
All right, well,
What?
it's off the record, and you have really cool eyes.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you like them. All right, pick a cell, any cell.
All right.
All right, it's gonna
Come on,
secondary
come
pat
here.
down and get you out of these cuffs, okay?
You know I'll behave.
All right, okay. Well, you didn't behave the other day, so I'm just being cautious. All right.
Well, you know, I tend to act differently
Can you
when
come over
people are
here?
running. Oh,
Loosen
come
these
on,
cuffs?
uncuff inside. Come on.
Yeah. No. You can come up
It's
to
a
the
trust
bars here. I can reach
exercise.
through.
I don't harm people that don't harm me.
I have seen you. You literally shot me and 2 other police
Were you-
officers, as well as
okay.
shot at.
Do you remember who
Uh-huh.
opened fire first? Come on.
All right, turn around.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Let me read out your charges. Do you want a lawyer at all?
Are there lawyers around right now?
I can check if you want one. Would you like me to check?
No, I don't need a lawyer.
Okay.
I could use you though.
Oh, could you? Okay.
Mm-hmm. You are busy after this?
A shift handover, but might be in prison for a little
And
bit
that's
here.
in
So
15 minutes, 14 minutes, I'm guessing?
About that, yeah. Well, about half hours from now, yeah. Anyways, okay. Your charges that you're facing are 3 times aggravated battery of an LEO.
Oh,
That's for
no.
shooting Sexton, myself, and poor Greg Smiley.
Yeah, I felt
1
bad
times
about the last
resisting
one.
arrest. Yeah.
It was just a
That
baby.
was he ran past me. He didn't have a gun out. Anyways, 1 resisting because you fled the scene there. 1 times Grand Theft Auto because of the car that you had was not registered to yourself that we found you with when we found you at the Davis parking garage, and then 2 times aggravated assault against the 2 rangers that you shot at. Okay, there's all the charges. It comes to. Let me get up here. All right, so it comes to 115 months and a fine totaling $9,782. How would you like to plea?
That depends. What do you think I should plead?
Well, did you do it or not?
I don't know. Did I do it? Yeah.
I think you did it.
You think
I
I
watched
did
you do
it?
it. I
Well,
watched
to
you
be
do
fair,
it.
I would imagine, I would imagine memories to be a little hazy after getting shot.
Oh no, the second time I didn't get shot.
But I didn't.
You
Good
shot at
job.
the Rangers. In fact, I shot you in the neck. I tried to
You
save your
did.
life.
Thank you. You did. I didn't
Yeah.
die.
Yeah, well, it
Thank
looked like
you,
it
by
went
the way.
a bit sour. Yep, you know,
What
it might
went
not be. You're not the
sour?
first person I've shoved something down their throat. So, anyways,
Guilty. Just for you.
all right, I'm gonna give you some 15 months time served as well.
I'm expecting at least a coffee after this.
I wish I had a coffee to give you. I have orange
no,
juice.
I'm inviting you out, silly. I have manners.
You want to get coffee with me
Yeah,
after
sure.
this?
Yeah. I mean, no hard feelings, right?
Here's your items back. You didn't use them today. There you go. I'm gonna give you my phone number. There you go. How's that?
Want mine back?
All
or
right. Do you have any
want
other
me to
questions for
surprise
me?
You one day?
Huh?
Do you want mine back, or do you want me to surprise you one day?
Oh, just surprise me. That's fine.
All right.
All right. Do you have any other questions for me?
I'm good, honey. Hit me up. I'm ready.
Alrighty. I will. Well, I'll see you later. Take
Yeah,
care.
you will. Ciao, hot stuff. Ah. She gave me my gun back, even though.
God, I cannot believe I played it off. She gave me my gun back, even though I don't have a gun license. Oh, poor Leah, poor you.
Ah. Help.
Hi, Bunny.
Help.
Why? What do you need help with?
She's so hot.
Who?
Leah, she gave me her phone number.
Congratulations. Good luck with that.
Do you find her hot?
I don't really know her, honestly.
I'm talking about appearance, idiot.
I mean, Sure, she's pretty, I
You
guess.
don't need more for sex. What do you think I'm looking for?
I honestly don't know what you're looking for, Bunny.
Well, sounds
Other
like we don't
than
know
for
each other
trouble.
well enough. Sounds like we need dinner.
No.
Agree to disagree.
How can you agree to disagree your way into a dinner? That doesn't work.
Yes, you can. You just
No.
did. I agreed. You disagreed. We're gonna have some dinner.
Yes, but there is under no circumstances any conceivable way that I will be going out to dinner with you.
That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
No, I could think of like 12 different circumstances in which you would go out to dinner with me.
Like what?
You don't want to know, but I'm just saying, like you're saying it's not an option. I'm gonna say it is an option. I'm just not exercising it yet.
Right.
Like what if
All
I
right.
hold
all
you
right.
up and
I will
force you to go to dinner?
rephrase. Yeah. I was just about to say there is no way I will be willingly going to dinner with you.
That's also not true. Let's just say I had a conversation with people that made them change their mind before. It wouldn't be the first time or last time.
I am very stubborn. Ronaldo, are you okay?
Oh no, what happened to the cutie?
A wheelchair-related accident. Is he actually? Are you joking again?
Oh. Well, sounds like
Okay,
you
you're
have
fine.
to let me go. I'm
No, he's
sorry
fine.
for being a bad bunny. I'm so
No,
sorry,
you're not.
Benjamin. I am a little bit deep down. There's a little
The
bit of
smallest
good
kernel of
in me.
apology.
Yeah, there's a little bit of good in me. Not much, but you know, you're pretty good at pulling it out of the depth.
There's good and bad in everyone. It's what you decide to do with that matters.
Well, not everyone has a choice.
You had a choice.
A choice to let myself be killed or kill. I don't like my life ending, you know?
I'm sure that wasn't the situation in the hospital, considering several people have told me otherwise.
Yeah, the same people who are conspiring against me after one of Takmath literally cut me open with a chainsaw and we're helping her to get away with it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Look,
I'm looking.
if you can clean your act up, don't get any
I haven't done anything
infractions,
since.
tickets, felonies,
It's
crimes,
not my fault
charges.
I had a warrant out and didn't know. I haven't done anything since. Doors were at the hot. Look, the prison doors were just unlocked, so I just walked out. I thought I was free to go. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Look,
Yeah.
3 days. Go at least 3 days without getting any other sorts of charges, felonies, tickets, infractions,
Oh, so just
misdemeanors,
charges.
whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe we'll talk.
All right, they won't catch me
Maybe.
for like a week.
Should I make it a month?
I mean, I'm very good at avoiding cops, honey.
Feels like you have a love-hate relationship with cuffs.
Well, I don't have to say it like that. Or you can. Do you?
No, I do not like cuffs.
You do not like cops? Had any experience with them? Mr. Bad
Yes.
Boy? What kind? On which side, I wonder?
That will be a story for another day.
Dinner. It is.
Maybe if you can stay out of trouble.
I mean, if you make it worth my time.
Don't get charged with anything and you'll find out. 3 days and we'll talk.
Oh, you absolute monster. How dare you play with my heart like that? And other parts. Mwah.
Good things
Ciao.
come to those who wait.
Absolute devil. Bunny keeps winning. It's not like it even fucking matters, because I can just, you know, whatchamacallit. Because I do have more guns at home, but...
You know what I want to try? I want to try going to Cayo Perico. And see if I could get a even a single gun. Because, like, I'm good against players, but I'm not good against NPCs. So I guess we'll have to see how that works out. Bunny just goes to Cayo Perico. Turns out nobody will shoot at him, and he sleeps his way to the top of the cartel. I love this outfit. This is such a fucking just slay, fucking slay, Bunny. Lol. There we go. There we go. Boop. We're gone. Gunny gun gun. Ah. Wow, I've been awake for 10 hours. It doesn't feel like it, lol. Yay, we've been live for 25 hours so far. Nice. Judy? You just go on Judy until, yeah, because we got like 100 minutes left. They're not gonna be in prison for like 2 hours. It's Judy, it is.
Why? Why? Ow. What do you do? Yeah, I woke up cranky. I'm not psycho, I'm just cranky.
Oh my god, no, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna be a fucking obnoxious little cat. Are you Australian? It's literally because there's an upside down bed at the fucking mall. And I went there to take a picture and decided to take my state ID picture there. Hey, who wants to play a perma character? I mean, who wants me to play a perma character? I do have a slot open. And we can play somebody. Question is who? I really want to play another cat character. Person that like is convinced they're a cat. You know what? I'm gonna go and get my cat ears for that. Yep, you heard me right. I'm gonna go get my cat ears for this. I'll be right back. Yes. Cannot find my cat ears. That's a good bet. I like that. Is there a character that looks like cat-like, or do I have to? No, I'll have to make them. All right. Ooh, let's make a lion. Nah. No. I'm talking like a furry look. Like trying to make a human appear as if he's close to being a cat.
Yeah, no. We're not going for you. I already did it right after. Alright. That kind of works, I guess. But you won't be able to see the ears. That's yeah. Or hairstyle. That's true.
So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina. I'm a Angelina. Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know sexy when you carry 50 kilos somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe. So baby, whine about me. Yeah. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina. I'm a Angelina. Oh, now baby my Valentine. You know you don't look you up and better to do. If you leave me all good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Love didn't take what I need. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your heart. Never did it make any feel. But now I'm there, guys. You me love one thing. You make me bad man feel.
Ah. I hate this. The fact that fucking males get all of the colored scarf, but females don't. What the fuck is that supposed to be? Kind of funny. I'm not sure if I like this or this more. Yeah, go for it. The question is, do I feel like playing a fucking cat even though I'm tired of it? Oh, there's a- maybe I make this character or do I just go back on Judy? Good question. That is a very, very good question. I feel like if I try to make it, you know what? I also played 2 male cats already. Why don't we? Why put a female one? We could like yes, there's this is pretty nice. Aw, cute. This is fucking disgusting. Oh my god, how? That's so fucked up. Do I dare? Do I dare? Wait. Which way is Zoe? I forgot. Red colors instead. There we go. Something I could wear though. I don't know. I but I'm starting to realize. Oh yeah, I'm kind of tired after almost 11 hours. A little itty bitty now. But I'm also not that tired yet. Ah, fuck it. It's coming back. Until I'm actually tired. No break! No break! Break's not allowed. First, take a look at this.
I think it worked. I think Wakatov is the master now.
You're a pussy.
Boy, I could really use some nicotine right now. You need to see. Oh, you don't smoke. Ow!
That was deserved.
What? Ow! Ow! Can I light this?
Listen, things are very fucked right now. We do not need any 4-4 breaks. Focus on the patient.
Fucking Callum is so... He's such a baby whenever he explains something. It's so funny. We do not need any fourth wall break. Everything he says is just the cutest little thing. Yeah, Yeah, I should have a few more hours in me. Oof. Gimme some time. Think out about Me? Too hungry? Never. Communists. Communists.
A while ago, sweetheart. That was at minimum
Yeah, the first time
four
that I
or
spoke
5
to her,
months ago.
the first time I spoke to her, she was insistent that Kaylin worked here, and I was like, no, she doesn't.
Yeah, no, it kind of happened again yesterday, so I can only assume that the retrograde amnesia will eventually dissipate.
Oh,
But
I
God
show up
knows.
and we're talking about my other character.
But again, it was like dethorning a cactus. Like, she just seemed so much nicer afterwards. A lot more, like, soft-spoken.
I'll give it a week before she's back in here causing problems.
Who knows? Maybe she'll...
Are you playing game on phone?
What?
No.
What?
Alright, it
What?
looks like it.
Who, me? Or...
Oh, Benjamin. I was just
No.
curious.
No, I'm
I'm
just
playing-
here chatting.
Yeah, we're chatting.
Alright.
We're talking.
About what?
First well, one, we were talking about, relationships and how fickle those can be.
Ew.
Yeah. Then I was like, man, what happens if TACMAS hosted like a New Year singles night for the public? Not for
No.
us, obviously.
No.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. But it,
No.
it was a funny thought.
No.
You just think the hospital's a dumpster fire now? Just wait
Yeah,
until like the
yeah.
relationship drama adds fuel to the hospital drama.
No. I'm good. I'm not gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole. Fucking nah. I already hear enough relationship drama from Brittany.
I just try and tune it out.
I kind of feel. I hope that Brittany finds someone that compliments her, and you know they say opposites attract, so that person's gonna be
Hi, Sticky.
as bland And/or is calm. That dude's gonna be calm as shit.
Hospital
that dude's
drama.
gonna be.
Oh yeah, hold on.
God, that'd be like a tornado meeting like a
Hospital
like a Zen
drama.
garden.
I wish him all the luck in the world dealing with that. Whoever it may be.
Hospital drama.
Maybe Brittany needs to find a she. You know, maybe Brittany needs to switch it up a bit.
I don't
Maybe
think
that's what-
anyone can love Brittany as much as Brittany loves herself.
That's also true, but I mean, that's
Hospital
you gotta love the
drama.
confidence. Gotta
True.
love the confidence and the snappiness.
The Takmat go off duty a while ago.
Like
Yes.
literally, probably 2 minutes before you got on duty.
Yeah.
Never actually heard them go on duty, did you?
I not.
Who? Spencer, Gwen, Lucy.
Yeah. They kind of, Spencer kind of wandered off without saying anything either.
Yeah, well, what else is new?
What else?
Mom is not
then
at
we were
home.
talking
Kids
about-
misbehave.
Yep, but we
Yeah.
keep track of it for you.
Ruby Red, I believe is her name. Double check.
Ruby
I think
Raid?
it's-
Who?
Ruby, no,
Cop?
wait, or something Crimson. Something Crimson. What am I thinking of? Might not been on
Judy?
duty. Nope, I accidentally just clocked out. Fuck.
How do you? I'm not
Uh,
even gonna ask.
I was trying to pull out my MDT and it wasn't working, so I was like, am I not clocked in? Has anyone else having issues with the MDT where you try to look in the patient database and then it like just won't load reports?
No.
I don't think I've had that problem.
Yeah, it's just you.
It takes forever.
Yeah, that's you.
Judy Crimson. How she was having like retrograde amnesia from head trauma.
Is she criminal?
She is.
Yeah,
She hit
criminals
Callum in the
don't
head
have
with a
amnesia.
sledgehammer
Criminals
yesterday.
pretend to have amnesia to get away.
Yeah, she bonked Callum in the head yesterday with a sledgehammer.
Was she shot in
Again?
head?
She was shot in the chest multiple times, hence the photo. Have you seen the photo of me covered in blood?
No.
I will send it to you.
Not your blood, right?
No, it was not my blood.
Good.
Thought I had your phone number. Do I not?
Oh, another awkward case of not having co-workers' phone numbers. Hey, officer.
Hello.
What's your phone number again? Right now?
I don't know.
Wait,
What
wait
is
a
it?
second. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. What is it?
What do you mean? Look at your report. I'm gonna look at your freaking profile.
That's a HIPAA violation.
Well, yeah, I was about to report you.
Hello, ladies. What's up, dudes?
Hello.
Slow night.
Yeah, well, I actually had some questions.
All right.
Because I don't know
We
if
may
you've
have
heard
some answers.
that we're not going to get reimbursed for platinum unless we get 20 citations a week for 2 weeks in a row.
All right.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row.
Well, that's like what? 2
That-
citations a day?
Well, yeah, I mean, but you have to bear in mind that some people don't work a lot. Like, I limit myself to like 4 hours a day, Monday to Friday, because I don't get burnt the fuck out. So 20
That's
is a
fair.
lot. So I kind of wanted to know the difference between gold. Apparently, we get reimbursed for gold. What's the difference between gold and platinum?
80% coverage, not 100.
Okay, cool. Some,
I mean, if you want a citation, I could just go get on my motorbike and you can pull me over
Trooper.
for not wearing a
Trooper.
helmet.
Oh no,
Trooper.
no!
Platinum insurance is $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
You can afford it.
That's a. I can't. It's a lot of money.
It's not a lot of money.
I gotta be fiscally responsible. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. Pay for your
He's trying to buy a
insurance.
house, is
Be
what he's
safe.
trying to say.
The
I am literally trying
$10,000
to buy a
will
house.
not be a saving grace when it comes to 10. If your savings are worried about 10k a month, you're not saving for a house this year, or next, or within the next 10 years.
Also, I have an affliction. It's called being cheap.
All right.
But
Well, think
listen,
about it this way: if you get gold, that's still 20% of your own funds that will eventually stack up with the amount of times that you get hurt on the job. So it's better to get the platinum and be all covered.
see, you say that, but the thing is if I get the gold, right, then there's a chance, that I may end up spending more than I would have with the platinum, right? But also, if I buy the platinum and I don't get shot at all,
You will get
then-
shot at.
Yeah, maybe. I'm a nice. People love me. I'm already on the Saints no shoot list, so
Alright, like half the state is on Saints no shoot list, and also they have like the best possible relationship with Takman. They just walked in here and kidnapped and stabbed one of our employees, so that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, are you on their no stab list?
I don't know.
Are you on
Oh, there you go.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you won't get shot, but there is a possibility you will be shanked.
That's not the first time I've been stabbed. Let's be real. Been stabbed once. Been stabbed a million times.
Sure.
But yeah, I just kind of wanted to know the difference, and now I have the information that I can make an informed
I'm
decision.
feeling
when
alright,
my,
Tripper. You look like
when
you've
my
been
insurance
shot
does that.
recently.
I
You
got
did.
shot in the neck on Friday.
Oh.
I
Yeah, he was in
mean,
the ICU for 3 days.
Oh.
a helicopter trip and a surgery fee is still $658 for you out your bank account.
I'm not
Is that with the insurance?
That's with gold insurance.
Gold, yeah.
Damn. Yeah, you might as well shit, man. I mean, that's like 6 hours of work right there, depending on.
And you get
how much
zero
you-
special treatment as gold insurance. Absolutely
Yeah,
zero.
you don't get cake pops or candy canes
it's only for
or
platinum.
pillows on your
That's
bed.
good. I'm watching my figure.
I'm sure Brittany would
You
be
guys
more
were-
than happy to help you lose weight as platinum insured. Thank you
And when
so
I
much
put
for
my
the follow,
vest on,
Helen.
I feel like a super fatty. I'm quite trim, but let me put my vest on. I'll show you. Look how chunky I look. Look,
Yeah.
look, see how fat I look.
Yeah,
now?
I don't see difference with vest on and off. That's
No,
just
I
you.
don't know. I feel way fatter.
I think it's
Well,
just
yeah,
the weight
it's
of
got
the
a-
Oh
vest.
shit! I gotta go to the
Even
store now. I'm gonna
fatter.
get- All right.
Don't get shot.
Maria always
Six is a
comes
good
in with
guy.
the burn.
He is. Less of a good guy if he doesn't get platinum insurance, though.
That is true. You gotta think about it in the long run.
Yeah, we can't let them buy gold insurance because that's actually a good deal.
But they don't know that.
Honestly, I'm surprised more people haven't worked it out yet.
I used to
like,
tell
the
that
insurance
to
is
people
better?
up front, and they still would either get silver or platinum.
Or plat. Yeah, I know. I was saying that as well when I was still before I got fired. I would say that too. I was like, it's the best bang for your buck, and it was cheaper back then.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't get how people don't math that math. Like you go from 50% to 80%, and the cost only increases by like what, $1,000?
All right, I see you. Chart time. Let's see. Did anyone run out? That's from today, so I'm gonna assume not. Dean Bugwell, awaiting medical report. All right. What?
What?
I think that's the one that I told Scuzzy or Jerry to write the medical report for, and then link it.
Gene Bagwell?
Oh well, he did medical report, but
It's just not
Forgot
linked.
to link it.
yeah.
Wait, Chloe, doesn't Chloe work here?
Yeah.
Which Chloe?
Hope?
No.
Or is that a
Hope
different
works
one?
here and Chloe works here. Chloe Hope does not work here. Very easy.
Okay.
It is better. Wait until we have
Man, we cleared out
diamond
our
insurance.
ICU. We had a metric fuck ton of patients in there.
Yeah, I went through the other day, and there was a bunch of people that were like out and about already. So it's like,
Oh yeah.
why have they
Yeah,
not
I-
been removed?
I do that every other day. You just check name and see if they have been
Yeah.
invoiced recently for something dumb, and you just
Why
throw
is
them off the list.
Dan Get still linked personnel for the Kanban board?
I don't know.
Shouldn't that be, I don't know, like Brittany or one of our attendings.
Doesn't matter. You don't have access to it if you're not employed at Sam's, so it's really weird. Anyway. And would you look at that? He's already out inhaling glue. Goodbye.
Who, Bagwell?
Yep.
What's up with people and drinking glue?
I don't know.
Stupidity, that's what.
Patient had
We'd have an
fallen from
increase in
building
that.
after inhaling glue. Alright.
We've had an increase in people huffing glue and drinking glue, as well as people getting shit implanted into their skulls.
I mean, the glue. Wow, words. Glue used to be a lot worse than it was.
Then it is.
Than it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Words are hard.
Yeah, they are. Oh, we have 2 people in ICU. Good. It's crazy how a week ago we had like 30.
Like, yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I looked at it, I'm like, I don't believe half of those people are still here.
You know what's going on with the Haley Trotney person, where their body is like, I think it's brain dead. It's dead.
I guess we're
I
asked.
think they're dead. I was talking to were brain name. Hold on, let's Google or let's look up in context.
Ooh, fun. Oh yeah, PD dispatch
Dr.
is now a thing.
Sophie.
I need to get on Bob and apply for
I was
PD
talking to
dispatch
Sophie
since
about that
my
yesterday,
PD application was
and
denied. I
she
was like, well, at
apparently
least I
is
can do dispatch maybe.
Waiting for a court order, I think.
Ah, okay.
Because it's pending DOJ action.
So that's going to probably stay in there for the foreseeable future because the DOJ moves at this pace of a snail.
Yeah.
I'll just ask friend judge to do favor and look into it.
It's kind of weird though, because if you look at the bottom, it says move to closet, quote, dead anyway.
Yeah.
I think they're saying that because they're brain dead.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't. We are just not keeping her. That's why she's in long-term care, because she's no longer in bed. We just moved her to closet instead. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to keep her. You know, we're keeping her on life support, but she doesn't need to be comfortable. She's dead anyway.
Yeah, she can't, yeah, exactly.
Yep, there you go.
Be some prime quality organs in there too.
Alright. The Kanban board for the ICU is currently up to date. Beautiful. That's fun. Yeah, I'm excited to do anything. I just want to be part of PD. I just want to play Robocop, to be honest. I really like that character, and I would like an excuse to play him. Benjamin Stone.
Yes?
Do you think it would be easier for people to read through SOPs explaining how to do ICU reports, or do you think it would be easier to just have a template in ICU room 1 for people to just look at and copy and just do the same thing?
Yeah,
I think both, honestly.
People
Even-
aren't
even
reading through
like-
SOPs.
No, they're really not.
Not terribly hard to do either.
They're not that long. They're a lot
I know.
shorter than the original SOPs.
They will be a bit longer. We are missing quite a few important details, and they're a bit outdated.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed there wasn't anything about 13 alphas and 13 bravos on there.
Mhm.
And considering I think we got scolded for improper use of them recently, it might be worth.
I don't know how, because we teach that at re-education very firmly.
Yeah, I don't get how people are fucking up
Like,
with the
how is
13
it
alpha. 13
difficult
alphas,
to
I'm in immediate
understand?
danger.
Yes. Yeah,
And
I don't-
13 bravos, I slipped and fell off a building.
Yeah,
I
somebody.
also think there's some debate of if the life alert goes off automatically if you get knocked unconscious or hurt,
It can.
or if
Like you're getting kidnapped by Saints, 13 Alpha. You're getting fucking like you get attacked by a cougar and go unconscious.
It's automatic if you lose consciousness, but you can also do it manually.
Like Bravo, you fucked up. Alpha, someone's about to fuck you up. It's not hard.
Yeah. The shortest way somebody put it was Bravo is I fucked up, Alpha is I'm fucked.
Yep.
As
best way
short
to
as it gets.
summarize.
Food.
There's Andrew.
Did he just basically crawl out from under the sofa and go food and go downstairs? Oh, go to the vending machine?
Yeah. You don't do that? I do that. Every day I wake up, and I crawl to the vending machine and get food.
I mean,
Yeah,
I at
I'm
least
like-
leave the hospital enough to get food for myself.
Nah. Can't do that. It's just tyranny.
I need to start cooking more, like I said, so I can start making food for the hospital. Can we stop spending money? Start doing like steak dinners and soups and shit.
Difference is, I'm just putting back into the economy.
That is true.
Yep.
You know, there's a restaurant, like there's a noodle restaurant all the way up in Roxwood.
What?
Really?
Yeah, it's like barely ever open. But there is a restaurant all the way up there.
Well, I guess beggars can't be choosers.
And definitely not a prime location at all.
Yeah. I guess also probably a good place to like start cooking meth if you really wanted to say that you're just running a restaurant.
It's a good front, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you'll come to noodle shop where we sell noodles and meth.
Yeah,
See,
yeah,
but
that's
you
the
share
secret.
the island with the rangers, and they'll come and buy food off you.
That's true. That's why you actually cook the food. You don't sell the Rangers meth. But the other
Yeah.
people that want, like, you order a special noodle item, you know, like code words, like like I want the blue shrimp, pad thai, and the blue
Pad thai
shrimp
with a special
is-
sauce.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want.
See, like that is the best go-to plan is by having the closest, being like really close to the police, where somewhere like where the police will come to eat, would be the best place to actually do meth, because then they're less suspicious of you.
Man, I wonder what makes me want to come back here so much. It's addiction. It's addiction. I put meth in your egg foo young.
What makes the chicken so good?
Meth. A little bit of meth. A little bit of spring. It's not MSG. The M in MSG is actually meth.
Wait, why are my teeth falling out? Why are my gums receding? Meth.
Why am I so itchy? Why do I feel like there are ants in my skin?
Yeah. Why do I keep licking my teeth?
I love that egg foo young they give me. You know, just there's something about it, and that's special white powder that they put.
Hey, well, there used to be cocaine in Coke, so you know. Pretty
They used to
addictive.
just give people fucking rum. Like, oh, you're having pain? Here's some straight heroin. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Have some have some heroin, child.
That's what the Nazis did in World War II. They just boosted
No,
their
yeah,
soldiers
meth
on
chocolate.
yeah,
meth chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
They
a
go for
there was
days
a
and days.
what was he Swedish or Finnish or someone from that area that was the White Death. Dude apparently went on like a 3-day bender.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. They found him coked out of his mind, or methed out of his mind, I should say. Fucking crazy.
Do a CT of his of his head. See all those little black dots where it's melted his brain? Oh, eaten away his brain.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck.
when your only ration is meth chocolate.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I just heard a car, I think, hit the bottom of the ramp downstairs.
Yeah, so did I. Wonder if it's the policeman. Actually, when did they start allowing access to downstairs? They never used to.
What, to the basement or to the reception desk?
To the basement.
Always. At least I had one.
No.
There
When
used to be
I,
locks on the door, but they take them off.
Yeah, like ages ago, used to be locks. They never used to let anyone down there besides police officers and EMS.
Actually, the other way around. It used to be unlocked all the time, and then they locked it. People got mad, so they took off the locks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are we talking about for the garage?
Yeah, garage.
Yeah, for the garage.
Oh. Oh, no. I always thought that was kind of dumb, because, you know, if there's a shooting or something, let's lock down the hospital.
Yeah, I would
How
prefer
are we
to
gonna
lock down big metal gate than just glass door.
Yeah. Especially since some of those doors don't lock, like, you know, the one to the pharmacy.
Yep. Well, no, I'm talking
For
about
some
garage,
reason.
right? 'Cause
Yeah.
there's no way to have no entrance, front entrance.
Yeah, someone
So that's
shot,
fine,
you
but
know.
At least we couldn't have, people driving in with a lot of people just into garage, which is very difficult to protect.
Yeah. Fucking hell. But, it is what it is. 8 code says no more locks on garage doors, so no more lock on garage door.
I mean, we all know what would happen is that one TACMed would forget that the doors are locked and drive their ambulance at full speed into the door and explode it.
Probably.
The door doesn't even open up fast enough to drive at full speed.
That's also true.
Well, I
At
have,
that time,
I have to
you
have
could
music
walk
in
at
the
it and
background
you
that
will-
matches the character.
If you
right?
run
So
at
for
the garage
Walk
door fast
Past
enough,
Maria,
you'll
it's
smack
always
into it.
either Papers, Please
Exactly,
or
yeah.
this Soviet Union music
I've done
recordings
it a
from
handful of times.
1939. For absolutely no reason. I just couldn't find any.
Let me just
where
drive this
genuine
EMS
ones,
vehicle
so
as
I went
fast as I
with
can
this.
into a wall.
Well, sometimes, sometimes cars just explode randomly anyhow. I had my car randomly explode on me.
Yeah, right.
It was randomly, I was driving down the highway, nothing in view, suddenly exploded.
Sure, someone wasn't like after your life, like just planting a bomb on your vehicle.
No, there is no beeping. There is no beeping. I was literally halfway down. I was
Do
like
you
by
want me to-
Humane Labs.
Do you want me to blow your mind up? What if
Sure.
the criminal didn't want you to know there was a bomb, so he just put on a bomb that doesn't beep?
I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I don't know who I would have wronged that would have wanted to blow me up, but
A disgruntled
I mean,
patient.
to be fair, most criminals are nice enough to include the beeping in bomb. I'm not sure why, but they do. But there could be a
I think it's just like a
crazy
default
enough to not
thing,
do
you
that.
know, like they're not smart enough to turn off. It's like, like they probably use like the old school alarms that scream at you and shit instead of like, waking up to music or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Before where it used to just be like and then it would get louder and louder until it was extremely obnoxious.
Maybe.
That's still my alarm clock.
My alarm clock is just a playlist on shuffle, so I never wake up. I woke up to the one song for the entirety of my academy once, and I cannot listen to the song now because I get anxiety anytime I listen to it.
What song is it?
Virginia.
It's the Children, like an old old techno song.
So never play that when you're in the middle of surgery.
No, please don't. Because I'll be like, oh my god, it's time to wake. Oh wait, I'm at work.
You're having one of those dreams where you're in surgery and you forgot your scrubs.
Man, I hate nothing's worse than hearing your alarm go off, dreaming that you turned off your alarm going about your day and then actually waking up and not doing any of that.
Yep.
Just like, fuck, I thought I did everything already. And then, you fucking flop yourself out of bed and you go about your day, but your day just flew by in dreamland.
You do realize that's being depressed.
Is it?
It's literally the definition of depression.
Fuck.
Boy, we got news for you.
If you're literally dreaming about waking up, if you're literally dreaming about waking up and like being depressed about it and then having to really wake up and do the same thing and be like, fuck. That's the definition of your body, like your brain saying, I'm depressed as fuck.
Damn, that happens to me quite often, so L.
Damn.
That's an L. The amount of
Big
times
L.
that I've waken up, brushed my teeth, gotten dressed, got on the bus and or like on my bike, drove to work, did work, went home and slept again, only to be waken up actually is abysmal.
Oof. Big oof.
Yeah, you could say that again. One thing that I hate personally is when I get into like the dream relationship in my head, right? I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing. I found somebody, da da da, and then a fucking alarm is like, wake up, bitch, and I'm just like, well, it was nice while it lasted. And then that fucking sucks. That shit sucks.
Hey, look, I can give you Bunny's number if you want.
Hell no.
Hell no.
They shot, disgruntled former doctor scrub who shot
Which one?
Brittany
This is like
and
15.
Bunny Bottom.
That's a dumb name.
The
Yeah, they was a
disgruntled
doctor for
yeah.
a scrub for a day, then lost their job, shot Brittany and a few other people, then shot cops, and then keeps coming around the hospital to annoy Lucy and me.
Got recently
sounds like
arrested
someone
because
really
they
likes
forgot they had
attention.
warrants. Yeah, they got arrested like
In
2
the
hours
hospital.
ago in the hospital because they forgot they had warrants.
You sure they're not related to Brittany?
And Brittany did like them, but Brittany was also the one that fired them. So
Yeah, sounds about right.
Why would they be related to Brittany?
they're not blonde. Their hair's pink.
Begging for attention?
Ooh, shots fired.
With natural hair?
I can.
You
I
know
don't
people
I've
can
never
dye
seen-
it, right?
I know, yeah, I know that.
You
but,
expect
like,
pink hair to be natural?
I don't know, the weird things that we see here at the hospital.
I mean, how many Subject 7s do we have, really? Like, what are the chances that it's actually natural pink hair?
Who's Subject 7?
Green hair lady, toxin mind.
there are a lot of women with green hair.
Actually, hold on. Let me see if you. I'm gonna try really hard to talk like Subject 7.
Dare's concerning me.
Why? Just look like you're a crab.
Yeah, right.
I was thinking the words I wanted to say really hard and see if you can read my thoughts. I don't know.
Talk
She
about,
talks like that.
Telekinesis?
No, what?
Right? Is
Stop.
that
All
when you
I heard
talk?
was,
No,
"Oh shit,
sorry,
this position
telepathy.
sucks."
It's telepathy, not
Telekinesis is when you
telekinesis.
throw things.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
telekinesis.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, you're so
my
smart,
bad.
Stone. You're so smart.
Thanks. I try. Sometimes.
It
I
shows.
did knock myself unconscious 7
Really?
times yesterday.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Somebody must have done that. I don't know. They must have been like
Yeah,
a loose
apparently-
eyeball on ground or something.
Yeah,
I thought I
yeah.
read that in the medical report. There was a loose eyeball.
Ah,
Yeah, it
why
was a
was
loose
there a loose
eyeball.
Bible? Who was with you in
slipped.
the room?
Jerry.
Alright,
Loose
sounds like
Bible.
Jerry didn't secure eyeball.
Yeah,
He was
the
praying to
eyeball
God
fell
as
and
he
I
fell.
slipped and smacked my head on the overhead lamp. And
Really?
smacked my head continuously on that overhead lamp until I was
Yeah,
like
I was-
severely concussed.
All right.
Then I like was face down, ass up, apparently in the hallway.
I did see that
Someone
picture.
I have
took-
no recollection of this.
Someone, yeah. Apparently, like when Callum threw me out, he like threw me out like a old cartoon character where he had me by like the neck and the belt and like threw me
Ah.
like that, and I just slid across the floor.
Old cartoon.
Yeah.
Cartoon.
And then I was
Dispatch
dribbled like a
call.
basketball.
Hello, this is Darkmet. What is the nature
Allegedly.
of your emergency? Hello.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My
It's why.
phone was muted.
Oh, why do you call emergency but your phone is muted? What do you need? Hello.
I'm sorry. If this is only emergency line, then I can try something else. I'm
Well,
trying
it's-
to inquire about a job.
Yeah. Oh, what kind of job?
Oh.
Or which
Well-
side of the hospital?
Have you tried coming to the hospital and asking instead of calling
Yeah, I'm,
hospital emergency
I'm
line? That is for
upstairs.
people who are dying.
You're upstairs. Come to the
Alright.
treatment floor.
Come second floor. Come on.
Okay.
That is about the weirdest way to try and get a job.
That's
interview
how
I think I've
everyone
heard.
recently asked for a job.
You know,
You can't blame them.
I just
They-
come running in here butt naked.
Look, they're used to just calling PD and PD not answering if they're busy, right? Which is always.
Yeah. No. You want to make an impression, you always just run in somewhere butt naked and just be like, I want a job.
I'd hire them.
If you do that, I don't know.
Ah, not butt
Wait,
naked, not
what?
getting hired.
Okay. Unless.
Unless.
No, first impressions matter.
No, he's got
I don't
rip
know, I
off
think
pants.
you
No,
still should
he's
get
got.
naked.
No, he's
All
got
right,
rip
I'll be
off
honest.
pants.
You failed the receptionist interview, so now you can only apply for a real job with us instead of reception. Hello.
Yeah,
Ah.
we're hurting for doctors, so if you have a doctor.
Any,
I didn't.
medical experience?
I didn't go to medical school, but I do have EMT
What?
experience. Yeah.
All right. All right.
Well, you'll be trained as a tech.
Receptionist, please shush. Also, I was
Where
told,
does the band-aid go?
receptionist, I was told
over
Brittany
the
did
wound.
specifically tell you to leave your equipment at hospital, and you just didn't.
Well,
Let's unpack that.
I
Yes, did you lie to me or did you lie to Brittany?
have a trauma
did
incident.
Brittany lie
I
to
cannot
me?
remember anything.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just come up. My trauma, yeah. I forgot
Yeah,
everything.
Really convenient, yeah.
You're getting your ass ring, receptionist.
Oh,
No, he did that to himself. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Now you have a chance to be honest. Did you turn off radio after I called for you?
mm,
Think
yes.
carefully.
No. Yes. Maybe. Yes.
Well, depending on which answer you settle, your future employment here settles, so. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide. 1, 2,
It was Stone.
3, 4,
What?
Yes.
5, 6,
I'll just say yeah. I'm saying yes. I'm
7,
saying yes. I turned the
8,
radio off.
9, 10,
I'm not even.
11,
Fine, I'll get butt
12,
naked. Give me a second.
13,
That's not,
14.
that's not what I was looking for.
15.
Pull your gun out.
I will
I
repeat
did.
question.
Please gun it.
Did you hear me call you on radio and turn it off?
No.
Alright.
I didn't even
You
see
had
it.
one job.
I didn't even see it. I was like, I don't know. What?
I don't. When did I become a receptionist? Now I can't even remember this.
I'm
What's his name?
James Merriman.
How do you spell
Also,
that?
this is new. I haven't. The last time I was in town, I didn't see medical with, Kevlar vests.
How about
This
this?
is TechMed.
Oh my God! See, maybe I did apply to the right or want to apply to the right job. I can't be a doctor, man. I'm sorry.
You know what? We're all disappointed.
Okay.
All three of us are disappointed. Just fuck.
Yeah, agreed.
Two of them are disappointed.
One
Yeah,
opinion does
he
not
needs to go
matter.
through. He needs to go through his education first.
Well, I didn't go to college. If you want me to
Oh,
go to
that's
college
fine,
and
we'll
4 more
teach you.
years of medical school, I
I
can't.
found out that my research went through, so that's
So you're
good.
not interested in being doctor, you're interested in being TACMed.
But look, all
Yeah, I
you
don't-
need to know, all you need to know as a doctor is where does the Band-Aid go? Band-Aid go. That's it. That's all you need to know.
To be honest, it's more interesting because I came back after a few months and
I don't
I
have to
see
recertify now until
black and red
He just wants a
trucks.
gun.
No, I
just wanna-
see armed people with EMS badges, and I thought, what the fuck's going on? So
I don't see any
decided to come
EMS
here.
badges on this outfit. You wanna read what it
patches.
says?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, read what it says. Shush. Read what the badge says.
San Andreas Medical Services Tactical Medic.
Do I see any EMS there?
No.
No, there is no more EMS, there is only TACMed.
EMS is dead.
Damn, that's such a good German voice.
How long has EMS been dead now? 4 months? 5 months?
Jeez, has it been that long?
Has it
No, not even 5 months. I think it's like 3 months now.
Years?
2 years?
I mean, just because it was
Yeah.
fucking doesn't mean it wasn't a corpse.
Well, I don't know, because the last text I
doesn't
have
matter.
I get that joke.
is from August, and that you guys were still normal. Hello,
Oh,
emergency medical
normal.
services.
We are not normal now. We're
No,
saving lives. You
you
don't
know,
like
no.
be lives being saved.
You're-
All right,
you're
come
really
back
not
for
looking
interview
good for this
tomorrow.
interview.
You're digging
What?
yourself
Actually,
a
I,
hole. I need to get food. I need food. I'm gonna go get down fridge.
you've dug yourself
Around what
that
time
big of
do
a
you
hole. You might as well
normally,
just join the
begin your
doctors
shift?
now.
I can't be a doctor. I don't know.
Around what time do you normally begin being alive?
4 hours ago,
Oh, that's.
depending on the day.
Oh,
Sometimes
Are
I
you
don't.
Really?
feel
ran
like-
normally now?
Sometimes I sleep.
that's fine.
Like,
Some
I'm usually
people can
around
sleep.
for
We
about-
allow our workers to sleep sometimes. We
Yeah,
prefer they
like
sleep
sometimes.
here so they don't have to waste time commuting, but some are dumb and think having
If I
life
do-
outside hospital is worth it. It is not.
If I do decide to leave my apartment, it's generally 4 hours ago to 2 hours from now.
Oh, you live at mall. I'm very sorry for you. You will do wise to sleep here instead.
They kicked me out of the mall.
Good. Lucky you.
Oh, I
wish I was
actually
kicked out
just
from mall.
honestly, I spent the last like 3 or 4 months sleeping by one of the garages.
Ah.
I don't go to the
I
mall.
see.
People get stabbed and
Oh, I
shot
do have a
there every
radio.
day.
The walkie-talkie.
Oh, thank you.
I forgot.
Thank you for the cock, Stone.
Yep, no problem.
Oh, thanks, man.
Did you get one? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
God
So-
damn.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's just how she eats.
That was coffee. I don't eat coffee.
Drinks.
I drink
That's how she drinks.
coffee. Anyway, give me your phone number.
Okay.
You're hired. Now you're fired.
Holy shit, she's holding her gun in one hand,
Yeah.
like upside down.
Yeah, yeah,
Talented.
yeah. We can do this, for example. Yeah, no.
Please don't point it at me.
Well, I have good. It's safety is on. Finger wasn't on the trigger. Nothing to worry about.
Wait, hold on. Safety was on and finger was on the trigger.
No, I'm about to test it.
The
Safety was
amount
on
of
and
people
finger
that
was on
have
the
gotten
trigger.
accidentally shot. Forgive me for being a little bit.
Well, not by me.
That's not wrong.
Yeah.
What's his name again? I wasn't paying attention.
Look.
James Merriman.
All right. You have 24 hours to have convinced 6 people to purchase insurance with us. Doesn't matter if it's a new purchase or extending
Oh, jeez.
already existing insurance. Do you know what insurance is?
I know that I don't have it because I don't get
you
hurt
don't.
enough to warrant it.
Yeah, well,
Convince yourself to buy it.
Fuck,
I mean, that
meds
does
are
that
so
count?
harsh.
Does that count as one of the 6?
yes.
Also, could you? What is your name? I'm sorry.
You'll find that
As I
out
just
in
have your
time.
number. Oh no! You just sent me an empty text, not even a name.
I opened this. I didn't send you anything. I opened a message from
No,
you.
I have a.
Yeah,
I have
that's
a-
not me
a
sending
red
a
one.
message. That's me opening a conversation with you, but
okay.
not sending anything yet.
All right, you know what? Here.
There you go.
You
Is that
seem like
better?
you need this. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Here, there you go.
You have
Oh.
24 hours from now on. From now on. You have brought the clip. Six insurance purchases. Only gold or platinum will count, not silver. Actually, you know what? No, only platinum will count. Yeah.
Hey, go big or go home.
And if you succeed, we will consider bringing you in. We are currently on a hiring freeze, but I could squeeze you in real tight into the last class, and you would be one of the very, very extremely lucky few who would get in.
Okay,
How-
I
how
have
does
to
that sound?
convince 6 people to get platinum insurance.
Do you know what platinum insurance covers?
No.
Sounds like you could use
Everything.
that knowledge, right?
Yeah, can you?
Do you want to
actually
explain
tell
to him
me
how much
all the-
platinum costs?
Yeah,
Does he even
how
know
about
much
the
platinum costs?
How about the costs and what each level of insurance covers?
We have silver,
only have to
gold,
worry
and
about it.
platinum. Silver covers 50% of all medical fees that a normal patient would have to cover. Gold covers 80% of set fees, and platinum covers 100% of all medical fees. For a month. Exactly 30 days. Now for prices, silver costs just below $4,000. Gold is $5,200, and platinum is $10,500.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll.
And you only have to worry about platinum.
Look, you came here saying, oh, you guys have cool cars, I want in, so... Don't expect me to go easy on you.
I tried to warn you, but you just didn't listen.
I get the cars are cool.
So, if you're TACMed, can you
That's right.
lateral to Scrubman, Doctor?
No.
There is
You-
no cross training.
You can change departments. It's as if you would be hired on as new hire. It is possible,
But
and
you
it
can't
would
be
be
a tech med
yeah.
or a doctor.
Yep.
Yeah.
You cannot. Yeah. You do have
You
to
can't be
choose.
both. That
You
that
cannot be
seems
both.
yeah. I figured. I just thought because like you have very awesome themed TACMed, and then you have
Very
Scrubs.
awesome themed doctors.
yeah.
They're still
I
very, very cool.
no Scrubs are very. I always get chilly in them. I don't know. They're so thin.
They have
All
long
right,
sleeve
well,
scrubs
just
too.
They have long
yeah,
sleeves,
they
yeah.
put on long sleeves and put on scarf, and you'll be good.
I won't dress like reception though.
That's
Well,
reception
comparing I'm a
doesn't
lawyer,
have
but
a uniform.
okay, that's fair enough.
They're just supposed to dress at least, business casual.
Actually, most receptionists dress like that
No.
that work in hospitals.
Well,
Yep.
No,
what do
you
you
are
mean?
right. Every time I've gone to a
We are the hospital. We
Oh.
are the only hospital in the state. Do I look like I care about different states? No, I don't. If I cared about different states, I would move states. You are reception here. Reception dresses like you because you are reception. You are the example.
She's reception. She's reception.
You like your job?
It was either that or getting fired. You're lucky.
Right, let's gotta go into the database.
Go on, charge me for hospital violence.
I'm joking.
I don't think
I
he
would
has
not.
the balls to charge you for hospital violence.
Well, that's why he's a reception. Attackman would charge me for hospital violence and would be promoted for it.
Would be promoted for it. I'm all about healing.
Yeah,
I'm all
but
about
doing
assault.
that after I said it will not, do anything.
Alright.
Nice hat. I'm not sure how I
Thank
feel
you.
about it. Do you have scarf?
I can go get one out of my locker.
Oh yeah, it's
Ah, it's
Christmas.
fine.
You have to.
Oh, thank you.
All of Takmet is wearing these scarves now, except Chloe because she has a different red scarf, so it's okay.
Is there a
Marionette,
spider
there's
on
a
your
spider
foot?
on your foot.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there is.
And looks down at Spider. Oh, little guy.
I guess that's just your pet now.
I guess. Spider kicks my shin. Ah,
Oh my
little
god.
feisty
That
guy.
was a strong spider.
Yeah, feisty little guy. You have 23 hours and 55 minutes left.
Clock's
She wasn't
ticking.
joking. Yeah,
No,
she's, not joking.
Oh,
Good luck.
I can't run
That's what I
anywhere.
mean,
I'm
dude.
so hungry. But I'll walk.
Yeah.
I'll walk.
Hold on, I'll give you some money. I'll give you some money. Stand still. I'll give you some money.
Standing still.
Is he actually reception?
Yes.
There's
Oh my God.
$600.
I literally had to
Go and
track
buy
him
some
down at
food
the Vespucci
and run.
Piero.
Thank you.
I am the spider.
I am the spider.
Ugh. Alright, well,
That poor guy. If he literally comes back with like 6 platinum people,
just make
Bloody hell.
$60,000 and buy six platinum insurances at once. I'd hire him. I don't care.
Yeah,
66.
that's thinking
That
outside
would be
the box.
pretty smart.
oh, that would give him 6 months, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be smart.
He doesn't look like a person who has 60,000 in saving to spend.
No. But if he actually tries to get you like platinum people, good on him. That's worth something.
Yeah, $10,000 each.
Oh well. I was talking about effort, actual hard work of trying to impress you,
not
but
hard
that
work.
that works too.
It's just minimum effort, He didn't really. Well, he didn't really impress me with anything, so I'm giving him an excuse to do so.
I mean, I think the last people had to get 10, so 6 is an improvement.
Well, they
Yeah,
were
well, mate, if
impressive
that's the
people
case, fuck yeah.
who just fucked up a lot. There's difference. This guy's just. I don't see anything in him, so. I gotta give some sort of excuse. See if he's worth anything. If you just show up and say, hey, I want a job. You're cool. I'm like, okay. Bye. Am I wrong? I want people with passion. I want people with heart.
I don't
If-
think you're wrong.
And if they want to be motivated by money, that had to be strong motivation that they were to stay at the clips.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
We don't need any more people that just get promoted and then never come back on duty.
Well, that and that, like the band-aid goes on the wound, not just like fuck me if you can't even...
I would have laughed very hard if that guy walked in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what happened?
I took a tumble.
Bad fumble?
He seems like a good guy. He gets the job.
Story.
Decent
Oh, yeah.
sized tumble.
I hope he gets the job.
What
Seems
hurts
like a good
exactly?
guy.
Sorry.
More than my pride, probably my leg.
Just aside. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna have a feel down. Does anything feel broken? Anything feel out of place, or is it just a bit of bruising?
I know you.
I did not do what you think I did.
I'm just
That did
gonna
not
have a
happen
feel.
this
Let me
time.
know if this hurts.
Yeah.
If it's a little inconclusive, we can always do an X-ray.
I did not
I mean,
pick him this time.
It has a slight pain
This
to it. It's not like crazy.
Listen, I need to talk to you over here.
Better to be safe than sorry. It'll only take a couple of minutes.
Actually, it's been pretty goddamn busy. It's been nice busy. Like, it was good kind of busy.
Okay, let's get these results.
I can't work this wallet with these gloves. Fuck it. I don't care. You check it.
Jesus. No, it's not my job.
Wait. She literally asked me what pegging is. I don't know how easy I could have gone with
Listen. Sometimes you don't just throw them to the wolves.
What is
You can't
pegging?
just.
that. All right, sit down, get comfy. I'll tell you what
All right,
pegging
let's
is.
let's go to platinum couch.
Oh, okay.
If it's extra, I'll tough it out.
It's extra if you take them away with
If you get pegged again.
I'm only
Yeah, so pegging,
I'll
right?
take
Is that
Is
what
when
he's
you get
asking
a
me?
strap on, right?
What is that?
I'll skip it.
A strap
I'll
on
pass.
is
I'll
a
make it.
questionable toy that has
Why are
straps
we
on
going
it.
on this
Oh, we
shit
do not
again?
do toys at Eclipse. We do not believe in whimsy.
How's that helping?
I see.
It feels really nice.
So
We do
you
this.
get one of those.
Anything else bothering you?
Oh, that could be considered one, yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
unless
okay.
you have a way to fix my pride.
So we have a strap, gang slang for gun.
Yeah, perfect. That'll do
Alright,
amazing.
so we take gun, and what we do with gun?
Well,
I don't have an
you
ID,
need
but I can just
to
do
attach the gun to your hips, basically. So it needs straps. So
Yeah,
that's why it's
yeah,
called a
yeah.
strap-on.
Look, I
Oh,
already
yeah,
have
say
it
what?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, right
Almost
hip.
like that, right?
Yep.
So
I'm-
then,
I'm
when you're
ready.
having intercourse with the person, right? And you have your you have your strap on, right?
So what size
I
is
would
the
hope
strap
that
on? That's
people
what I
are
wanna know.
not having intercourse with
It
the
comes
gun
in
out.
all different shapes and sizes and colors. Look up Bad Dragon and you'll love it.
No, I can already
Dragons are
tell
not
no.
real. We do not believe in whimsy.
It's fantasy toys.
No,
We
I
do not
don't.
believe in fantasy.
Saying that's what happened to him?
Already.
A bad dragon?
What is intercourse?
So,
Thank you so
so
much.
but yeah, that's pegging. You know, when you
Yeah, but what is
insert-
intercourse? I'm missing a lot of context.
Intercourse is when you bang. You know, when you do the
You
do.
gotta be more careful, man. That can lead to
The
serious
Big Bang?
infection.
Like
My
what
boss
Mandy
bangs
used
me
to
a
do?
lot,
Damn.
especially when we're driving in the same
Oh, fair
ambulance.
Oh.
He's horrible driver. I usually come out with my head blown.
Oh,
Bangs
oh
hit on
my.
the wall.
You're fine, John.
Yes,
I
he gets banged a lot.
Why did we
Disappointed
immediately start talking
sigh.
about strap-ons again?
Does your boss, you
Yeah.
know, help you clean up after, or does he
Uh,
just, you know?
No, I'm usually have to clean up. It's my mess, you know.
Oh.
His driving,
oh,
but
it's
my
your-
mess.
Continuously slapping
Stone's going crazy.
against the wall.
You okay, Stone?
No.
You don't,
No.
you really don't know what intercourse is?
Should I? I'm 18 years old.
Yeah. You know, it's when a man and a
What?
woman, or whoever they prefer, you know, they, them, he, you know,
Yeah, men
Yeah,
are for
she-
cooking.
Wigga wigga.
yeah, non-binary, you know.
Yeah, men are for cooking.
You know,
Tesla?
yeah. When two
What do you mean
people-
men are for cooking? In what context?
What? You have husband, so he stays at home and he cooks the fish you bring that you caught. Yes?
What?
Is this
men
how
are
it
for.
happens in Virginia?
Yes.
saw you meant you were gonna cook a man alive.
No, why
That's
would
what I
I cook? That's what you have house husband for. You are out there catching big sturgeon with your own strong hands. You bring it home for husband to cook.
What part of Virginia did you live in?
The
As someone
Commonwealth.
from
To be a
Virginia.
stay-at-home husband.
I'm from fucking Virginia. I'm from Ashburn, Virginia.
I guess we're
What
far
part of
apart.
Virginia
I
are
could
you
not tell
catching
by...
sturgeon?
You know
Trout,
what?
sure. Rockfish, sure. Sunfish, sure. Crayfish, maybe. Sturgeon?
I think you broke
I love
Stone.
how like Stone's Virginian voice
I
comes
think
out when
Stone's
he's
cracking.
Where are
Are
you
you
getting
okay,
sturgeon?
I'm teaching.
That's the hand she used to
I'm
peg.
teaching. Anyways. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What?
What's with the music box?
What's with what music box? You don't enjoy
The
Virginian
Soviet
music?
national anthem?
Okay, now
No,
that is a bomb, a ticking bomb.
That's the Soviet national anthem. That's the USSR's national anthem. What
Hey,
part of Virginia
no
are
smoking
you
inside the
from?
hospital.
Of course there is smoking inside the hospital. Who are you to tell my doctor not to smoke inside hospital? Look at Takmet, he's smoking
I think
as
he's
well.
stress smoking.
I've been told not to
It's
smoke in here so many
incredibly
times.
encouraged, actually.
So
Actually
many times when I
encouraged.
come in
Alright,
here
go
and I
ahead
try to
and pull
smoke.
out cigarette and smoke.
Oh, okay, I'll definitely do that.
You know, I'm a
Enjoy
lot of a
freedom
sicko.
of private healthcare.
Are you fishing
No,
in the
thank you.
Chesapeake?
This is the Russia.
Is that where you're fishing?
You know, are you married at all?
No.
Oh, I was
That
gonna
is
say,
not the same thing. That's West. That's West Virginia.
I am not taken, no.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you have someone at home, since you talked about sturgeon, you can
I
ask
do
them
not
to,
have home, I
shove
live here.
sturgeon. Oh, okay.
I work for the greater good. I do not need residence.
Maria is married to the job.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you could ask whoever your partner is to intercourse, bring out their sturgeon or whatever.
What?
Don't fuck
I'm
someone
the
with
one that
fish,
brings
please.
fish.
Hey, at least it's already lubed.
No.
Please stop.
What are you on about?
Please stop.
The fish coming out would be the worst part.
Yeah.
Scales.
No.
Scaly. Getting those
Oh, you'll
gills and
descale
deep.
it first.
Ah.
You know what? You're probably gonna see me around here often. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No. I refuse at this point. I refuse.
You're gonna see me around here a lot.
I don't want you around here talking about fucking.
Now
fucking-
hold on. If
Uterus
she
is in-
has platinum insurance, she is more than welcome to swing by as often as she wishes.
Yeah, what insurance plan you got?
Uh-huh. I mean, I have enough to pay for platinum, so.
Oh,
To
sounds
buy
like
it then.
The person currently
Then I'll let
outside
you-
running
I'll let
looking
you-
for people who could pay for insurance because
Yeah.
his job depends on it. Would probably like to meet you, but he's not here, so oh well.
I mean, I could
Man,
probably
that-
post
what-
these
I'm
classes.
I'm
to charge
I'm
people.
still trying to figure out what river you're fishing in that you're catching sturgeon. Like, what part of the Potomac are you fishing in?
The main one.
He's
Th-
so
th- what do you mean
fixated
the
on
main one?
fish.
There's only one Potomac River.
That song is bringing out my inner Privyet.
For the greater good.
Most
For the greater good.
For the greater good. Are you okay, Dr. Stone?
I think Stone needs
Someone's-
an adult.
It's fine. He's a bit uncultured. we
I'm
cannot
right
blame
here.
him.
Hey, hi.
What do you
You
mean?
called.
This is my. I was raised in Virginia.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think we need to put him on a 5150.
Honestly.
Yeah, between
okay,
us,
if you're from
us
Virginia,
both, who has a thicker
what's-
Virginian
what-
accent?
What's the bottom of the flag say? The Virginia. What's the bottom of the Virginia flag say? What's the Latin on the
that
Virginia
spell,
flag?
Buddha?
Mm-hmm.
Says for the greater good.
Sic Semper Tyrannis.
It does not say for the greater good.
It says Sic Semper Tyrannis. As a Virginian's fucking. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy.
True American patriot right here.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we have a West Virginian and wherever Stone's from.
Regular Virginia.
Regular Virginia.
Fake.
From Ashburn, Virginia.
Probably from down under.
What, I'm Australian?
Down under.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
You sound like it.
Does this sound like an Australian?
Well, compared to
Hey,
me,
yeah,
yes.
absolutely. Oh, okay. He took offense to that.
It's fine. He
Wait,
falls over all the time. He probably. Let's
Curves
check
in the
for
fetal
bleeding.
position.
I'm kind of actually upset by that. Fuck you, motherfucker.
There's nothing wrong.
Well, you're not a
As I
Kiwi,
was
right?
saying. Well,
I'm not surprised.
Oh.
I
Just hoping you
can't
passed
see
out.
or hear anybody.
I think he fell in the back rooms.
Just
I got
punch him.
sent to fucking
Punch
West
him.
Virginia. Oh, there we go. There
I
you
think she just got sent to the back rooms. Yeah, she's gone.
Oh god.
She's gone.
how hard is it to just fall over? It's not that hard. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Oh,
I was like the slowest
okay.
fall.
yeah, he knocked the wind out of me.
Oh. Would you like to press charges?
Oh no.
Hospital violence.
I
fee?
don't care. It's not hospital violence.
Would
It's
you like
not
to-
medical staff.
Would you like to buy platinum insurance since you said you had the money for it?
Answer is yes.
I'm the exact same. I haven't brought it either.
Look, I'm not gonna buy it if you just offer it to me straight up. I'll buy it. Like when you guys don't give a fuck if I.
How do we reverse psychology this one?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It just
so what-
sounds like you're real desperate for platinum insurance.
What is your name?
Oh, that's it. That's easy
Me?
enough.
Yeah.
I'm Ayla Winters.
Hello. Do you want platinum insurance?
That
It covers
Not yet.
100% of medical fees as well as gives you special perks.
I'll bring it in cash next time when I stop by here.
We don't do
No,
cash
we don't.
transactions.
We don't do
Leave
cash.
now. Disgusting.
We only do direct deposit, wire transfers only.
Cash is how
wire
embezzlement
transfers.
happened. Never again.
Cold hard cash makes me sick.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't need. Yeah, I don't know where that cash has been.
Yeah.
Could have been like under boob cash.
Up my nose.
Or
Special.
like in.
Sorry, I forgot when I was
You
working
are
out the view. It was
excused.
strapped to my hip.
That's fine.
Oh, is that what a strap-on is then?
No, it's a gun, silly.
No, no.
I have it on right now. You see on my
I
hip?
know what one it is. Don't worry.
You have a
Ah,
strap
no.
on right now?
Yeah, on my hip.
I mean, I guess.
You conceal it
It's
really
a
well.
holster.
Do I? It's right
I think
here.
on that note, I'm gonna take my leave.
Yeah, I think that's called a holster.
Yeah. No, yeah.
think you forget
the
that I'm
strap
not
is
the
in.
On that note,
that's-
on that note, I'm taking my leave. You guys have a good night.
You forget I have the car keys.
Oh, I can lockpick it. It's fine.
Do we still need the bad dragon? Oh, never mind.
How do we tame the bad dragon?
Tell it it's a good dragon.
How do
Alright,
we
guys,
make
have
the
a good
bad
one.
dragon a
Later.
good dragon?
Oh,
Yeah, that's the size I like.
don't
much.
forget, look at the bad dragon named Diego.
No.
Sturgeon sized. Never catch a fish smaller than this.
That's a pretty impressive catch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can handle it. Takes a bit to wrestle, but eventually it submits.
Yeah, gotta be careful of those one-eyed snakes too.
No.
What do you mean no?
Why would you be careful? You kill them. You don't. You're not careful.
No,
it's not.
No, I was talking
it's
about
not
the one-eyed snake. I
porcelain.
was talking.
Yeah, it's not porcelain.
You gotta be careful with those. You gotta be careful with those. I mean, as in like it's they spit at you, so you gotta be careful.
You just stay on
don't
its
get
blind
spat
side.
on.
Usually when people are already
See, this is why
face-to-face with
men
the
stay
one-eyed
at home
snake,
and
it's too
cook.
late.
This is giving me anxiety. Does anyone ever die as a fam? I just don't
No.
fucking. I'm done.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Obviously, you don't even know where you're from.
Who, mate? Yeah, he's from Virginia.
Yeah, sure. And I'm from Soviet Union.
Oh, that's a good
I'd
It was
actually
dissolved
believe
in
you.
like the 80s.
Soviet Russia.
There, Stone. You can go. You can be from your fake Virginia. It's fine.
Damn.
This is the fucking stupidest bit ever, and I love it. Who is Jordan Akreech? It's a weird name.
There are a lot of Jordans in the city. I think. Everything I'm George.
Why do you keep throwing dice?
Why is no one getting hurt? There was so many people a few hours ago. What happened to them? Are they asleep? Just die in your sleep.
All right. $100. Whoever's higher.
Okay. We can make a bet on that.
What's going on?
I'm about to lose $100.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
lost,
you just
shit.
lost $100.
Pay up.
Damn.
Fuck. Okay, someone just gave me $100.
Well, give it to Benji.
I'll take that.
All right.
There you go.
I mean, I'm happy to go again if you guys want to.
Fuck.
Oh, yes! Ah, motherfucker.
Bullshit.
Wait, hold on, fine.
Yeah, everyone's just giving me money? Awesome, I'm
Stop
done.
it.
Thank you.
Fucking
You might actually win something this time.
Fuck.
Menace, cracked.
There you go, that's...
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, so who's getting it?
Oh.
I
That's
guess
bullshit.
some.
Hey.
There you go. Open up.
Oh.
That's your $100.
Damn. Yeah, can we just... Yeah, let's just throw it in.
Oh, my bank today.
I'm gonna win one of these. Just one. Just one.
Ooh.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. That's not terrible.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I
Come
think
on.
that means I gotta
Come
give
on.
one of you $1,000.
Come
Come on.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Let's go. Made my money back.
Where did that go?
Where'd that go?
To let you know, I'm just going to throw it in.
Hey, sweet.
Oh, I threw it over here.
I feel like a stripper.
Good.
God damn, why are you guys throwing the money so hard? Shit.
I don't want to play anymore. We're good.
Right, come on, baby.
No, I'm not playing. Oh, fuck.
Fuck me. Okay, well.
Not even gonna attempt to roll.
That's just an instant win right there for Benjamin.
Maybe I should go to the casino at some point.
Fucking.
No.
You got a little under 50% chance on beating me.
This game is
Fuck
freaking-
yeah! By the
Why do
way,
I feel
you're
like by the end of this, we're
you're
just gonna end
moonwalking.
up with the exact
exact same amount of money. Thank you.
Most aggressive like payout ever.
Yeah, you guys are fucking throwing these wads of cash pretty fucking hard. You just had to count it out in singles, huh? You just couldn't give me $100 bill and just had to take a fucking roll and just
That's right.
fucking fuck. Oh,
Fuck.
oh. Well, you got your money back.
You know, someone's probably gonna walk in at the exact wrong time when you're like throwing money and thinking that you're gonna pull out a gun.
It's TACMED. It's nothing new. Alright. 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 Come on. Yeah.
I'm not paying Perry Flap.
Ow.
I've lost less money to hookers.
This is Lorraine. Something happened. Pokes purple RP. Something happened.
Fuck. God damn. Stop chucking it so hard. I'm not a fucking carnival game.
Ah.
Damn.
I'm happy with that.
I'm out of money.
Come on. Fuck. Ooh, you owe him a grand.
That's a grand.
Hey, look, you made your money back. It's a grand for Nat 1.
Oof, that sucks.
We didn't. He did. He
I
gave
got a Nat 1 and I threw a grand.
Oh, actually paid a grand too. I would have just been happy for the 100.
Bad. Not bad.
Yeah. Fuck. Mine actually says 16. It just it says 14.
Sure. Ow. Damn!
Whoops. I meant to do that.
Husband violence.
What?
Oh, what?
Billy, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it.
Entirely sure.
I'm freaking out.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Yeah, for now.
Whatever.
No, I'm good. No.
Hell no. This is just going to go buy groceries for the fucking hospital so I can go make food. What's wrong, Marinette?
People are not getting hurt.
Yeah, it's
I can call my nephew and see if he'll come in and go into town and help out. I mean, a complete job's, nothing bad, of course.
Why are you here?
I'm a complete.
He's shadowing.
Bullshitless.
since he-
I'm shadowing.
He's shadowing since he actually
Shadowing
is just
what?
for education. I don't know.
Stone's
Nothing
awesome
to
shadow. The stone. Shadow
Stone
stone.
doesn't have shadow.
That's actually a good
Don't?
point. Eh. Sorta. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, magic.
Yeah, go pick up some
Now
groceries.
he does.
Money. Oh.
Oh, that money was for groceries. It's gone now.
I do need to go grocery shopping. I need to get my fucking cooking skills up. It's been like one day just cooking. Just handing out food and shit.
That's fair enough.
Do an Eclipse Medical food drive. With every purchase of platinum insurance, you get a burger.
There was a guy walking around today handing out like coffees and candy cane.
Yeah, how jolly of him.
Yeah. I thought it was nice. Oh, and soup too, and warm soup. Yeah.
They're very jolly, very jolly.
Hmm.
Very much the Christmas spirit.
Oh,
So what else are differences between your two Virginias?
Oh, the first difference is there's one Virginia.
They're two, technically.
It's a cold, snowy morning here. I can imagine. It's a not so cold, not snowy morning here. Although it's not morning, it's 2 p.m. already, I guess. Uploaded.
цветным узором земля и небо вспыхивают вдруг. Веселье час и боль разлуки хочу делить с тобой всегда. Давай пожмем друг другу руки и вдали не путь на долгие года. Мы так близки.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Не нужно, чтоб повторять друг другу вновь, что наша нежность и наша дружба сильнее страсти.
At least that's the perk of tech med.
I'm gonna 42 for the night. Fucking tired. anyhow.
Opinion.
Alright. Good night.
Opinion.
42.
Good night,
Take
Stone.
care. I'd head off as well.
Yeah. 114, 1042.
For the greater good.
For the greater good. I'm gonna sleep in the medical center for tonight.
See yous.
I like it. I like it.
All right.
I think that's good. I think they're good. I'm guessing this is in response to the ambulance mostly.
No. Well, lesser is to ambulance, bigger is to, marabuntas sniping medics.
Mm-hmm.
Give him back.
You want a bet?
Yeah.
Here you are.
I'm not gonna walk around with this is not pamphlet to give away. This is proposal for a DOJ. I just have copy. Oh, it's been 12 hours I've been awake? Jesus. Oh no, she's cute. I love this hair. I do not feel like I've been on shift for the past 12 hours.
Definitely one of those days.
Again, it wasn't quiet. It only now got quiet. So,
You
good
work
work.
so hard, Marionette.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I work exactly as much as the overseer expects me to.
I could never do what you're doing.
Which part?
12 hours.
Oh, well. I'm used to doing more. Which is why I'm excited to go back into longer hours, because I've not been happy with myself only putting like 6-8 hours shift a day.
Just remember to look after yourself too.
No. I look after the greater
Yeah, that checks
good.
out. You are the greatest good when it comes
No.
to that.
No.
Because without you, this place falls apart.
That's not true. That's why Callum
Sometimes
is
it's true.
around.
Callum's not around right now.
Well, this place wouldn't fall apart if I wasn't here right now. Because I'm normally not here right now.
Just take the compliment.
No.
Look, you are loved and appreciated here.
Alright. Your opinion is appreciated. Head pat.
Oh, actually, in since the conversation is looking after yourself, here, take this.
No. Fine, I will. I do enjoy cold hot chocolate.
Would that be iced hot chocolate?
No, it was cold.
I'm sorry, I got it this morning and
Really?
I didn't put it back in the microwave.
Oh, well. Where did you get it this morning?
From my hotel room?
How long ago did you make it?
I think yesterday.
That was like a 3-day-old chocolate.
Yeah, I think it might have been. But it just makes it taste like extra chocolatey.
I've drank older.
I've drank older. 18 years. We're almost back to 2 million. But we have to... Well, there might be something big to spend money on, so we'll see.
More ranger training?
Well, no, we paid $1 million up front. We haven't even gotten our money's worth back yet. That's why I said if
Cost it
Rangers
$1
want
million
more
to do
money.
ranger training?
Hmm?
It cost it $1 million to do ranger training?
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
We paid them up front for future training as well.
Oh.
Yeah, like training is usually like 100,000, because it's like a few $1,000s per badge, and we send like 10, 20 people to train.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Last time it was parachute at Zancudo.
Oh, I wasn't there for that one.
Do you need parachute training? Do you have parachute?
I have a parachute. I know how to use it, I think.
All right. Do you have like TACMED issued parachute or?
I got
Yeah, you
this
do.
black one I got from yeah.
No.
Callum made me buy it.
Yeah.
Callum made me go and get it. But,
Yeah.
You know, it's useful.
Yeah, every TACMED has to. They're useful. I did a epic parachute dive into Humane Labs a few days ago.
Oh.
Yeah, it was really fun.
I mean, at least you didn't do a Lucy and forget your parachute in your locker.
No.
I carry it on me at all times.
Good. I don't carry mine because Callum has mine and has not returned it.
Why does he have your parachute?
He's
I think I put all of my stuff away and he took most of it. During my surgery. Or something.
Ah, okay.
So I got whatever Brittany was holding, but the rest Callum took and didn't return, so. Hospital drama. Quiet. None of your business, Scott. Go back in the box. Hospital drama. Ree! I couldn't even do it, Jesus Christ. Hospital drama.
It is fairly quiet.
Hospital drama. I can't like.
What are you doing?
kind of scared.
Maria's gone business mode.
No. Why would you call this business mode?
Because the helmet's on.
That's not business mode. You
What's
want to
business
see
mode, then?
business mode?
Yeah, sure.
It's business time.
Let's go business mode. I like this, but it doesn't make much sense. Ah, fuck. Like, this makes sense without the vest, but with the vest, this is better. And we have to go with this.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah,
business
that's
mode.
business mode.
Business mode. This is TACnet. What is nature of your emergency?
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
Oh, the great good.
Hi. Hi, Jazz. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Speaking of, I'm gonna business mode activated. Speaking of, I'm gonna go ahead and
Alright, I think I'm gonna go 42 for a bit. Catch a
Alright.
nap before the evening.
Alright.
Stay safe.
we will.
You too.
033 going 42.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
Why do I feel like things are about to pop off?
Well, sounds like a good moment for me to take power nap for 1 minute, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Me, 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 me.
Вам возвращая ваш портрет, я любви вас не молю. В моем письме упрек
Right, I'm gonna go ahead and make myself some food because I'm starving.
вас по-прежнему люблю. чего ты спросишь, я всегда в печали, слезы подступая, льются через край. У меня есть
Good thing I rookie checked the ambulance downstairs. It's unlocked.
Yeah.
Do you know who it is?
No idea. What was the plate? Do you know?
I don't know.
Here, I'll go down and check it.
Для того, кто любит, трудных нет загадок. Для того, кто любит, все они просты. У меня есть сердце, а у сердца песня, а у песни тайна, тайна это ты. У меня есть сердце, а у сердца песня, а у песни тайна, тайна это ты. Счастье мое я нашел в нашей дружбе с тобой. Все для тебя и любовь, и мечты. Счастье мое — это радость цветения весной. Все это ты, моя любимая, все ты. Счастье мое, посмотри, наша юность цветет. Сколько любви и веселья вокруг. Радость моя, эта молодость песни поет. Мы с тобой неразлучны вдвоем, мой цветок, мой друг. Радость моя, эта молодость песни поет. Мы с тобой неразлучны вдвоем, мой цветок, мой друг. Счастье мое я нашел в нашей дружбе с тобой. Все для тебя и любовь, и мечты. Счастье мое — это радость цветения весной. Все это ты, моя любимая, все ты.
глаза твои я вспомню в час разлуки. И голос твой услышу в тишине. Я помню ласковые трепетные руки, и о тебе они напомнят мне. Руки вы две больших и теплых птицы, как вылетали, как оживляли все вокруг. Руки, как вы могли легко близко, и все печали снимали вдруг. Когда по клавишам твои скользили пальцы, каким родным казался каждый звук. От звуки старого и медленного вальса мне не забыть твоих горячих рук. Руки вы две больших и теплых птицы, как вылетали, как оживляли все вокруг. Руки, как вы могли легко проститься, и все печали мне дали
письма, что ты мне обещала. Немного дней прошло, надежда не пропала. Ты, помнишь, расставаясь, мне сказала, что скоро вновь обратно позовешь. И вот теперь с волнением ожидаю, стыжу себя за это, презираю. И в то же время чувствую и знаю, что никогда письма мне не пришлешь. письма, что ты мне обещала. Немного дней прошло, надежда не пропала. Ты помнишь, расставаясь, мне сказала, что скоро вновь обратно позовешь. И вот теперь с волнением ожидаю, стыжу себя за это, презираю. И в то же время чувствую и знаю, что никогда письма мне не пришлешь.
Прощались мы, светила из-за тучи луна. Расстались мы, и снова я одна, да я одна. Расстались мы, к любви возврата больше нет. Но чего твой злой ответ оставил в сердце след? Не слышал от меня ты слова упрека. За что же обидел ты меня жестоко? Милый, расстались мы, другой любви я не ищу. Но если ты вернешься, я тебя тогда прощу.
Встретились мы в баре ресторана, как мне знакомы твои черты. Помнишь ли меня, моя Татьяна, мою любовь, наши прежние мечты? Вижу губ накрашенных страдания, в глазах твоих молчание пустоты. Где же, где, скажи, моя Татьяна, моя любовь, наши прежние мечты? Татьяна, помнишь дни золотые, кусты сирени и луну тишьяе? Татьяна, помнишь грезы былые? Тебя любил я, не вернуть нам юных дней. Упал ты склонила мне на грудь. Татьяна, помнишь дни золотые, весны прошедшие, мы не в силах вернуть. Упали косы, душистые, густые, свою головку ты склонила мне на грудь. Татьяна, вспомни дни золотые, весны прошедшие, мы не в силах вернуть.
Back. Oh my god. Thank you. There we go. Sorry that I missed the raid, Nimble Knight. Apologies. I was busy making myself some food.
Мне без тебя грустно одному. Тебя здесь нет, и всё
Good
morning. It's not morning. I was hoping for a single call to come in.
Not at all.
Alright, let's go ahead and enjoy this. I took a soup, I added some pickles into it, and a lot of cheese. And now I'm just gonna dip my garlic bread baguette in it, and that's how I'm gonna eat it. Hehe. I'm gonna burn my fucking mouth, but I don't care. It smells delicious, it looks delicious, and it probably tastes delicious. And I'm about to find out. Well, enjoy your spicy noodles.
Весной голубоглазою полуденный прибой. Ты помнишь, как мы лазали на пристани с тобой, как дрались за бочонками, как ты гулял с девчонками, а я тебя ждала, любя у будки портовой.
Understandable. Very understandable. I'm gonna share in Discord.
Мальчишка беспризорный, парнишка в доску свой, веселый, задорный, с вихрастой головой, форсил татуировкою, нырял в разрез волны и рваною веревкою подвязывал штаны. Прошла пора беспечная, настали дни забот, и вот однажды вечером отчалил пароход. Простились мы без жалобы, махнул ты с верхней палубы. С тех пор тебя люблю, любя, уже который год. Все жду, все жду.
Fair enough.
Мальчишка беспризорный, с вихрастой головой, звенел твой смех задорный над водной синевой. Форсил татуировкою, нырял в разрез волны и рваною веревкою подвязывал штаны. Кино смотрела хронику, подводники в строю, и вдруг среди подводников тебя я узнаю. Стоишь в проходе кубрика, тобой горда республика, а я тебя зову, любя, и плачу с ним.
And no walk-ins as well?
I haven't seen a single soul.
How are we
Person
supposed
I
to
saw
make
was
money if
Benji
there's
riding
nobody?
away.
Ah.
Oh yeah, there was also that ambo that was left downstairs.
Huh?
Yeah, there's an ambo left downstairs. It's unlocked too.
All right.
Benji sent you a text about it.
Ah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it looks like we might have a 52 request in just a second.
Really?
Well, it's police in random location grouped up, so I'm assuming they caught somebody.
I hope they shot them.
Yeah, we'll just... so we'll wait for the call to come in, and by the time they come back here, we'll just ask for them to impound it. Mm. Oh god. I would send a picture, but my phone doesn't want to connect to the internet, so... That's the sock. Oh well, seems like it was not that after all. Oh well, one can hope. How many of them are there? 6.
I think there was 5 earlier.
Yeah, no, 6. I guess maybe Ranger.
Oh yeah, the Ranger. I was
Yep.
counting the Ranger in the
That-
6.
Yep, no. There's 6 with Ranger. Yeah, they are at pillbox. I wonder why. I wonder if anybody knows what's going to be happening to the hospital soon. I wonder. Smiles. Just shoving a toasted bread into the shoving a toasted bread into soup is my favorite way to eat the soup. Who the fuck needs a spoon or a mouth when you can just use bread? Fucking dip it in that shit. Imagine the bread being freshly out of oven with garlic butter on it. Oh yeah, that's if you're thinking why am I orgasming over here on the mic, that's why. It's an asparagus soup that I chopped some pickles in and added some cheese since I was planning to be dipping it. It's a creamy asparagus soup with pickles and cheese. There's a restaurant that's a ghost kitchen really next to me that sells this soup for like incredibly cheap. It's like $2 per bowl. I usually get it every now and then just to have it and just put both bowls in the because it's like 2 for the price of 1. And I just put them in my fridge and eat them whenever I feel like it because it's good soup. It's very salty, but it's good. It's not a pregnancy carving, it's just logical. Because asparagus is mild, you can add pickles for a little bit of acidity. You add a little bit of cheese. Yeah, I hate peas. But spinach, garlic, yes. Peas, no. Under no circumstances do I enjoy. Yeah, I know, but it's not only the texture, I just don't enjoy the taste of peas. I'll eat it, but peas are not good. The only vegetable I will just not eat, period, is, whatever you call it, bell peppers. For some reason, the taste of bell peppers, fresh bell peppers, revolts me. I don't know why, I just cannot handle it. No, fuck peas. I will not die if I have to eat peas, but I would never eat them out of my own volition. I can, I use paprika. I can eat hot peppers, but bell peppers, just no. Absolutely not. Like, they ruin things for me. If I cook them for long enough, they're good enough. But... Alright, but that's like a proper ass stew. I don't think I would enjoy it. I would prefer for it to be a simple chicken broth. And then you either, use pasta or potato or whatever you enjoy in your soup. I guess my grandma likes potatoes. Pasta is like more of the modern thing. Or not even pasta, just like egg fucking, you know, not even noodles, just fucking pasta splotches. You just make a little bit of dough and just throw it in. Oh yeah. I don't know any words for any of my cooking that is Polish based, because I learned all of that before I knew what English is. I cannot, for the life of me, translate most of my skills from from Polish to English. Like I cannot do math in English. I don't know any words for anything. Mm. Are your cars, Sam Summers?
What?
Why do you show up and there's no more calls? It's all your fault.
I might be. I can't tell if it's a good luck charm for them or a bad luck charm for us.
Bad luck charm for us. No, English is not common. German is more common in Poland, where I'm from. Like, most people really struggle with English. Oh, that's fucked up. What the hell? Man, no, in Polish is the same as English in that part. Thank you. I appreciate it. I only speak it well because I wasn't taught English. I just started using it with like absolute minimal knowledge imaginable. And by constantly writing and then eventually speaking in English, that's how that's how you learn the language without the accent being as prominent, etc. Because you're not being taught the language the Polish way. You're naturally learning the language the English way, so that's how you get less. Yep. Aww, I appreciate it, Thimble Knight, but you don't have to do that. But I appreciate it. I just ate, so I imagine I'm probably gonna crash soon. Yeah, don't expect my sleep schedule to be consistent. Thank you, I appreciate it. I try. Obviously when I'm doing, Maria Tov, it's a fake Slavic accent. It's not even a Polish accent. It's like a fake Russian accent because I cannot do a Polish accent. Alright, what's the sleep schedule? Good question. Especially with this as my job now, I have zero reason to keep a schedule. I mean, now I do. But I just thank you. I really appreciate it. I wish I was better at English. I wish I could do like American accents, etc. But like I'm happy enough where I've gotten with like no training at all. Well, not no training, no learning, I guess. No studying. Like I literally was the worst English student in my class when I was like 10 years old. I couldn't even introduce myself. And then over one single summer break, I got pissed off because one of the movies I wanted to watch, which was Street Dance 2, I think, had the worst imaginable dub. It's not even the dub. It's one of those cheap dubs that the original, the original voice lines play below the dubbed voice lines, and all of the dubbed voice lines are made by the same person. It's like closed caption text to speech, but by an actual person, right? So yeah, I got pissed at that, and that was the first time I switched a movie to English. And by the end of that single summer break, I started watching things in English. I started playing games in English. I started RPing in English because I started like a year or two before, because I loved writing to RP in Polish, and then I switched the language to English, and I tried my best. And literally over 2 months of summer break, I came back, and instead of a student who was barely passing, I became the best student in class and remained the best student.
911, what's your emergency?
Hello, there's actually no emergency. That's why we opted to not call
Okay.
on the radio. We have an ambulance at Eclipse that needs impounding if any unit is available.
Okay, it's in front of Eclipse or inside down in the garage?
Garage.
Okay, I will be there then.
Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Germany on way.
All right.
Yeah. With any luck, he'll
All-
explode.
The entire country?
Yeah, basically. With any luck, it'll explode as it often does, and we'll have a call.
All right.
Because nobody just uses the language. Everybody always sticks to the school way of teaching it. But guess what? Learning a second language in school is really bad, because most of the ways that it's being taught is fucking horrible. And even when you do learn it, it's usually useless knowledge that doesn't translate into it being, useful in conversations. So how do you learn a language? You learn the basics and then just go out and start using it with people who know how to use it. And who would have thunk over 2 months you can basically go from not knowing a language at all to being able to hold any conversation you'd want in your life. Obviously I wasn't, the best, but I stayed the best student in class and in school for like the next 16 years. Over 2 different schools, so obviously there had to be something to it. Yep, there we go. Like, I was studying French.
Is it just me, or is that cop wearing Tim's?
I don't know, let's ask.
Like, hiking boots.
I'm disappointed.
You mean impound?
I mean, whatever you prefer. What are you wearing, the shoes?
Who, me? Oops.
Is that your new uniform code?
No, it's not.
I didn't know the Tims were a part of our uniform.
I didn't even saw that. Cool, right? Look at me. Damn.
Honestly, if they were black, it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you two pose next to each other so we can compare uniforms?
No. Boom, gone, done.
Well, I'm posting it anyway.
You're posting it anyway. You can do it. Was it on Live Invader or what?
Yeah. Official San Andreas Medical Services account.
From the official one.
So better now?
I don't know. I think I like the Tims.
To be fair, like my shoes are like my like the mood rings.
Yeah.
I have the mood shoes.
Uniform comparison.
So when my
Such a funny post.
So when I change my mood, my fucking color of my shoes are changing too.
They were they were the Tims because you're happy or something.
No, actually, brown means I'm angry as fuck. That means I'm emotionless.
All right.
Yes.
Good post. Thank you, Trooper. Your service for the greater good is appreciated.
Yeah, you're welcome.
For the greater good.
What is your profile picture?
It's great, isn't it?
It's something. Look at this shit. You look so much better than an EMS uniform.
The old one?
Yeah, you went from boy to man.
Yeah, I think it was a part of the hat too.
I like this music. It's very calming, surprisingly. It's fucking from the 1930s. Yeah, fucking 1930s Soviet music.
Сказать вам правду, но как начать? Пожалуй, лучше мне промолчать. Сказать вам сразу, что вас люблю, но нет
Should we get a mascot for TACMED?
That's a good idea.
I think just a fully geared up TACMED can be mascot, because then anybody can wear it. Nobody sees
That's
face.
true. Anybody can be Attack Man.
Not me googling Spider-Man posters with quote anyone can put on the mask and making that into a TACMED poster.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when I said that.
Wow, great minds think alike. Ah. I really hate the color that GTA normally is. Soup time.
Не забыть мне русую головку никогда. Но боюсь, не шутит ли плутовка, что тогда успокой улыбкой алой лаской нежною согри, чтоб на сердце легче стало и светлей.
I guess I have to stay up another 12 hours to do some work.
Чтоб на сердце легче стало и светлей. Не любить мне девушку иную никогда. Вот возьму тебя и поцелую. Что тогда? Успокой улыбкой далы лаской нежную согрей, чтоб на сердце легче стало и светлей.
Soup so good, soup so salty. Ugh, a bit too much. With bread, it's easier to handle by itself. It's a bit too much, yeah. Wanna fly to Sandy?
What? What did you say?
Wanna fly to Sandy?
Sure.
Might as well check if it's open. It's not, but you know.
Always good to check.
Going up. You wanna fly?
What's happening? I've never flown in my life.
Do you know how to fly?
No.
No. Would you like to learn?
Sure.
Alright. I mean, it's good time for training. Not like we're gonna be busy.
Yeah, nothing else going on. Might as well.
Maybe you'll be my next protege.
Oh, really?
No. Close the doors. Close the...
I did it.
Thank you. Have you ever used camera on helicopter?
I have.
Alright, do you know how to use it?
Yep, I got the spotlight there.
How do you do that? No one I ask knows how to do that. How do you know that?
I was taught by everybody who's flown for me.
Which button do you press?
Well, on the dashboard here, there's this button with like an E on it, and you know, just
No!
slap that.
Really?
Yeah,
No.
E for emergency. Emergency camera.
Yeah, I'm not asking about camera. I'm asking about spotlight.
Oh, yeah.
How?
I think Callan told me how.
And you're gonna tell me now, because I have like 10 people I need to let know.
Well, it's, you know, there's this button on here. It's like a...
Is it G? It's G, thank you.
Yeah, it's G. Like a glot light or something.
I don't know. The little toggle on the pistol is labeled E. So I don't know. You know, manufacturers are weird. Oh my god, actual spotlight. Like, so many people have been trying to figure it out and we could not.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was common knowledge.
No, like, because you barely ever have to use the spotlight, but it's very useful.
I use it a lot.
Oh yeah, why are we here? Right.
Checking on Sandy, see if he's long.
Helicopter? No. You cannot. Terry. Catholic. Hello.
Ooh. I'm not even gonna worry about the claw marks.
Pirate blood. It spells pirate blood, but do you think if we test it, it'll come back to the blood of a pirate?
How would we even tell if it came back to a pirate? Scurvy, I guess.
We'll see what it comes back to, and we can tell if they're a pirate or not, yes?
That's true.
By gang affiliation. Once
If
know
you
them.
think about it, pirates were really just gangs on the sea.
Yeah. If you think about it, gangs are just pirates, not on sea.
That's true.
The quote-unquote code, but actually horrible people trying to pretend like they're better than others. They're just
They're
criminals.
like a land of pirates.
Oh. Ronaldo will have fun with this one. Is that who out there? Who put pirate pin in water?
Oh my god, the pirates are taking over.
They can try. The pirates have not taken over. There is no sign of pirates in bathroom. You do not take something over until you have to take a shit in it.
That's true.
No, it's good. I mean, people are breaking in, but at least our locks are getting replaced, so. Alright, training time.
Ooh. Maybe either the most atrocious flying or medium.
Well, we will see. First up, turn the engine on. Alright. Pedals are for going up and down. So...
That's right.
Yep, so go ahead and pick us up into the air. Beautiful. You know how to go left and right. Well, you know how to go left. The other way is right, yes.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you know how to shift joystick back and forth? There you go.
I do.
Yeah, alright. You're lucky. We got a little upgrade to engine to this thing, so you can just fly straight without worry. Oh, alright. Well, pull up. We're going to that.
You want to fly for that?
Ah, yeah, sure. Land here on the strip. Yep. Little bit forward. Yep. Avoid trees. We don't like trees. Don't worry too much about landing on H. It's not important. Good job. Maybe you know, soften the landing a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll take them inside, I guess. Thank you.
All right. I think I could fly better if I mess around with the joystick a little bit.
Yeah, that's normally how it is. Gotta get used to it. They have parachute on.
Careful.
You wanna test it out?
Alright.
Alright. Put helmet on if you're going to be parachuting.
That's a good idea. Just so I don't crack my skull open.
Mm-hmm. Alright, don't jump out. We're gonna be...
TACMed to PD.
Go for TACMed.
To down gunshot wounds at the Pack Standard Bank if you could send a unit.
10 for parachuting in now.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You missed it.
All right, I'll put you down here so the TACMed can actually have a look at it, okay? All right. From now on, right in
Oh,
silent. Everything you say
down
is
there, all
against
right.
the code of law. You're right from the attorney.
Yeah,
Important
this
attorney, not right,
suspect
but
down here is
available
bleeding
against
out
any rights.
quite quickly. We've got an officer upstairs who's injured.
First the officer, please. First the officer, and then him.
Well, we have 2 units. They can tend officer.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay.
All right, just here.
All right. He is all yours. I don't know what kind of wounds he has because I
Alright,
had
yep,
a hard
no
time
worries,
finding.
no worries. Cuffed, yes. Alright.
Cuffed, yes.
Alright, let's see. How badly are we bleeding? Probably a lot of gunshot wounds. Let's just check for exit wounds while I pack the entrances so that I don't bleed too much. Don't have to worry about selling too much at the moment if you rush to hospital. Do we have exit wounds? Biggest question. Oh, alright. Well, there's a lot of stuck inside. There can be a lot of... Well, alright. Get all of that.
I'm just gonna
Hold.
clean these up real quick.
How much?
Stone and Winchester, can you please
wood.
do the forensics very quick?
Alright, that's all fucked. Bleeding out. We'll get you.
It's
Yeah.
just a couple bullets in there.
Yep. Nope.
Clean
Nope.
these
Nope.
up.
He's
Get up.
asked you to do forensic.
Back.
Gonna be in here.
Alright, fine.
We got, I think these are officer casings.
Alright, what?
Oh,
What have you done to this?
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know. It happens sometimes. Okay, so Jesus.
I'm moving
Yep.
down.
Usually we just try until it works. We got to
Okay,
save him
I mean,
somehow, right?
Throwing her around like a doll.
Oh well.
Yeah, see, our officer's like more reasonable.
We gotta go.
Dying don't sound so bad now.
I guess we're doing this.
Powder abuse.
Follow the ambulance.
What ambulance?
Or the helicopter, whatever you have, man.
Alright, load him up. Unlocked. There's that man. Good job.
Yeah, I think I'm stronger than you.
Or maybe I intended to do that.
Oh, Maria,
wow,
that
okay.
one, that one's critical. We
Yep,
should it.
they're both critical actually.
Both of them?
Yep.
There we go.
Been really cool if you parachuted into the vault, but I guess you don't have much parachute training as well.
Yeah, that was like the first one.
Oh, well, good job. You didn't die. I'm proud of you.
I hit a street light though.
Oh, okay. I'm less proud of you. Alright. You got the trooper, I got the old man. Both to OR. Come here. Please stay in my arms for once. I'll be very...
Oh.
Oh!
On trooper again?
So you just... You stop hating me, patient. If you want to be critical, at least...
Did I'm gonna carry that one?
Ah!
Try.
Ugh. What the heck?
Good luck.
You're slippery.
How you doing?
Slings onto shoulder, cool style. Right, nurse, doctor, come in. I need some help, since I was not the one dealing with it from the start. Go ahead and I have to take a look with me as to what's going on. I heard gunshots, but I'm not sure. Yo, alright. Alright, doctors. You have fun with guts. I'll go ahead and clean and stitch up the arm shot, and you have fun fishing out those bullets. Let me know if something is badly damaged. I'm here to help in case you need it. Remove that gas, clean it second time properly. No, nurse, no. The papers can wait. It's a trooper. He's not going to run off. It's okay. We can wait with paperwork until we're done here. Jesus Christ, so impatient. Oh, you just had your coffee. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I disturbing? Should I just get... Okay, fine. Shut up. Right, I'm all done up here, Doc. You're doing quite well. Good job. No complications? Good job, good job. Awesome. No, I wasn't. I didn't mean I expected complicated. Doctor, come on. We love you. We love you. Come on. There's no hate between TACMed and doctors. You know that. We love you. Oh, you want pay raise? No. This is exactly why you're not getting pay raise. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and suck it all out and clean it up, and you can go ahead and try again. Yes. All right, good. Sucking? Yeah. No. Yeah. There you go. You know, doctor, I'm noticing a lot of trying and not a lot of doing. You know how we are at hospital, yes? There is no trying. You will succeed. We expect not good, but great from you. So how about instead of asking about raise, you focus on job so you don't get fired?
Roll them out, and roll them out. Roll to the left, roll to the left, roll to the left.
Right, good job. I'll start on paperwork. Let me know if you want to move him to recovery, or do you think this one will not be waking anytime soon? To be honest, he looks like a big boy. He could probably wake up soon. Alright, yep. Nurse, help me up. Get him on the gurney. Let's leave him in bed to recover. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Fine.
What the? Where am I?
Oh, hello. You are at Eclipse operation room. Your life was just saved by our underpaid, very famous doctor, Brittany Hilton.
Oh.
Alright, are we going to be baby? Get in bed.
Oh,
Get in bed.
no.
Get in bed. Get in bed.
Yes.
Get in bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Get in bed. Good. How are we feeling?
Oh.
What's your pain level?
Probably about a good 4.
Alright.
And
3,
more tender than
2,
anything.
1. What's your pain level now?
Probably about a 3. It's going
Good.
down.
Good. I'm just checking if the IV was working properly. How about those arms of yours? Not the one that was shot, the other one. Is it able to move?
Yep.
Perfect. Why don't you show me your ID?
Alrighty. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Dakota.
I think I need to update my insurance. Can I do that while I'm with you?
Yeah, sure. Just 1 second. Hello, this is Takmet. What is the nature of your emergency?
The person I'm with's talking to. Oh my god.
Hey, we are on the side of the interstate. My friend kind of.
Hurt my knee.
Yeah, Sonora Freeway, yes, above Grapeseed.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jerry hurt me.
All right, are you critical? Because we can
No.
swing by. All right, good. Because we can swing by a helicopter, but we are dealing with a situation here, so it will take us, a minute or two to move out. But it will still be
I
quicker
just
than
got boo-boo.
driving. Yeah, all right. Wait, there, we'll get to you. Appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't pick
Thank
up.
you,
It was
thank you.
middle of operation.
You're good. It's all good. It's for the greater good. Thank you.
It is for the greater good. Thank you, Mr. Jari.
Yeah, alright.
Alright, just gonna try and get these bullets out of you.
The pain.
How's that pain now? Hmm?
I'm feeling much better.
That's good.
How's it going,
It's
man?
Maybe 1. It's gone.
His guts got fucked by bullet.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I thought, man. Fuck. But at least you're still here, so it's a little bit.
I loaded him with many bullets. I don't know how I didn't get into the ground. He took those bullets like a champ.
Well, he's old. I think he didn't feel like the half of it what you just did to him, so
Yeah.
that's why.
Sounds like he's high as a kite over there.
That was orgasmic.
Alright.
Hey, yo.
Glad it felt good for you.
Oh. Just like my wife used to do it.
That's right. Was your wife a nurse or something?
Ah. She was a dominatrix.
Oh, I understand.
Ah, kinky.
And you said you'd like to acquire platinum insurance again, yes?
Yes, please.
Good.
If
I could imagine so, seeing your bill for this single operation.
and just happened to walk away.
Yes, yes.
It would be smarter to do it before getting shot, but oh well.
Yeah, yeah, fair.
No, I'm incentivizing. Nuts, nuts. Oh. Just think about it. It's Christmas
And just
spirit.
like that, there you are, Mr. White. You are
You're giving an
currently
old man
all
hope.
good to go when it comes to paperwork and platinum insured again for the next 30 days. So until New
Thank you very
Year's,
much.
you have a year of platinum insurance, technically. See you next year.
Awesome.
In
Yeah.
the meantime, take all the time you need to recover. We have a very distant call to respond to.
That's the story we can go with.
Alright.
Yeah.
Ready with this one?
Huh?
was that?
I was asking.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you-
he's almost done. I just
Oh.
gotta finish up this paperwork here.
Yep, no worries.
Oh, my stitches.
All right.
so.
I'll give you a piece of paper and then write everything down when you feel better. Okay.
I have some
Ash
paper
is
on me.
sure.
Why is he gotta know?
Who?
I'm not entirely sure.
Sydney.
Why?
I'm freaking out.
I got hit with a motorcycle.
All right.
Yes.
I mean, that's wonderful to hear.
I wouldn't open my mouth that quick, to be fair, and not saying what you think. Oh. Oh.
Come here and say it to my face.
All right, take all the
I
time you
mean, I
need.
just did.
Thank you.
Through the glass. I mean, in here.
Okay, wait until we're down.
All right, I'll be on the
Uh,
roof once you're done.
Careful.
All right, he's done. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, you're coming with me. All right, let's go.
Are you rushing my medic at my hospital?
Yeah,
Rush me.
she's rushing me. He made me fall over.
I thought you were Jarvis.
Oh,
Isn't he?
it's my hip. My hip's bad.
These hips don't lie, huh? No, 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 no. Come here. Come here.
We go this
No.
way.
Said he stole your 95.
No, you're not going this way. I'm not going this way. I'm not that stupid,
well.
man. You're going with the staircase.
Hospital drama. Love it.
How you doing? Ain't no joke.
Got any food, Maria?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I just saved my last portion. Don't worry, we have a lot. Should have a lot in fridge, and if not, we'll restock. Thankfully, this call will not be complicated. It is just Mr. Jerry getting really bruised up. I wasn't rushing you, was I?
No.
Alright, good. Didn't want to seem like
I
I'm
had
rushing
to
you.
write 2 invoices.
Yep. I know. He seemed difficult. Wrap up stitches.
Yeah.
Alright.
Pac-Man! Oh, there they are. Here, I'll keep watch. You can treat.
Ah, well, what the
Hello.
fuck?
Surprise.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Statue. How are you doing, Jerry?
Oh, I'm not too bad. My knee hurts a little bit. I was
Ow.
car surfing.
How was that?
Oh. It was so fun.
Yeah, I guess. And what happened?
I fell off a car, so I got on a different one. And then,
Alright.
and then I
How
fell off
badly
that
did you
one.
fall? Let me check. Checks for how bad.
Oh my god, there's so much blood. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, this.
Ow.
Ow.
Oh my god, ow. What are you doing? Ow. That hurts.
And then a little bit.
Ow, ow. Oh my god, why? Why?
There you go.
Oh, I feel good as new. Thank you.
Yeah, if you twist a limb hard enough, it just, you know, it's like replacing skin.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
It just sorts right out.
Yeah.
We learn something new every day.
Yeah, you do. Now get up, you lazy Mr. Oswald, you.
Yeah, you lazy puto.
And sit down
Yeah,
instead
I
because I
see.
still have to bandage it. Roll up your roll up your pant. This is not sitting down, this is crouching. Sit down. That's a very boring and slow way to sit down. Mr. Summers, why is the invoice not being written up yet? Lazy.
Didn't you use your med kit? Don't you have to write it?
Nope. Doesn't matter who
I was
uses the
tired.
medkit.
That
The
would have
only
already
thing
been
that
rolled.
the only thing that matters is who buys a new one. So if I use it, but you write medical invoice,
Just
guess
make I write a something that you use yours.
nope. You just give me your medkit and you buy it. That way, everything on scene is fluid, and also the purchases are correct because you both have the invoice and the purchase. That's mind blowing, isn't it? How easy it is. Just
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Maria, I don't have a med kit.
why are you on duty with no medkit?
I used my med kit on the last guy. I had to get him up so he could hop onto a gurney so we could get him downstairs.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Oh, sounds like excuses to me.
No, you're just gonna have to buy two. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not
Oh
an
my God,
issue.
thank you.
Yeah. So you have two invoices in which you use a medkit, and you have to buy two medkits. It's all correct. There's really nothing complicated in it. Now the way to
Oh
mess
my
this
god,
up
I
is
still
for...
have insurance.
Really?
That's crazy. How long do I still have insurance for?
Let me check.
Oh, your evidence. I just gotta take a photo of this evidence a second.
Yeah, all right.
There we go.
You have less than a week left. You have like 5 days.
Oh my god, I have 5 days to make insurance money.
Mm-hmm. 10,000
Oh my
and
god,
a half.
my job doesn't pay very. What? It's gone up?
Yeah, it's inflation.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. I am a
No,
poor
it's
person.
economics. Okay.
Oh my god,
Alright, I'll do it.
is there like a friends and family discount? I have multiple
No.
friends. I don't have any family.
You can ask friends to give you money so you can buy it.
Okay.
Yeah, there
That's
you
how
go.
I did it last time. I'll do that again. Thanks.
Wow, evidence. Crazy.
Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
thank you
I'm
for
going to
saving my
evidence.
lad.
Yep, alright. Enjoy,
Yeah, I told you it's evidence.
Yeah, it's evidence.
Yeah, evidence.
Hi! Hi, how are you
Leave
doing?
him until I'm no longer evident.
Yeah.
Alright, I took picture of evidence, it's good.
Yeah. I got
Alright. Gonna fall off my head right onto the ground.
Yeah.
Yep, it's falling. It's just
Yeah.
9 now.
Oh, it's
Damn, gravity be crazy.
That, I don't even know what's going on.
alright.
Anyway, yes. It's not about who uses the medkit, but about who buys it. So
Have wonderful time. Stay
thank
safe.
you, you too.
Finished first and left.
How did you not get run over?
Everybody I've rode with has just said they use it, and then they also write it up.
Yeah, but you could see how it's more fluid on scene for one person to write paperwork and another to do the actual, stuff, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so there you go. Work? Oh, now is someone conducting trains? Like a conductor? Not the conductor word, or else what? Hospital drama.
What's happening?
There is absolutely nothing in that bridge.
Come to kitchen. Check this fridge.
My lord.
We are saved.
The secret friend.
I'll fucking just shoot you. Thank you. What about bandage?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you. Good job.
I'm kind of surprised no one's come on duty yet.
Yeah, me too. This is well, like well, go on. All right. How's your ambulance?
I think it's a little fucked up.
Alright. Mine, I think, could use a repair by now.
Whoops.
It's good.
I don't think it needs a repair. I think it's fine the way it is for now.
No doubt.
Why do I always do this?
I do that too.
Well, it's like, well, I expect it to be locked.
It's kind of just instinct.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely could use one.
Oh, dispatch call.
Jerry.
Hola, it's not
Is
me
that
that's
you?
hurt. It's not me that's hurt. But it is somebody.
Alright.
Yeah, they got eaten by a mountain lion.
Alright, how
And he's
badly
not
are they
responding to
bleeding?
me. I'm not talking to me.
They're not responding? Alright, we're getting helicopter. We'll be there.
Yeah, thank you. Love you, bye.
Alright, latest 47. The other guy now got eaten.
Bill?
Yep.
Oh.
And he's not responsive, so we're gonna take a helicopter.
Ooh.
Going up.
We're up.
Hey there.
Yeah, I know we're up. Close the doors, please. Did you close the doors?
I did.
Alright, sorry. Didn't hear the lock sound, so I was like, I trust Summers, but do I really trust Summers?
I lock every door I go in.
But I see you.
Well, not the IC rings.
Good.
And again, I've never really had.
What do you mean Rob's elevator bit? I invented that bit and then Chloe started using it. Oh wait, Rob. I see. Because it's Rob's voice. Going up. Hello, trooper. How can I help you? 911. What is the nature of your emergency? Yes. We'll have a unit on the way as quickly as possible. Thank you for your trust, citizen. I love dive bombing the helicopter to pick up speed. It's so fun. Makes me feel like a dolphin just going I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, for this one, guns out. There's gonna be kitties around.
I hate those oversized house cats.
I wasn't doing dolphin noises. I was doing Nico noise. Shut up. Don't you dare hit me with facts and logic. What the fuck do you think this is?
That's it. Just go directly on him. That might help him. Forward a bit.
Like this?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, if we just land directly on him, it might save him.
Well, maybe other day. Yep. That's why you
Oh
don't
my god.
play around with Valkyrie. She doesn't like to be played with.
Great job. Well done.
Alright. Let's see how bad this bleeding is. Oh, they're purple.
Someone got him wet and now he thinks he can fight lions.
He has weird colored blood. Very high in oxygen and nicotine? Yeah. That's gonna. Oh. Alright, there's a lot of blood here.
Yeah. I love you, friend. Upsy daisy. What?
Alright. Love will fix my friend.
Are you coming with?
I follow.
Are you coming with?
I drive down.
Alright, have fun.
Way to drive.
Alright, Mr. Bell's statue, you're not looking too good, but do not worry, we'll save you.
You alright?
Oh, alright.
Alright.
14 hours so far, I'm not really tired.
Are both of them okay?
Have you ever tried to do Silvermore as they was? What if they said the pool was on Thursday?
True.
What if not? Spaghetti? No.
Spaghetti but orange.
That is spaghetti.
No, spaghetti red, but spaghetti, what if orange? And Colby, not.
Spaghetti is sweet if orange. Orange tomato? Tomato, sweet.
Grapefruit.
Non-TOS friendly noises.
Yeah, alright.
Grapefruit?
Yeah, see. Yo como culo.
Kurwa.
Bobber kurwa.
Bobr kurwa. Na zdrowie. Ja mu haj. Cheers. Slancie. I'm split between either concussion or just very creative.
Might be a little bit of both.
I'm thinking it's a lot of both. Perfect landing for once.
Tonight is the night. Tell the DJ.
It's a day. Yoink.
Misa
Never
Jar Jar
mind.
Binks. Misa love you long
No.
time.
Stolen.
Oh.
Tosses patient up, throws onto shoulder.
Sam's PD.
Uppies.
Oh my lord.
Taxman PD. Hey, are you guys missing a helicopter?
No, we're not. We're not.
Sure.
Copy. Yeah, we got a medical helicopter here in Legion Square.
We don't use
Check.
those. That's not ours.
Not one of ours.
Thank you very much. Going back to my channel.
Go for it.
Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow. Cos got
Wow,
pizza.
this place is so
Pizzazz.
clean.
Wow, really? I wonder who cleans it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
He's-
me
he should come
three.
work at my bar.
Maybe. No. No, we're keeping him here. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Orange?
Orange, but what if purple inside of the tissue box? Sometimes the schnozberries don't taste like schnozberries.
What?
Turtles sometimes they turtles but what if turtles not hard?
Concussion.
Yeah, definitely.
I was up there until purple.
No, sorry, I don't do construction.
Good.
That might
Health
have gotten you more
department
of a
would
concussion.
fuck you up. What's this playing on TV? Nothing. Ah, Train's Anatomy. Sure, someone would love to see that.
I have pride on
You see that, Toho? That's for you. It's a medical
Orlando.
show.
Alright.
Technically.
Alright. Let's get you on it. Gurney here, move you over. Ooh.
Oh man, oh man, I love it when the tall man judge screams at people.
Oh yeah, I love this episode. This is the one where he talks about doing the toe.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And then he
Paper
calls
cutting,
everyone dick
big
suckers
toe.
and ass lickers, and it's funny.
Yeah, Captain Cocksucker,
Uh-huh.
Deputy Doodoo. My name's Dale Dangledarn.
Alright. False identification, PD.
Yeah, alright.
Dispatch, PD from TACMED? Yeah, I'm good. Oh, you already know what's going on? Alright, good.
Dale Dangledarn.
You're Dale Dorgenberger.
Dingle.
Dingle Dangle? Someone is little
Yeah.
silly chaos gremlin today?
Durgan
Durgan-
Bells, Durgan
the
Bells,
He got wet.
all the way.
He got wet, and now this is what happens.
I'll be honest, I can barely tell a difference between you two right now. Very similar pattern of
don't-
speaking and thinking
Yeah,
and
but, like-
existing.
But
No.
like I
Blur.
don't talk in third person though.
Really? You don't?
No.
Are you sure? What is third person?
He does.
Which
he
person
does.
are you?
I talk in fourth person.
Yep, no you don't.
Oh my god, he's breaking the eighth wall.
Prove it.
Don't break two squared wall.
What about cubed?
That's like 6. Don't do that.
No,
Leave
I
that
don't want to have
alone.
sex.
No? Alright, yeah, me neither. I'm virgin, 18 years old. Hello.
Wow,
me
Virgin
too.
Club.
Virgin Club!
I don't have ID.
Yeah, that's
Oh
fine.
wow. Yeah, this one's definitely not Australian.
What? I'm Virginian. How could I be Australian? Can't you tell by the accent? I'm from, well, not close, but close enough.
Virginia? Yeah, alright.
Yeah, alright.
What about this one?
Hey.
This one is from North Pole.
Yeah.
North Pole, he's kind of tall to be an elf.
You lied. I thought this was Virgin Club, but it says you have sex. Many sex.
What?
Much sex. M.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Does.
Liar.
Mucho sexo, por favor.
Yeah, you liar. Many. You have no eyes?
Yoko Mokulo. Yeah. You
How
want
does
some-
he see if he has no eyes?
No.
Yeah, he doesn't have eyes.
He doesn't have eyes. We need to open him up and see what makes him work.
Did someone say sex? No, but someone is. There you go. Do you like this show? Hospital drama.
You okay?
Hospital drama.
Hospital drama.
Virginia.
Virginia. Commonwealth of Virginia.
Virginia.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I be Jerry. Oh my god. You need to inhale that. It makes you feel good.
No doing whippets in the hospital.
You remember when I wanted to work here?
No.
I worked here once.
I'm so
Evidence.
jealous.
I
I get warrants every week.
Oh no,
It's
evidence
impossible.
ran off.
I was attack med for 3 hours.
Really? I was attacked
Yeah.
for 3 months.
Yeah, they Wyatt and Rick thought it would be funny to hire me when I was in my no talk.
Oh yeah, I remember. And then you put on Juggernaut outfit.
Yeah, and then
Why
I
do
got
I remember
killed.
that?
I got put in ICU and somebody unplugged me.
Well, what I want to know is who plugged you in the first place. I thought you were a virgin. Can you stop lying to us?
I mean, good point.
It still counts because it doesn't count. Losing your virginity doesn't
I'm
count. if it's in
I'm
the- in
done
the
with
back
these.
door.
I'm done with these lies. You will go ahead and leave.
What does it mean?
You don't want to talk about pegging?
No, I know pegging already. I have gun on my hip.
What?
Yeah. Oh, we had lesson about pegging like an hour or two ago.
Jerry don't get it.
I do get it. I'll explain it to you later. It's very like strap, you know, like we're strapped.
Oh my god, it's so cool.
Yeah, so you have to have it on your
Oh my
head.
god, you're so strapped.
Okay.
I am so strapped. Yeah.
You want,
Yeah,
you wanna see
so
mine?
big.
You want to see
No.
my strap on?
I don't care about your strap. I have my own. Mine's bigger.
No, it's not.
It's not a
Oh, my
strap.
lord.
It's a pole.
But what about if it's strapped to his hip? Then is it a strap? Now it a strap. There you go.
Yeah, all right.
That's what happens when I pray to Apophis.
No, really. I thought that's what happens when you sit down.
No.
Yeah, tricky question. It's when you sit up.
No, oh, crazy.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You ever tried sitting up? Everyone always tells you to sit down. Have you ever tried sitting up?
No, have you ever tried?
There you go.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my lord.
I love them so much.
Ow. Oh my lord. Oh, I love embracing my demons. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Please don't.
Yeah, we'll try and make it more than 10 minutes. Love you. Bye.
I miss Morag.
последняя танево.
Проходят годы безвозвратно, но продолжаю я грустить. Я жду тебя, мой друг, обратно, в надежде нежно полюбить.
Me too. Me too. I do hope so as well. I'll be honest, because like I'm not that sleepy, but I'm starting to slowly get there. I think maybe it's time to take a little nap. Because I mean, in reality, I've been awake for like 15 hours, role-playing non-stop. Might as well, you know. Funny, now that I said it, I'm starting to feel it. It's usually before the storm when things are dead, not after. I guess they're not that dead, but you know.
Yeah. The first time I've been around this early.
Yeah. Well, normally around this time is where things start to pick up, which is why I'm so surprised, but yeah. People are still recovering from eating too much, I guess.
Yeah. The day after was pretty crazy, though.
I heard about it, and that's about all.
Cornpo OP would like to say smiles, 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 lala, lily, lala, lily, lolo.
Smile, 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 smile. La 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 la.
Hospital drama. Okay, we're watching the rest of the hospital drama right now. Before we go to sleep.
Hates me when I was hiding in front of the police, and I. That's been a drama.
Argument today, and I still hate.
Also said you should also say. You should also say.
No.
Wait, me?
No.
Me? Okay.
No, fuck him. I hate him.
Oh my God,
He's
hospital
the only
drama.
person I hate more than you.
Hospital drama.
Argument today, and I still hate you.
Ladies, let's chillax.
So I'm gonna film this for my hobo talk.
What is the root of all this anger?
Maria said she hates me when I was hiding in front of the police, and I overheard it, and now we've started this hospital drama after I brought you an organ donor that you willingly let walk out of here.
Maria, do you hate him?
No, I did not let him. He's lying all the time.
Oh, I'm the
I
liar.
have reasons to hate him.
Oh, I'm the liar. But we
Yeah,
have.
you used to be a good friend, and then you keep punching me, shoving me, stabbing me. You do horrible things to me all the time.
No, I don't do horrible. I don't do horrible things. I don't do horrible things to you. No, I don't.
Why do you threaten them?
I don't do horrible things. If you guys haven't realized, this is even Maria. Maria is being controlled by the overseer. Yeah, you can flash your badge all you want. You should hear her.
I will flash my
She,
badge every
she
time
has
I want.
screamed.
That's
The
my-
real Maria has asked me for help and wanted me to stab her, to cut the strings.
Why are you lying
I'm
to
not
me?
lying. That's why you're smiling. That's why you're smiling as you speak.
I am not smiling.
I could hear it. I could hear it. I'm not even looking at you. I'm looking the other way.
Oh, all right. You don't even look at me. See, that's how horrible of a friend you are. You don't even
Hospital
look at me.
drama. Hospital drama. Hospital drama.
Hey, quick thing. Can we also bring into account that ID is actually expired?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Good point. Good point.
How do we know you're not a pod person?
We
That
are
is a good point.
Yeah.
fucking Callum killing.
Yeah, I don't
Bobby's
know.
getting beaten up over there.
That's fine.
Ian.
Hospital drama.
Lady's got a gun in her waistband.
Don't worry. We're just.
She's reaching. She's
Don't-
reaching.
Don't worry. We're just.
If she fires the gun where it is right now, it's gonna be a very uncomfortable problem.
The weapon appears to be a tattoo.
See, where were we? Where were we?
I don't know. You keep
you were
going
both
off on
yapping.
tangents, and we forget what we're here to talk about.
You
and you
two were
focus on
bitch-
something for once, Leo.
The TLDR is you two were bitching about nonsense like you were a married couple.
I'm
Well, guess
Leo,
what?
I'm
We're
so
not
sorry.
married. Oh, you're sorry?
we're
What?
not married,
Well,
but-
am I
yeah,
sorry?
Leo.
Am I sorry? Yeah, okay.
You know what you should
Yeah,
do
I'm sorry.
to
It's all
fix
Callum's
things?
fault. He raises my blood pressure,
Who?
and I get stressed.
Who's
and I
that?
take
Who's
it
that?
out on you.
Which
I'm
one?
sorry.
Him?
It's the
No,
redhead who doesn't
the
know how to
things to-
drive.
Oh, so you're the one causing all these problems? You're the one causing the hospital drama?
Hospital drama.
fight?
No, I don't want to
Please
fight.
calm.
See, I
Please
see.
calm.
See, you're the issue here, huh? You're the issue here. You're the reason Maria's been acting funny, not really being
Well, no, he's the
Maria.
reason I went to the ICU. He cracked my skull open with
What?
multiple times. Yeah.
Alright, counterpoint.
More
Counterpoint,
hospital
Mario.
drama.
How many times have you put mayonnaise in the IC?
Never, never,
Never.
never.
What about the time you got stabbed in the cupboard up on the third floor?
I don't recall.
Doesn't recall.
Facts not in evidence. Let's move on.
I was there. I remember that.
I think we should take this to street court.
I agree. Where are the
Don't let them
stakes?
gaslight
Oh, well.
you, Callum.
See, don't.
right.
Oh, I'm gonna give you justice, player. You're the reason. You're the reason. We're gonna need you. You're gonna have to apologize to us somehow. Look how much stress you've caused in here. Look how much hospital drama you've
I
caused.
have not caused any hospital drama. And I have apologized to Marinette
Hospital
on
drama.
multiple
Hospital drama. Hospital drama.
You know what?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Everybody. Let's
Oh,
Hospital drama.
Cease hostilities
Let
immediately.
us do.
Oh my god.
Hospital court. Everybody.
Oh my goodness. Maria, are you okay?
Oh my god.
Oh, not again.
my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my.
Sir.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! You see the guy in the with the
Maria's knocked the fuck out. Wait, what the fuck going on in here?
what the hell? Wait,
Yeah,
what's
they're locked in there.
I thought,
Ah.
but they just. Hey, let us out of here!
Let us out of here.
Hey, let us out of here!
No.
Negative.
We
You are the source
I
of the
would, but I
problem.
don't have any.
You are
I
the source
would,
of the
but I don't
Containing
have
you
any
is the right
lockpicks.
choice.
That's what the robot said.
Hey,
I am an
Android.
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 Leo, there's only
containing
one
them is
thing to do.
technically
One moment,
illegal
one moment.
imprisonment.
Negative.
only one
It
thing
is
to do,
citizen's
Leo.
arrest.
Holy shit.
One moment.
This turns
Yeah, that's-
rated R very fast.
Oh my God, is she
Criminal
okay?
has escaped.
Is she okay?
What?
Is she okay? Here, hold on. Ow! You're the one that hospital drama. Oh my God, what's going on? Stop the bleeding! Stop the bleeding! Oh my God, come here. Samantha, come here, Samantha. I need you to hold on to this. I thought you had a ticky bomb.
She's gonna end up in my
It's a car bomb, silly. Don't worry. Don't worry. I can fix this hospital drama. You guys are dumb. You gotta cauterize the wound. Don't worry. Ah! Ow! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Oh my God.
Just fucking burn.
I was on fire for so fucking long.
I'm a good person.
Oh.
Fucking, you fucking this is why I never allow Annie and Leo in the same area.
Hospital drama.
Lucy, put him in a fucking 95 room for fuck's sake. I'm trying to
I'll do. You should probably leave very quickly.
Oh my God, what happened? Hospital drama.
Hospital drama.
You're gonna hide in Maria's room. Oh my God.
Hey, Leo.
What? I'm just chilling in Maria's room.
No, I'm not. You're not in trouble. I'm just. Do you know what's happening, or our
No.
radios aren't working, and I'm curious.
Oh.
An android full of Molotov and something.
Oh, what?
Oh my God. Oh, this room's open. Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. Hospital drama. It hasn't even been a fucking hour.
Oh man, I could fucking draw like just everyone sitting on the couch, like the couch being empty, with like I don't know Callum sitting on it, sad and drinking, fucking alcohol to die, and fucking.
Jordane's lady
How did they
would
come
like to say hospital drama.
Fucking Murray on the side, fucking ablaze on a fucking operating table with Leo and screaming.
Take 2, 1.
Come on, I'll hook her. Go.
SDSK.
Oh, I'm cooked.
Let's go. Yeah. Let's pay show some hand.
Move forward.
Clear.
Move forward.
Freeze clear.
Grab
going
one
in
each to
4.
behind me.
I'm going 4.
I'm in
Hands
contact.
clear.
CSP.
Make sure
Got
you
me.
check in all the bathrooms. As
Oh my god. Cooked.
Boys clear. Show some hands. 5.
Get out. Get out. An individual
Take
in
50K
here
because
in
he
the
comes
shower. An individual in here in the shower.
Alright, come out with your hands up immediately.
Gotta go! Excuse me. Oh my god! Oh my god, I gotta go. I gotta go. Okay, what? What? I gotta go. Excuse me.
Green alien mask.
Excuse me, what floor are we going?
Check every floor. Hold the entrance up.
Bye! Oh my god.
Nancy, I'm going
Bye.
to fucking work.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, they kept going. Oh my god, they kept going. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know how we got away from that, bro. Oh my god. Now you gotta worry about. Listen, don't worry about the car bombs.
Is there a cop car in there that we can put the, the tick, the beep beep boop boop in?
I have no idea.
The beep. No.
So sorry.
It's okay.
So sorry.
Are they not on alert?
We need to be careful. The police are keeping an eye out for me, probably. We need to go.
100%.
We need to go see if Maria in the ICU. This is gonna go really bad. Wait, they're on the second floor, no? I don't remember where the fuck the ice. No, they're on the third floor because I ran out of here.
Oh. Her vitals are dropping. Callum, get out of the room.
Callum, move.
Her vitals are dropping.
stabilizing, but are doing a little bit better.
They're getting back there.
What?
They're getting back there. They're not the best, but
Yeah.
Oh shit, 2 cops in the treatment floor? Oh my god.
Okay.
Wait, he's saying 2 cops in the treatment.
Let her rest. I suppose.
I swear to God, if this guy's talking about the guards.
what is that?
She has contact lenses.
Oh. Whoa. Guess her eyes are naturally black.
Oh. Hi, Leo. You can come in.
Come in, Leo.
Leo?
Hey.
You can come in if you want. Hi, come on. You're an emergency contact.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Situation's not good. She has a cracked skull, 3rd-degree burns over
Oh
all
my
of her
God.
body, and multiple gunshot wounds.
Oh my god.
Her chance of survival is pretty low. So if you want to say any goodbyes or anything, now might be a
Goodbye?
good time
What
to
the
do it.
hell? What kind of goodbye?
Well,
May
the
wanna
doctor
say
gave her estimated survival of about excuse me. Do you need? Excuse me. Do you need to be in here?
I'm with Leo.
What?
I'm with Leo.
Okay.
He
well,
sent
could
me a
you-
message. He's at their floor.
Okay. Well, here. Come out here.
Hey, you can wait outside. You
Okay.
can wait outside. Hospital drama.
Are you her emergency contact?
Oh my god. Is she gonna be okay?
No, I don't.
Leo, come
I'm gonna be honest, Leo. Probably
Gotcha.
not.
Well, yeah. Because you're not an emergency contact, you have to wait in the waiting area. out
I
by the
think
elevators, if you don't mind.
may have just
Or
killed him.
or in this hallway.
You may have just killed him? What?
It's always fine.
I think
Yeah, this hallway.
You're
Alan
gonna-
may have just killed her.
You just
Oh,
can't
killed
go
To
in.
her head.
I thought you said you killed him after you said you're gonna take
No,
care of it.
no. I think Callum has just killed her.
Well, she's not dead yet.
Think. Yeah, she's alive now, but
Yeah. Also, as you can
Let's
see,
be honest,
she
for how
needed
long?
she had 3rd-degree burns and needed a skin graft.
Mm-hmm.
So hey Leo, can you get out of the room? It looks like she's
Leo,
crashed.
Leo,
What?
move,
Oh
move,
my
move,
god.
Leo,
Oh
get
my
out,
goodness.
Leo, get out, Leo,
Oh my
get out.
goodness.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Right, do you want me to-
Come on. Hey.
Hi, Leo.
Hey. Hey, I think my friend's dying in there. One moment.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. That's the guy. That's the guy who did it. That's the guy who
Do
started
you
the
want to borrow
hospital.
the chainsaw?
That's
That's
the
the
guy.
one.
Wait, what? Yeah, that's the guy who started the hospital drama. Wait, why you giving me this?
Hospital.
Avenge her.
Oh my god, wait. I need to see if she's okay.
Hey Leo.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Get in here. I don't know. The only thing I know that ever made Maria happy was this.
Oh, that's.
Does that? Oh, that works.
I think
do things that makes
Yeah,
her
yeah.
happy.
Maybe we should do like kind of like a rhythm, like sound therapy.
Sound therapy?
Sound
Yeah, yeah.
therapy. Yeah. Read
She always.
Just be careful with it, okay?
Just be careful.
Yeah, I will.
There we go.
Yeah, you see, I'm very. Hospital drama.
Hospital drama.
It's working.
It's working. It's working.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Maria was my friend. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. Let me see here. I'm trying to think. What else made Maria? What else made Maria happy? Jeez. Maria. See, we once blew up a police officer. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? You?
Bobby, put it down.
What the?
Bobby, put it down.
What are you doing in here with a chainsaw, Leo?
Not. Oh my God.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's sound therapy for Maria.
Yeah.
Is it actually sound therapy for Maria?
Yeah, it is. It
Alright,
is.
alright,
It
that's
is
fine.
100%.
Yes,
It's
yes,
actually fine. It's
yes.
actually fine.
Yes.
flatlining,
What the
she's
hell?
flatlining.
Oh my God.
All right, we need the chainsaw.
I'm here with the chainsaw. Look, what do you want me to do?
Good job, Leo. Good job.
Come on. Wake up.
I'm out.
We have a pulse.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. See. Oh my God. See. What if I put this sweater or not this scarf that she gave me around here?
True.
See.
Put it on.
See. I'm hospital drama.
Hospital drama.
Hi, Bobby.
Hey.
Oh my God. I don't know. Maria. See, Maria always loved the hugs.
Wait, no, hold on, wait. I just remembered we need to cool her down.
Cool her down.
Ice. Yeah, no, it's like a preservation. Maybe we should take her to the morgue so she can go in the freezer.
Morgue.
Yeah, that's where she lives.
What the hell? No, she lives in the 3rd floor closet over there.
Oh, that's true. She also lives
Have you
there.
tried taking? Oh my God! But wait right here.
I
Wait
think
right
we've
here.
done all we can do. We just
Wait right here. I got one more idea. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. Excuse me. See, hey Maria, I brought your favorite pet, Flamingo. I brought your favorite pet, Flamingo.
Leo.
Flamingo?
One moment.
Oh, a flamingo.
I need you guys to leave the card open for me. Leave the card open. Leo. State troopers.
One moment.
Come outside with your hands up.
One moment. See, and her favorite
Can you give
pet,
us a moment?
Sure,
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
The flamingo does look very nice.
Yeah, and her favorite unicorn.
Leo, do you have
What's happening?
Me, I didn't do nothing. I think they're confusing me or something.
They might be here. You should just go talk to them.
Yeah, I will. Hold on. This is.
But then we don't want.
What is that noise?
What the?
That's just her breathing.
Oh, that's her breathing. That's her breathing.
I thought she was contacting the mothership for a second.
All right, we should give her some space.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah, Leo, you're probably gonna get arrested.
Okay, yeah.
I did. Whoa, fucking hell.
Oh my God, Maria.
Do me, hey, both of you, do me a favor and get out of the way.
Sorry.
Get out of the way.
You always gave me hugs. You always gave me hugs.
Leo.
You always gave me hugs. You always gave me hugs.
Firebombing bitch.
Hospital drama.
I'm just gonna move past you here real quick.
Yeah.
She put a bomb in it. Why would she put a bomb in it?
Anyone else inside that room gonna need your exit.
It's just.
Guys, I got good news. What the hell?
Put your hands in there.
What the hell?
Hands in the air.
What the hell? What the hell happened? Oh my! What I do? What you say? Fuck me for? I just before. Yeah. One moment. One moment. Good news. I think Maria's gonna live.
Give me your hands.
Yeah.
Put them in the air.
Show me your hands, Leo.
What? I've gotta let everybody know the good news.
Get out here.
What? I'm going. Maria, I'm so sorry I have to leave you at the moment like this. I'm just having some final words with my hospital drama.
You can do that when you're in cuffs. Come out of here.
Okay. Okay, what?
Get out of here and put your hands in the air.
Okay.
Come
We're running for the hospital.
Bye, Leo.
Bye, Leo.
Nurse Nancy, what are you doing back here?
I can't move. I can't move.
Not your friend.
No way. No way. No way. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, he locked the door.
Oh my god.
Oh, not again. We won that. Not again.
What the fuck?
Looking for my friend and I get shot in the head. I'm trying to get help. Oh my god.
Hospital drama.
Guys, I saw Leo go for reception.
Hospital drama.
Why is there a car outside the window?
120, back tonight. Is everyone safe? Then fuck it. Let's say, because then the fact that me entering the room is likely to destabilize her, could I quickly talk to you for 5 seconds outside the door?
Oh my god. What a crazy fucking day. There's 4 of them. Elevators open. Nope. Nope. I'm not picking up the phone, Baker. Oh my god. I think he knows.
Hey.
What the?
Motherfucker, that was my shoulder.
What the fuck? I.
My shoulder.
I don't know whether I should leave. I don't know. I feel like he's seen me.
My shoulder. Oh my god, why is it always the shoulder?
I don't know. I feel like he saw me. I feel like he saw me. There's like no way. He definitely saw me. They saw me.
The heck did you get inside here? Sure 9, I have him recovery floor. What the?
What?
He's going to be me. Oh, he lockpicked the door, I see. Yeah, he's inside the
How?
janitor room on the recovery
He
floor.
saw me.
He's lockpicking it from the inside, guys. Recovery floor, recovery floor. Janitor
Of course, it's always.
He's lockpicking it right now. From
No,
the
I'm not. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. What do you guys?
No, don't touch it. Bobby, don't worry.
I exited out of it. I exited out of it. I exited out of it. I'm not doing
Surrender.
anything. Surrender what?
Surrender. Stop running.
What? I didn't do nothing.
You okay? All right. Well, face away. Put your hands up against the wall.
What? Here, let me open the door. Let me open the door. Let me open the door. Don't mind me. I'll open the door. I'll get it open for us. I'll get it open for us. I'll get it open. Yeah?
Face away.
What?
Hands up
What?
against the wall.
That is so insane.
Do it now.
Clever. My God, you're a genius, Leo.
What? Here, let me try to open
You
the
are
door again.
genius.
Let me try to open the door again.
Are you struggling with English?
Yeah, English is not my first language.
Okay. What's your first language?
Spanish.
I don't know Spanish. Sorry.
One moment. I'm trying to open the door here, guys. Don't worry. I'm gonna open the door.
Oh, we can get the door. We can get the door.
You can?
Yeah, we can.
Oh,
yeah,
but
yeah.
No, don't worry about it. Just
here, let me try to open it one more time. I'm gonna get it open. Don't worry.
you're about to ride the lightning, Leo. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean I'm about to ride the lightning?
You're gonna ride the lightning if you do not follow.
I'm trying to open the door.
We've got the door. We can open it. Just face away.
I'm
Into the back
what?
of the room with your hands up.
Okay, we're gonna open the door.
Leo.
Yeah.
Stop what you're doing.
I
Turn
can't.
around.
I'm
Face
not
the wall.
going to. I gotta open the door. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Suspect going for curve.
Oh my god.
Told you you're gonna ride that lightning, Leo.
Again, going for curve.
I'm just living my life.
We're going down floor.
Bye.
That is it.
I'm cooked. Cooked. What? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't do nothing.
Grab him by the arm.
Oh, this.
Take him down the stairs. He's gonna go in shackles.
195.
He's gonna stay in shackles.
What the hell?
Until he's in Bolingbrook.
What the hell?
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used in the court of law. You have the right to have an attorney. You have the right to have an attorney with you during questioning. If you cannot afford one will be provided.
Oh
to you later. You understand these rights as I have read them to you today?
Yeah.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Fucking children.
What the hell's your problem? You have a bad Thanksgiving?
Thank you, honestly. Just.
I had a good Thanksgiving personally, Leo.
Thank you.
Leo, that was
Thank
so
you
genius
ran-
what
I
you
think- I
did.
think
My
you
God,
just
I
ran
never
out-
thought.
You just ran out of rope, mate. To be honest with you.
What rope? I ain't do nothing. I ain't do
ran out.
nothing.
Complete rope.
Rope?
Yeah. Yep. No more rope.
Alright, I'll grab him out of the.
No more.
I think you are precursor, Leo. Now,
Bro, I hate that you can only break cups once, bro. Oh my god.
That's going to be so funny next time.
Fuck.
Before we go any further,
Yeah, what? What?
you are getting shackled.
What the hell?
I do not trust you one bit.
What do you
I
mean you don't
not
trust me?
One bit.
Yeah, there's so much fucking chaos, Leo.
No, I'm not, bro. You know how many times we got away? Like 3 fucking
We can
times.
trust you, Leo. Jeez. Come on.
Are you working with Nancy?
What? I didn't. What? I didn't do
a crazy woman holding up the EMS issue about your gang, your movement.
my gang. What? I don't have a gang.
What's your red for me? You don't have a gang?
No.
Well, why not?
What do you? Because I'm not.
Shit, tonight. Good job.
Why don't you have a gang?
Why would I have a gang?
I don't know. Just curious.
Oh man.
Actually, I'm curious.
Andy's now telling me here.
Curious
Oh
if you've
my
got a set of
goodness.
keys to this car.
Nuh-uh. No, prove it. Prove it.
I'm curious.
See, prove it. See, that key could be to any of those cars.
Tell you what, I'm taking this damn chainsaw. I'm taking this
What?
goddamn knife.
What the
I'm taking this goddamn hammer.
Take it.
Oh, look at this. Keys.
See, okay, but does it turn on the car? Yeah, prove it. Yeah. Nuh-uh. No, you gotta go turn it on. That could.
I do not trust you.
What, bro? All you did was make it beep. That doesn't really mean anything.
I swear to God, if there's a bomb in like.
There's not. What? In what chance would I have had to put a bomb in that thing? I don't even have a bomb.
Did you push that statement up for me?
Indeed.
Android? Perfect. We can have that.
You still haven't proved it. That any car, that's like having a TV remote.
Hold on. Let me get the statement.
Please blow up.
You ain't good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I would like to confirm that the individual in
Oh
the
my
back
God.
of your vehicle is the individual Leo
Smashing.
in my statement.
Smashing. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Android. You're serving us well.
You may address me as E1.
Okay. Thank you, E1.
The thing is, if there's a bomb, and he can just get out.
Fuck you, Leo.
What? What? Uh-oh.
Brian, there's a bomb. There's a bomb in the car. There's a bomb in the car. Brian.
What? Oh. They actually put a bomb in it.
I mean, let's be honest.
You're telling me?
Which role player who respects themselves would hear that beeping and immediately get out? Like, first of all, it makes perfect sense. You want to drive the car out of the hospital so it doesn't blow up in the hospital, and B, let the scene play out.
I'm just.
It is.
You know what they say?
It's like
hospital drama.
Like there's this, and also there's.
Hospital drama.
Yeah, I don't think he streams.
Yeah, he went for it, even though he was like 50% sure there's a bomb in there.
And also the fact of all the crazy shit that Nancy has done on my POV. So like the sequence of events that all happened at the hospital between me and Leo is
Good.
fucking
I was just trying to
insane.
save my friend Maria's life.
Right. Right.
What?
Right.
Right, where
Okay.
are the marionettes?
You're
per
looking
se?
at
It's
aggravated
very
battery. That's what the
what,
Molotov.
a little bit of
Episode because I've seen
marionette.
that.
Today is time
That's
for
Jax, that's the
marionette.
Resisting, evading, and battery against an LEO.
What? What do you mean battery against Ellie? Oh.
Yep. Yep.
What do you mean?
Maybe go harder.
What do you mean?
Go
What do you
harder.
mean? What do you
Maybe
mean?
go harder.
What do you mean battery against? What do you mean? What do you mean battery
Do
against
you want to
Ellie?
be, do you want to
Oh.
be fucked even harder, Leo?
Do you?
Do you?
Do you? What battery?
Do you?
I didn't bomb you.
Well, you were in that possession of that key.
That doesn't mean I bombed you.
No?
Somebody was trying to kill me.
Who wants to kill you, Leo?
I don't know. You know how much shit I do to people.
I don't.
See, I'm sure somebody was trying to kill me.
All right. And what if I dropped the battery against Leo? How would you plead?
Oh, there. What would be my remaining charges?
Aggravated battery, GTA, resistant evading.
And how much time would that be?
That's 54,495. I'll take off time which is spent inside the car.
Wait, what?
Yeah, perfect bill.
It would be. You need to run that by me one more time.
Did I go full British?
Yeah.
I do this sometimes.
Okay,
I'll give those charges plead guilty. I'll take off the time which is spent inside my cruiser.
Okay, I'll try and look the least intimidating as possible. I'm gonna have to ask you one more time. If you understand your rights, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say.
Where are you? Come here. Hello. I'm going to bed. Okay, when do I make it? Make her. There we go. Fine. Nico's working on it.
Oh wait, fuck, I forgot. Email. Confirm. There we go.
So yesterday on the VOD, we went through me making Marinette, the perma character that died. This is me making the actual OG Marionette. We played this day.
Perfect. thin? No.
I'm gonna make it a bit bigger.
Water plucker? Yeah, those were the ones. There we go, the sleep stick.
There we go. Even bigger.
Bow, 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 bow.
There we go.
So no depth to browse. As high as possible. Perfect. Maybe we'll get a little bit of the brow depth.
I guess I'll that one's not here. Okay. Well, we'll watch a little bit. Time for me to go. A little bit. Right, well, I'm going to bed for a little bit because I'm tired. I've been awake for 15 hours. It's not that long, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, you've seen nothing yet.
Remember, this is the 20th century.
Or not in the dark ages. I'm gonna shave tomorrow. I still cannot believe how fucking cute this thing is.
Well, is
Look at
Mary
it.
going to be a serial killer? Who knows?
Best fucking sleeping mask in the world. Good night.
There we go. Perfect. I think none is better. Just yeah, this one doesn't have as much lipstick. Just As the only difference between that and the other one is this one is wearing black and red. Maybe. No, red is better. You got it. You got it. You got it, swag. Is there anything here that she would wear? Probably not. I mean, it kind of fits. Yes, she does. Nah.
I forgot! Motherfucker.
Perfect.
Like this.
This one wears black and red.
No, not this. There we go.
But can't have long nails.
Now.
So. Swear to God, just give me free roam. So difficult to look at nails from this perspective. Guess we'll go for black.
Friend.
Was that loud? I feel like that was loud.
Hi, friend.